Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The Survey Corps moved with remarkable efficiency. Barely 5 minutes after Commander Irwin issued the order, the second wave of soldiers was already lined up, ready to descend via the supply elevator. There was no bureaucratic delay, no shirking of responsibility, because everyone knew the cost of hesitation. Out beyond the walls, the price of failure was death at the hands of Titans. In truth, I was confident this operation would succeed. In the original timeline, the gas supply station was reclaimed by a handful of raw recruits, trainees with barely any real experience. They pulled it off, even if there was a close call. But this time, we had veterans, Survey Corps elites. Failure wasn't just unlikely, it would have been absurd. "I'll take command of the elevator team," Irwin said calmly as he stepped into the lift just before it closed. "Commander, it's too dangerous." One of the scouts protested, and others followed, all urging him to reconsider. "This is an order," Irwin replied coldly, leaving no room for argument. The protests died immediately. They could only watch as their commander descended into the chaos, ready to serve as bait to lure away the Titans. Nearby, Armin stood frozen, staring anxiously at the descending elevator. His face was pale with worry, his lips pressed into a thin line. I approached from behind and gave his shoulder a light pat. "Ah. Gawain, it's you," he gasped, clearly startled. "Just giving Captain Irwin a bit of luck," I said, tapping Armin's shoulder twice with a grin. "Might as well pass some on."
Armin hesitated. "Gawain, I don't know."
"What if the plan fails?" "Have a little faith in yourself," I said, slinging an arm around his shoulders. "You're smarter than you give yourself credit for."
"This plan?"
"It's the best move under the circumstances. And trust me, once this mission is over, Aaron's going to need people like you at his side in the Survey Corps." Armin's eyes suddenly welled up.
"Gawain, Aaron is dead. He saved me. He was eaten."
"He's not dead," I said, cutting him off firmly. His eyes snapped to mine, wide with disbelief.
"What?" he breathed.
"Do you remember what I told you last night?"
I asked.
"That there are things I haven't told you yet? One of those things is a secret power that Mr. Grisha passed on to Aaron."
"A power?"
Armin echoed, confused. "But if Aaron had some kind of power, why didn't he use it?"
"I saw him get eaten. Why?"
"It's complicated," I said with a faint smile.
"But don't worry.
"You'll understand everything soon." Leaving him stunned and silent, I stepped away and let him process it on his own. 4 minutes later, the elevator rose back up with a mechanical clunk. The scouts guarding the area tensed immediately, blades in hand, expecting blood, or worse. But the first figure that appeared was a familiar one. Commander Irwin. The scouts quickly saluted as Irwin emerged from the lift, calm and composed. "The supply depot has been secured," he announced. "Everyone, proceed downstairs to resupply on gas and blades." A wave of relief crashed over the soldiers.
"Yes."
Cheers erupted all around. Connie grinned ear to ear. "Finally, we can get out of this hellhole." "I'm going to have the biggest meal of my life when we get back," Sasha muttered, licking her lips like she could already taste it. Around us, the mood had completely shifted, hope had returned. As for me, my thoughts drifted elsewhere. Back to Aaron. In the original timeline, he had fought until he collapsed, surrounded by Titans, exhausted and alone. But this time, everything was about to change. The supply depot, once alive with shouting soldiers and the hiss of gas refills, had gone quiet. The investigators and trainees, now fully stocked with blades and fuel, had returned to their posts atop the walls, ready for whatever came next. Only a few figures remained on the rooftop of headquarters, a small mix of trainers and Survey Corps veterans. Among them, a very familiar voice rang out with dramatic desperation.
"Irwin,
let me see the abnormal Titan that kills other Titans." Hang cried, clinging to Commander Irwin's leg like a desperate child.
"Please."
"If I don't get a look, I'll die from curiosity."
"Get off him, Four Eyes."
Levi grumbled as he tried to pry her away, gripping her by the shoulders. "You're embarrassing yourself." But Hang refused to budge. "Come on, Hanji," sighed Su Jinkuan, rubbing his temples. "People are watching." "I don't care."
Hang wailed.
I want to see the specimen. Mikasa, Ackerman, Mia, and I stood nearby, watching the commotion like spectators at a circus. It was honestly a bit impressive how accurately Hank's obsession mirrored her anime counterpart. That's not an abnormal titan, I finally said, raising my voice to cut through the noise. That titan is human. All heads turned to me in an instant. What? Hank immediately let go of Owen and practically teleported in front of me. Humans turning into titans. Take me to it now. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I looked at Owen and extended my hand. Mikasa Ackerman, leader of the Restorationists. A pleasure to finally meet you, Commander. Owen Smith, commander of the Survey Corps, he replied, clasping my hand firmly. I've heard quite a bit about you, Gawain. I've been wanting to meet you as well, I said. Just haven't had the chance until now. Before the conversation could continue, Hank leaned in between us, whispering like a conspirator. So, can we go see it now? You never let me visit the Restorationist base, remember? If you do, poor Lance might die from stress, I thought, recalling his complaints during our last Titan experiment.
Still, I turned to Owen. Shall we? He nodded.
Lead the way. I closed my eyes briefly, reaching out with my senses. He's on the east side of the wall. That was all Hank needed to hear.
Let's go, she shouted and took off at full speed.
Damn lunatic, Levi muttered, immediately chasing after her, more to keep her alive than out of agreement. The rest of us followed close behind. As we glided through the air, Ackerman finally gathered the courage to ask the question burning in his mind. Gawain, the titan that used to be human, is it Eren? I glanced at him. Sharp as ever, I replied. Yes, it's Eren. Ackerman's eyes widened in disbelief. I've been keeping this secret for a long time, I added. It's exhausting. A breathless laugh escaped him. The weight he'd been carrying lifted in an instant. His best friend wasn't gone after all. We arrived just in time to see the Titan in action. 15 meters tall, with sharp ears and a bodybuilder's frame, he moved with primal fury. With a deafening roar, he lunged at a similarly sized Titan, sinking his teeth into the nape of its neck. Then, with terrifying strength, he twisted and hurled the corpse into a pile of mangled Titan bodies. Though Eren's Titan form was visibly damaged, bite marks riddled his limbs and steam hissed from torn muscle, his rage hadn't diminished. If anything, it had only grown. The force of his bloodlust sent chills down the spines of every soldier watching from the walls. Then, as the final echo of his roar faded, the Titan collapsed.
Its strength spent.
And slowly, very slowly, a human figure began to emerge from its steaming nape.
Eren. Alive.
Aha! Seeing Eren detached from the back of Titan, Hanji immediately cheered and rushed over, with excitement beyond words. Damn. I quickly followed her and flew over. If not when I stared, I was worried that Hanji would dissect Eren on the spot. Ackerman, Mikasa, and Mia also reacted at this time and flew to Eren. At this time, they are in a human state. Eren is peacefully asleep, not at all tyrannical. Hanji circled Titan a few times before flying on the back of Titan with a three-dimensional mobile device. Take him out of Titan first. I was right. Surrounded by Eren, Ackerman, and others said, I'll come, I'll come. Hanji immediately shouted, and hugged Eren. Wow, it's hot. Hanji yelled, but did not let go. He dragged Eren and started to pull out. Ackerman and Mia quickly began to help. Mikasa and I were responsible for guarding to prevent another corner from rushing out of Titan. After dragging Eren out, Ackerman quickly hugged him and flew up to the wall. Hanji followed him closely. His fiery eyes never left Eren, so Ackerman couldn't help starting to say Eren's future and fate are worried. The trouble is Gawain. Irvin glanced at the investigators and trainers who looked curious and jealous, and said, with so many people watching, things can't be suppressed at all. Think about what's next. What should I do? Aiming and others immediately looked at me with worried and expectant eyes upon hearing this, waiting for my reply. Of course it's the official channel. I glanced at the Eren which was still in a coma and said, regular channel. Irvine looked at him with a stunned expression. If you go to the official channel, there are only 2 results. I shrugged and explained, either Eren was ordered by the military court to be supervised by the investigative corps to contribute to the counterattack of mankind and to retake the Wall of Maria, or it was sentenced to the military police. The group will be dissected, and this risk factor will be dealt with after the anatomy. If it is the former, his dream is to join the investigation corps anyway. I have no objection, but if it is the latter, I will let the armed group save people, and then I won't blame me for not giving him a choice. You really took great pains for him. Su Jinkin sighed, he is lucky to have you as a friend. I smiled helplessly, I don't think I am a good friend. Gavin, you. Ackerman immediately asked to persuade me, Alman, your parents are still alive. Of course, I let people rescue them from the gendarmerie and leave them with the restitutionists. I didn't wait for him to finish. Speaking first, Ming was stunned when he heard the words, "You guy is arrogant and self-defeating." Su Jingkan interjected in an angry tone. "It's okay Gao Wen, you also know that I have no feelings for them." Amin smiled bitterly. "They haven't taken care of me since I was born. Whether or not my son is the same to them, I don't care too much about the life and death of. If they really had me in their hearts, they wouldn't have asked you to see me for so many years." "Really?" I pursed my lips. "Sorry, Amin. That's what I said, but I can still feel the sadness in Amin's tone, and it made my guilt towards him a little heavier." "Do you feel relieved to hand over Attack on Titan to our investigation corps?" Irvin still asked with some doubts. "Our goals are the same, aren't they?" I smiled. "I have always treated my allies very generously, and even if Eren is in your hands, would you use him to deal with the restitutionists? He is a living, self-aware person and he has no character. People can force him to do things he doesn't want. Then you are so tricky, Gawain." Irvine also laughed. "I didn't do anything but let the investigative corps do something for you. After going up and down. Will you please?" I asked back. "I'm happy." Irvine shook my hand again. "Before this, you should first consider why you can't let this kid be killed by others as a monster and kill Irvine." Luel glanced at the soldiers who were still nearby and poured cold water, and about the military court's verdict. "It's not even started yet. How do you make sure that the group of people sentence Eren to the investigation corps?" "I will try my best, and I believe that the final victory will belong to us," he said calmly, but his calm tone was full of confidence. "Then Gao Wen, I will gather the team first." "Please wait a minute, Captain Irwin," Amin said suddenly. After we started talking about the matter, Amin was in a silent state, but he was obviously not immersed in sadness, but thinking about the current situation. "Ways to save the life of Eren. Eren, he is the key to regaining the Troost area," Amin said very quickly. "We can use his power to move the big rock near the hole to the hole, as long as it is blocked. If the gap is eliminated, the Toros district is basically equivalent to taking it back. With this element, it should be able to keep Eren." Irvine froze for a moment, and then nodded. "I see, you can go down the wall now and take a rest in the Wall of Rose, and I will send someone to look for you later. Hanji, go. I will come to see you again, little handsome guy." Hanji let go of Eren reluctantly, stood up, and walked towards Irwin. Amin pursed his lips worriedly, but in the end he didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up Eren and walked towards the elevator on the wall. Knowing the plot, I naturally know that the fact that Eren has become Titan may have already been heard by the current Supreme Commander of the garrison here, Schitz Willman, and he has mostly arranged arrangements on the wall. "Good team, just wait for us to encircle us immediately, maybe even the artillery is arranged. But I do not intend to change the general direction of this part of the plot. After all, Dart Pixis, the commander of the southern military region of the garrison, will also appear based on this plot, and then he will listen to Armin's plan for the Troost district. It's still fighting, and this plot can also train the mind of Eren. Why not do it?" On the elevator, I touched the Titan spell card and shield spell card on my belt, and I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. In case, when Shay ordered to shell us, Eren he failed to stimulate his body. With the power of Titan, I can only rely on these to protect my companions. "I hope you can do more with Eren by then," I said in my heart after seeing Eren, which is still in a coma. "If you lose the chain at a critical moment, I will never let it go. You trainees, hand over that monster." As soon as we got off the elevator, dozens of garrison soldiers surrounded us, forming a semicircle with a radius of 15 meters. The garrison was the leader, the tall, red-haired man with a Chinese-style face with thick beard and hair, drew out a combat knife and yelled at us, "Put that monster on the ground immediately and leave, otherwise he will be regarded as his accomplice." Hearing that man called Eren, a glimmer of cold flashed in Mikasa's eyes, and immediately drew out the double knives and stepped forward to block in front of Eren. Mia and I did the same. The three formed a line of defense around Eren. "Sir, he is our companion, not a monster." Although I knew Kazai's urinary for a long time, I still need to do what I should do. I lowered my blade and shouted to the red-haired man with a Chinese character face. "Don't try to quibble. Obey the order and leave here immediately," Kazai said coldly without listening to any explanation. He has been staring at Eren, his eyes full of fear, surrounding our garrison. They all looked nervous and guarded at any time when Eren woke up and rushed towards them. "Eren, I won't stop you from doing what you want to do. I know you have always dreamed of joining the investigative corps, dreaming of seeing the outside world. Grisha is right. Human curiosity is it cannot be killed. But the outside world is very dangerous. Eren, I want you to swear to me, no matter what, you must come back alive. Mom has lost her husband, can't lose you anymore, swear to me, Eren." Carla's voice seemed to ring in the ear of Eren, pulling him out of the darkness. "I will definitely come back alive." Eren was stunned, replied, finally opening his eyes, "I must go back alive." Eren opened his eyes, and what came into view was Amin's worried face and his companions guarding him around him. "Eren," Amin asked concerned and nervously, "Body, can you move? Is your consciousness normal? Tell them that you are not a spy sent to humans by Titan, they will understand us." Amin. A series of words made the lover just regain consciousness, and not fully his sober brain was in a mess, and he opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. I looked back at Eren in surprise. Didn't he say kill you all in the anime? How did it become I must go back alive? but not saying that sentence should have reduced their hostility a lot. After all, going back alive would not pose a threat to them. Eren. Brother Eren. Mikasa and Mia looked back at Eren with concern, waiting for him to explain to the garrison soldiers. Did you hear? Saying he wants to go back alive. Where is he going back? A garrison held a pair of knives and asked his companion. Well, I heard it. He probably wanted to escape back to Titan alive, right? After all, the spy sent by him from Titan was found by us, and there was only a dead end. Another garrison replied solemnly. I took back what I said earlier. The human brain complementing ability is really good. It's terrible. It seems that the conflict with them is inevitable. You must work hard for Eren by then. At this moment, Eren was looking at the garrison with a bewildered face while holding the blade in his forehand and staring hostilely at his garrison. It hadn't reacted for a long time. Jaeger trained soldiers, and the two Ackerman, Arnold, and Manking with him. What you are doing now is an act of rebellion. Whether you are alive or dead will be determined by your superiors. Kazai was a little hysterical. We snarled, if you want to get through or behave rashly, the howitzer will bombard you directly without any hesitation? I asked bluntly, what is your true face? Is it a human? Or Titan? All the garrison soldiers clenched their blades and waited nervously for an answer. I turned my head and glanced up at the fixed cannon on the protruding part of our left wall, but was surprised to find that the two soldiers in charge of controlling the cannon were actually members of the intelligence department of the Restorationist. I took a closer look at the crowds surrounding us. The soldiers, 1/3 of them are wearing the emblem of the revivalist, and even the soldier behind Kazai is ours. With this level of penetration, I finally intuitively realized the terrible aspects of the intelligence department that Su Jinkan and I and the restorative high levels were working hard to build. Gavin, what shall we do? Captain Irwin and the others are still in the team now. They have no idea about the situation here. We may not be able to delay their arrival. Ammon asked nervously. Ammon, you guys, what are you talking about? Eren said in surprise, this is the same as. Quickly answer my question, don't delay. Keys shouted again, interrupting Eren. Eren frowned in anger and incomprehension, and replied loudly, I don't understand the meaning of this question. Kazai stopped after hearing the words, muttering to himself, pretend to be stupid. You monster, try it again. Chaiza roared, blasting you to pieces is only a moment, and won't give you a chance to show your true colors. True face. Eren asked suspiciously. A lot of people have already seen the moment you emerge from Titan. We humans were invaded by Rose's wall by Titan who doesn't know your true face like you. Chitz shouted. As if this can increase his confidence, even if you are a training soldier authorized by the king, it is more appropriate to eliminate the risk as soon as possible. I am right? Even if the armor of the Wall of Maria is destroyed, Titan, it may happen now, and now is the moment of our human life and death, do you understand? You cannot continue to spend time and strength on you. Kazai's body was trembling constantly, not knowing whether it was because of excitement or fear. I will smash the grenade on you without hesitation. Kazai pointed at us with a hideous face, but I was using mental power. I activated the messenger card to search for the surrounding signal sources. Hey, can you hear it? I mentally simulated my own voice and asked in the messenger card, Gawain, how did you make a sound without opening your mouth? Lance's shocked voice was directly transferred to the mental link by me, without making a sound on the messenger card. Stop talking nonsense. Can you contact the people we control the fixed guns now? I asked bluntly. Of course, they are actually in the communication link. Lance replied, it needs to be bombarded. Is that guy named Kazai? I'll tell our people to stay away. No, then he will let you fire and you can just follow suit. This can help Eren familiarize yourself with your abilities as soon as possible. He curled his lips and ended the communication. Indeed, their rebellious attitude is very clear. Taking a step back, it seems that there is no useful information. As you said, this is a waste of our troops and time. A short silver hair beside Kazai, the petite woman with glasses, said blankly that she should be Riko, the squad leader of one of the elite squad of the garrison. Sir, it's easy to do it now. A garrison in Rakoban also echoed, if you blow him to pieces when he becomes a human. The technique I am best at. Mikasa stepped forward and spoke with a gloomy face, interrupting the garrison soldier's words. Since losing her parents, she has placed great importance on her family. The words of the garrison soldier undoubtedly touched his Enilin. It means cutting off the flesh from the human body. If it is necessary, I can show it to you at any time. If anyone wants to see my stunts, please come forward. What about Gawain? Not much time. Ammon asked anxiously again. It's up to you, Eren. I looked at Eren and said indifferently, anyway, we will definitely be bombarded by them. If you can become Titan this time, we may live. If we block the shells, we can't stop. You guess what you will do. But I don't know what to do. Eren clenched his fists. You guys go, leave me alone. Stop talking nonsense, their memory will tell you how to do it when the time comes. I curled my lips. Let's live together and die together. Govan, you. Aiming opened his mouth, but didn't. It's good to know what to say. Gawain, do you know what's wrong with me now? Why don't you tell them? Then we can negotiate. Eren was a little anxious, and I don't have any memory. If you continue like this, you will die. The people who should know already know, and the rest of these people, even if I tell them the truth, they will not believe it. Anyway, prepare. Eren, I shrugged, make wounds and concentrate on thinking about what you are going to do. You need to realize the specifics. Ahead. Kizai took a deep breath and asked loudly, I'll ask again, what is your true face? It's a human. Eren immediately replied loudly, while waiting for Kizai with wide eyes. In response, I silently held the blade with my left hand, and then drew a Titan spell card from the belt with my bleeding left hand. I bet you Eren, no matter what you say afraid of dead ghosts will fire. I tried to say in a relaxed tone. That's it, I'm embarrassed, it's no way. Sure enough, Kizai said with a gloomy face in the next second, and slowly raised his right hand, because he is not a devil, no one can't prove it. Gao Wen. Brother Gao Wen. Mikasa and Mia shouted at the same time, apparently such an intuitive death threat made them nervous. Gawain, say something? I really can't do it. Eren yelled gaffefully, look at the key on your neck, think about what Grisha said to you. Mine the voice was a bit dry, but I wanted to gamble. I tried my best not to let myself follow the instinctive reaction of my body and move away, but just stood still. Eren pinched the key hanging on his neck and glanced at it, and his mind suddenly felt like a thunderstruck, and his father's stern shout seemed to sound in his ears. Eren, if you want to protect everyone, you must control this force. You must live and complete your mission. At the same time, the fixed number on the wall made a rushing roar, and Eren was lifted in a daze. I subconsciously bit down my right hand. Boom! Two roars sounded almost at the same time, and it sounded like one sound. A golden semicircular shield with a diameter of about 3 meters enveloped me, Ammon and others, and outside the shield, huge bones were formed out of thin air. Then the tendons and muscles, and finally the skin. Although it sounds long, it takes less than a second to actually happen. Boom! The palm of Titan perfectly blocked the solid shell, and the dust caused by the collision between the two blocked everyone's sight. I don't know if it is because the physical strength of Eren is not enough to make him become a complete body Titan or because the memory of inheritance in Attack on Titan controlled his transformation in the subconscious mind of Eren in the state of time. This time he turned into Titan from Eren only the upper body appeared, and the right arm was not formed. The muscles and skin only covered the upper half of the spine, the entire left arm and for a quarter of the face, only the left eye appeared. We are in the belly of Titan, but because there is no skin and flesh, the belly of Titan has become a semi-open space, and you can see several roots sticking into the ground to ensure Titan the ribs will not lose their balance and fall to the ground. Mikasa, Ammon, and Mia were all stunned at the spot because of this sudden change. They didn't react. I let out a sigh of relief and silently inserted the Titan spell card in my hand back to my belt, and then relieved myself of the recovery the ability was suppressed, and then I sat down on the ground. Huh? Only a little bit. I murmured. Fortunately, I bet on the right, otherwise. Gavin, what happened? This is what Eren he became Titan. Ming finally recovered, looked at me in astonishment and asked, it was the Eren brother who protected us. Mia whispered. On the roof in the distance, Reiner, Bertold, Yanni, and Renzhong stared at the Eren turned into Titan with shocked faces. It seems that the Mirai trio has found a clear goal. Use Eren as a bait, and find a chance to hit them all at once. Hey, are you all right? Eren pulled itself out of the back of Titan and immediately ran to our side and asked loudly, it's okay, good job, Eren. I smiled at him, you can still laugh at this time. Upon seeing this, Eren immediately stepped forward angrily and grabbed my collar and shouted, if I didn't succeed, then I will die here. I lied to you in Eren. I shrugged and hesitated for a moment. After all, I didn't say what I had approved of firing the gun. It was too challenging for my partner's bottom line but I would really be beaten, even if you fail I have a way to save everyone's lives. I broke off the hand of Eren and said, the reason why I told you that I will die is because I am motivated by pressure. I am not a person who can make fun of my companion's life. Eren was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said, damn, Gao Wen, I would have beaten you if I didn't consider that I could not beat you. Well, the Titan you made from Eren has begun to evaporate, and it looks like it's going to collapse at any time. Should we stay away first? Ammon said weakly. Successfully diverted everyone's attention, we quickly changed our position to avoid being hit. Are they observing the situation or are they in a trance? Eren glanced at the original location of the garrison and asked. The smoke and dust that was aroused by the bombardment and Eren transformation had not dissipated at this time, blocked most of the field of vision, and now neither side can see anyone. I don't bother to look at it with the hunter's vision. If the coward of Chitzwilman can give the order to attack now, hell. They are not our opponents in close combat, but they are actually more beneficial to us. Although we can't see any actions by the garrison at the moment, I guess they will continue to attack as soon as the smoke clears. Eren said solemnly, don't worry, Commander Erwin and the others should have paid attention. The movement here. Ammon said, we just have to hold on for a while, and we will be safe as soon as Head Elvin comes. Head Elvin. Eren repeated doubts. Tau, then suddenly reacted, Alman, how did you get involved with the investigation corps? It was the investigation corps and us that pulled you out of Titan. I explained, now they are our allies. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of Eren, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Obviously, he was deeply honored to have allies of the investigation corps. After all, his goal since childhood was to join the investigation corps. Gawain, how did you do it? Eren asked in surprise. I sold you. I spread out. Good luck. Sold a good price. Eren his expression suddenly stiffened when he heard that. Mikasa reached out and poked the soft flesh on my waist, with a somewhat dissatisfied expression. How can you be weird, Gawain? You always make some nasty jokes. I twisted my body to avoid Mikasa's poke, and then I reached out and rubbed her head before showing a serious expression. Okay, serious. Eren, you have thought about what will happen to you next. In the more distant future, you will either be supervised by the investigative corps and contribute your own strength to mankind, or you will be sent to the gendarmerie for anatomy and then treated as an unstable factor. Do you think about what to do? Of course I joined the investigation corps. How could I go to a place like the gendarmerie? Eren clenched his fist and said decisively, I knew you would say that for a long time, so I have made a decision for you. I patted him on the shoulder and said, your ability is very useful. Do you think Captain Erwin will give up your powerful arm to give you to the gendarmerie? So we just have to hold on for a while. The remaining investigative corps will take care of it. So, Eren finally reacted. Then boom. At this moment, the titan that Eren just turned into finally evaporated to the point where it could not support itself. The place where the huge skull was connected to the body was disconnected with a click, and the skull hit the ground and shattered. A large cloud of dust made the smoke that had just dispersed again thickened, and even spread to the place where the soldiers were stationed. This is the best time for a surprise attack, I faintly said. At this moment, they are also shrouded in smoke, and they are disconnected from each other. The defense against their commanders is the weakest moment. Just a surprise attack. I can hijack their chief. Gavin, don't be impulsive. Mikasa quickly reached out to stop me. It's too dangerous, it's not necessary. Don't worry, I just said. I shrugged, and it's not dangerous, it's impossible with my strength. If they failed, as long as they hijacked their commander, others would throw the mouse and dare not do anything. After a while, Commander Erwin and the others will come. Actually we are here waiting for them to arrive in time. Ammon interjected, Gavin, you don't have to take risks. I just said it. I helplessly spread out. Anyway, I'm just waiting here, so I might as well chat to pass the time. By the way, ease your tension. Gavin, is your kid dead? Is it good to be bombarded? In the next second, Sue Jenkins' slightly frivolous voice came from the messenger card on my belt. I won't even if you die. I immediately replied, that's right, good people don't live long, and they can be 1,000 years old. Sue Jenkins whistled, don't worry, we're here to save you. The investigation team is here. Eren waved his fist excitedly, we are safe. Laugh. Accompanied by a burst of jets, several figures wearing dark green cloaks with wings of freedom embroidered with white and blue feathers behind the cloak fell in front of everyone in the garrison. It's the investigative corps. The garrisons couldn't help retreating. One step, it is obvious that the investigators' powerful combat power has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, making them unable to think of any resistance to it. Irvine lifted the hood on his head, nodded to the garrison soldiers, and then walked towards Kazai. Eren Yeager trainer is our investigation corps from Titan. The ones taken out should be under the custody of our investigation corps. Your garrison corps attacked our guards without authorization. What's the explanation? Erwin stared at Kazai in front of him and asked. After being so stared at Kazai by Erwin, he suddenly stopped. After all, Erwin was a powerful man killed from the sea of blood in the Dead Mountain. How could Kazai's momentum be like that of Kazai, who lives leisurely all day and is greedy for life and fear of death? Yes, Kazai was in a state of silence for a while, unable to speak a word. Lul, go and bring them here. Seeing that Kazai didn't say a word, Elvin turned and ordered a figure behind him who was only about 1.6 meters tall and wearing a hood. The crazy woman Hanji has already rushed over. Lul stood still, raised his head and lifted off his hood before using his thumb to compare the direction of Eren, said Irvine. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Obviously he was extremely helpless with Hanji's actions. No, he is a spy sent by Titan among us humans. How can such a dangerous figure keep him alive? Kazai woke up like a dream, and quickly grabbed Irvin's cloak and said, You have seen the situation just now, he is Titan. I have my own sense of this. Irvin said coldly after pulling the cloak out of Kazai's hands. Kazai was stunned, then gritted his teeth and pulled out the combat knife to point to Irvin. No, Gol, it's extremely dangerous, I can't let you do it like this. Chitz yelled, let your people withdraw right away, I'm going to shoot at you. In wartime, the lower level should absolutely obey the higher level. I'm not talking to you, discussing, but giving orders. Irvin slowly turned around, staring at Kazai and said solemnly. Keys couldn't help taking a step back, almost overwhelmed by Irvine's aura, but after the corner of his eye swept over the remains of Titan revealed by the smoke, greater fear immediately enveloped him. This dangerous monster must not let him leave alive. Otherwise, Kazai thought in his heart, and the blade that had just been put down was raised again. Who knows if your investigation corps is colluding with him? Kazai regretted the words as soon as he spoke, but since he had already released the words, he could only bite the bullet and walk all the way to the dark. What are you doing in a daze? Take them down for me. Kazai pointed at Irvin with a blade and turned his head and shouted at the garrison soldiers, this. The garrison soldiers could not help but hesitate while holding the combat knife. Not to mention whether they are opponents of the other side, the identity of the other side's human soldiers makes it difficult for them to make up their minds. Moreover, if the investigative corps is taken down, what will happen if Titan comes? Is it our responsibility? Thinking of this in my heart, I naturally hesitate to act, looking at each other one by one, waiting for one of them to take the lead. Damn it. After seeing this performance of his subordinates, Kazai couldn't help but become irritated, and when Luol looked at Kazai with his murderous eyes, the latter couldn't help but sweat. This is for the survival of mankind. Any destabilizing factor should be eliminated. Kazai exclaimed, and put on a polite appearance to carry out moral kidnapping. At this critical moment of life and death, everyone should have something to do. The consciousness of human sacrifice. He raised his right hand again. Fire me? Kill that monster. After a few seconds, the audience was still silent. There was no sound of cannons. Kazai looked up in amazement, and saw that the 2 garrison soldiers beside the fixed cannon on the wall were long gone, only one wearing a dark green cloak. The investigator of leaning on the cannon looks very leisurely. In the next moment, Luol's heavy legs swept Chiz's stomach, causing the latter to arch his body like a cooked prawn, and then a knee bump made his forehead suddenly rise. A big bag, sir. Seeing that the official was beaten up in this way, the garrison soldiers couldn't help commotion, but Luol's cold eyes made them immediately dispel the idea of blocking each other. Luol, stop. After Luol kicked the opponent a few times, Irvine stopped his behavior. Luol snorted and kicked Keys before stopping. Assaulting the sir is a felony? Irvine, you. Kazai, who had just gotten a breather, immediately accused him loudly, but the next second a strong fist hit his face, followed by another one. The uppercut hit his chin and knocked Chize down to the ground neatly. Luol stared at the beating Irwin with a shocked face, not knowing what to say for a while. According to the wartime regulations, I have the full authority to take over the defense of this place. Irvin looked at the fallen Chize coldly and said. He moved his wrist and pulled out the knife box on his waist with a scream. A combat knife pointed at Kazai. This person disobeys orders from superiors, unreasonably slanders the investigative corps, intends to carry out mutiny, spreads unfavorable remarks against combat, intends to murder the chief. The crime is unforgivable and executed on the spot for treason. After the big hat was buckled, Irvine immediately swung down the combat knife without waiting for Kazai to speak out, scoffing. The time goes back 4 minutes. A burst of jet sound came from above. Although it was not possible to see who came, it was the investigation corps in almost all cases. Ming and the others immediately showed joy and relaxed a lot. Then there was a sound of footsteps coming from far and near, and a figure could be seen running towards us through the disturbance of the smoke. Mikasa and Mia were on guard for a while, but after seeing the visitor, they immediately lowered their blades, with a helpless look on their faces. I turned to look at Eren and showed him a self-seeking expression. Eren Yeager, tell me how it feels to become Titan? Do you feel pain when you block a cannonball? Will Titan body, it's very hot. Hanji came to hold Eren like a kid who found a fun toy, and kept asking questions. Suddenly he was completely unknown to him. People pulled so many questions and raised so many questions that Eren couldn't react for a while, and could only look at Hanji with a confused look, and Hanji didn't realize this, and even started he stretched out his hands and fumbled on Eren. Hey, what do you want to do? Hanji's hooliganism. Eren was naturally instinctively resisting, but he was almost exhausted. How could it be Hanji's opponent in a state of excitement? In 2 attempts, his resistance failed. In desperation, Eren could only turn to me for help. Looking at Hanji, who was already preparing to take off his Eren clothes, I couldn't help but fight a cold war. It's terrifying to study madman? Captain Hanji. I yelled helplessly. Sorry, I'm rude. I called Hanji to finally get out of the frenetic state of research, regaining a serious expression while acting for Eren after finishing the clothes, he said, and then took a step back and stretched out his right hand to Eren. Let's get to know me officially. My name is Hanji Zoi, the team leader of the investigation corps. Eren Yeager, training soldiers in the 104th period. Eren shook hands with Hanji with some fear and restraint. Obviously, what Hanji did just now left him a great psychological shadow. At this point, most of the smoke has dissipated, and you can barely see the surroundings. Seeing that the head of the Irwin on the platform has basically taken over the command, the Eren people finally relaxed completely, but then Kazai's yelling made their hearts just let down again. Stand up. I stared at Kazai coldly, as if watching a clown's performance. In my opinion, his noise would not have any effect. On the contrary, he was constantly pushing myself to death. If you can get out of the waves, then Captain Irwin doesn't need to be confused. Is it really because the investigation corps is meddled? Fire me, kill that monster. Hearing Kazai's yelling Eren, his pupils shrank, and when he raised his right hand to his mouth, he opened his mouth and bit down. Don't worry, if this cannon can be used. When I come out, I'll eat the grenade. I stretched out my hand and grabbed the hand of Eren and said slowly. The next step was to watch Levi's and Irwin beat Keys. Mikasa and Mia's faces showed an expression of understanding. It's the first time I saw Elvin hit someone? It's so funny. Hanji exclaimed with a strange look on his face. And a few seconds after Irvine killed Keys, a somewhat lazy voice came from a distance. Oh, it seems that I am a step late, old man. Commander Pixis. After seeing the identity of the visitor, the garrison could not help but shout in surprise. They saw a man who was about 1.7 meters tall, had a bald head, and had a handful of gray beards. Above his lips, the old man wearing the uniform of the garrison regiment and wearing a ribbon symbolizing identity from his right shoulder to the left waist was walking slowly with a few soldiers. All the garrison soldiers present hurriedly clenched their right hands to their chests, with their left hands behind their backs and paid a military salute to the old man, with a very respectful look. Dart Pixis, the commander-in-chief of the southern military region of the Garrison Corps, is also the highest officer of the troops present. At the same time, because the number of Titan in the southern region is far greater than that of the other 3 regions, the strength of the southern military region of the Garrison Corps is also the strongest of the 4 military regions, and even the other 3 military regions combined are not as good as the southern military region, so it is not an exaggeration to say that Pixis is the highest officer of the garrison. In the eyes of the garrisons, Pixis must have come to find a place for them. After all, the investigative corps had just executed their chief in front of him. How could Pixis not find the place back after such a face-slapped thing? Come on, this old fox. Looking at Pixis, who looked like a kind old man, I couldn't help but curse in my heart. It was obvious that I arrived here a minute or 2 after the investigation corps arrived, but I kept hiding in the dark. He kept observing silently, until Kitz was killed by Erwin before he came out of the hiding place pretending to have just arrived. If I hadn't scanned the neighborhood with the hunter's spirit vision, I'd probably be caught by him. Deceived. Such an approach can not only understand the general situation, but also suppress Erwin's momentum. The only price that needs to be paid is the life of an idiot who does not know how to advance or retreat, is greedy for life and fears death. I have to say that Zhang is still hot. The sudden appearance of Pixis did surprise Irvine, but Irvine's city and strategy are not shallow, only a trace of surprise flashed on his face. After coloring, it returned to normal. Commander Pixis. Erwin nodded to Pixis as a greeting, and after Erwin nodded, the investigating corps saluted Pixis, but Pixis didn't seem to have any. Noticing this, smiling and nodding to Erwin is a response. Captain Erwin, you just executed one of my men. I want to know what unforgivable thing he did. Pickaxe asked knowingly. Yes, he. Erwin said with a face as usual. He once again enumerated Kazai's crimes in front of everyone. This way, it seems that it is indeed unforgivable. From his waist, Pickaxe took out a silver jug with delicate patterns. After taking a sip of wine, he said slowly, then it's fine, now I will take over the defense of the Garrison Corps in accordance with the wartime regulations, is it okay? This should be the case. Erwin nodded. Wait for the commander, does that mean the death of Chief Wellman? Rico couldn't help but said. Pickaxe's eyes sharpened, he glanced at Rico and asked, this is my decision. Why, do you have any objections? No, I'm sorry, Commander. Rico's cold sweat couldn't help flowing out at such a glimpse of Pixis, and he immediately replied with a polite step back. Although I have just arrived, I have understood the general situation on the road, but I really want to know the reason why you spared no effort to save the life of the Eren Jaeger trainer. After all, the investigation corps is one of the 4 major corps in the wall. In terms of level, Irvin and Pixis are at least equal, and even Irvin is even higher than half a level, because the garrison is divided into 4 military regions. The investigative corps had only 1 commander, and Pixis didn't intend to entangle with Erwin too much about keys, so he simply shifted the topic to Eren. When I heard Pixis talked about Eren, the 4 people except me couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Ammon gritted his teeth and suddenly made up his mind and ran forward a few steps, with a sigh of relief. After the ceremony, he said loudly, Commander Pixis, the 104th trainer Armin Arnold asked to speak. Oh. Pixis immediately turned his head to Armin. Not only was Pixis not annoyed by the sudden interruption during the conversation, but he nodded approvingly. The courage is commendable. Yes, I approve your statement. Ammon. Brother Ammon. The 3 of Amin's behavior Eren, Mikasa, and Mia were all very surprised, but I smiled with satisfaction. It seems that it is because of my continuous encouragement. Xiaoming finally overcame his timid shortcomings and dared to take the initiative to put forward his own point of view. You must know that in the anime, Ming was forced to stand up because of threats to the lives of himself and his companions, and now speaks actively. The comparison can be regarded as a huge difference. Yes, Commander. Ammon didn't have time to pay attention to us at this time. After a loud response, he began to state the tactical value of Eren. I think if Jaeger trains soldiers to hold if the power of some Titan is combined with our current strength, it might not be impossible to regain the Troost area. At present, the biggest difficulty in regaining that city is that we cannot close the gap in a short time, because under the continuous interference of Titan, the technical team was unable to carry out construction at all. But, Eren, is different. He became Titan, which can be used for a short time without using any large equipment to remove the piece near the gap. The big stone is moved to the gap to plug the gap. Once this problem is solved, it is only a matter of time before the Titan in the city is cleared, and the battle will be declared a success. Well, this plan sounds good. After listening to Amin's report, Pixis touched his chin and nodded. Then he looked at an orderly soldier behind him. Take them to change clothes and eat. Order something and take a break, and send them to the wall in 20 minutes. I want to talk to them alone. Yes, Commander. The orderly saluted immediately and walked towards us. You 5 come with me. Let me take you to rest. Hanji let go of Eren reluctantly, and said reluctantly, Eren, I will come to you. Eren couldn't help but shudder upon hearing this, and quickly spoke. No need. Gawain, Mikasa, Ammon, Mia, let's go. Goodbye Hanji team leader. I smiled, waved to Hanji and followed Eren after leaving. The 3 of Aiming followed one after another, leaving only Hanji standing there with a disappointed expression. I was disappointed with the passing of Eren, an excellent research material. The research madman is really terrible. We changed into the uniforms of the training corps and took some food to rest for a few minutes before we were taken to the wall to meet with Pixis. 20 minutes, no more, no less, just right. Pixis took out his pocket watch from his arms and glanced at it with satisfaction. He turned and walked to the place where no one was. Come with me. Just walked in silence for a minute. Pixis didn't speak and we didn't speak. During this time, he had taken out his hip flask and drank several sips. I even suspected that his purpose of asking to speak with us alone was it's not just for the sake of drinking comfortably, and there will be no orderly soldiers coming to stop him while drinking. After taking another sip, Pixis finally stopped at an edge of the wall. Sure enough, he turned his back to us and looked at the wall in the truest area, watching with greedy bloodthirsty eyes. His titan later sighed, if it's a super beauty titan, I would even be eaten. What the is the commander thinking about staying with the dangerous people without a guard? Rico complained to Ian dissatisfied. I don't know, the commander's thoughts are always difficult for ordinary people like us to understand. Ian said helplessly, what a weird guy. Rico waved his combat knife and said angrily. It has not been mentioned before that Pixis is a well-known weird person. Many of his differences from ordinary people are always difficult for his subordinates to understand, but his outstanding talents far overcome these flaws and allow him to be stable, sitting on the commander's throne, or it is precisely because of his many differences from ordinary people that let him sit on the commander's position. After all, geniuses are often only a thin line between lunatics. Commander, your subordinates are talking ill of you. Now that Pixis had broken the silence, I started to speak. Oh, what can you hear them talking from this distance? SI turned to look at me and asked in surprise, well, although it is a bit vague, I can still hear the general meaning. I nodded and said, really? Pickaxe smiled. So what are they talking about, the old man? Tell me and let me listen. You are a weird person, the commander, and your behavior is incomprehensible. I shrugged, as expected. Pixis laughed twice, then his expression returned to seriousness. So, Trainer Gawain Ackerman, what do you think about this? All four of Eren also turned their eyes to me. That's why you are the commander. I raised my eyebrows. They are just small soldiers. It is normal if they don't understand your behavior, otherwise they should be the commander. That's it. Pixis chuckled slightly. And I've heard a word, I went on. Genius and lunatic are only separated by a thin line. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed across Pickaxe's face, and he asked calmly, this is something. Who said it? I said this is what I said, do you believe it? I smiled and said, ha 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 ha. Pixis laughed at the words, what an interesting statement. He took out the hip flask again and sipped the wine fiercely, then, let's end the chat first, let's get to the subject. First of all, I will guarantee your safety, and I can promise you that something similar to Chitzwilman will never happen again. Pixis said, but there are already investigative corps. In the case of our security, Pixis's promise is obviously not as rich as the original plot, so the reaction of the people in Eren is relatively flat, but I have not even had a slight reaction. The garrison has long been infiltrated by the Restitutionists' intelligence department like a sieve. Even if you don't promise me, I don't have to worry about the safety of our group. Even leaving with Eren will be fine. Talk. Seeing that our reaction was dull, Pixis did not continue to stay on this topic. Instead, he looked at Ammon and asked, Arnold trainers are you? Yes. Ammon quickly responded, you said if using the power of the so-called Titan, it is possible to Metropolis the truest area. I want to know how feasible your plan is, or is it simply to protect your companions? Pixis started, both. Ammon said after hesitating, I just conceived a preliminary plan in my mind about this plan, but I am not sure how it will be implemented and whether it will succeed. That's it. Pixie took out his hip flask again and took a sip, and walked to the Eren who was sitting on the ground because his strength hadn't recovered. How about Jaeger trained soldiers? Heath squatted down and looked directly into the eyes of Eren and asked, can you plug the hole? As soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes were on Eren. Everyone waiting for his answer. I can't say that. Eren said helplessly, I'm only in the instinctive stage of using the power of Titan. It's hard to say if I can stimulate it then, so I don't want to irresponsibly say yes or no. Before Eren was finished, Pixis interrupted him with a laugh. That's it, I'm sorry. Pixis laughed. The lazy temperament just disappeared at some point, which showed an extremely fierce aura. I got the question wrong, you do it or not, which one to choose? Eren was shocked. He first turned his head and looked at me subconsciously, then turned his head to look behind the wall of roses. A peaceful scene suddenly came into view. Eren took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. I will do it. Although I don't know if I can plug the hole, I am willing to do it. Yeah. Pixis is satisfied, he nodded, and his fierce momentum quietly dissipated. He stretched out his hands and patted Eren on the shoulders and praised, well said, you are a man. After that, Pickaxe stood up and walked away, going to the wall and waving to the garrison officer below, said loudly, call the staff, we are about to start making a battle plan. Why? Arming was taken aback. Anyway, this kind of brilliant idea is even more impractical than talking about soldiers on paper, and it was thrown into actual combat all at once. Will it? Aming. I suddenly interrupted him, I have a little confidence in myself, your plan is not unrealistic. I stretched out my hand and patted his shoulder, now you should think more and improve your plan. Come on. It will take a long time from the time that Pixis went to make plans with the staff to the start of the Troost district recapture, and during this time we can rest for a while. I don't know if it's completely reassuring to us or deliberately trying. Pizith didn't even arrange for anyone to look after us, which means that if we want to run, we should be able to escape smoothly. So confident? Soon after Pixis went to make a plan, Su Jinkin flew over to us with a three-dimensional mobile device. You Phew, are you okay? He asked. Instructor. Eren, Mikasa, aiming, and Mia hurriedly saluted. How could they have trouble with me? I curled my lips. Yes, does it feel good to be bombarded? Su Jinkin laughed. If I didn't make a move, you guessed it would be fine. I'll get another shot. I rolled my eyes at him and turned off the subject. Where is Captain Erwin, and other high-level investigators? Why didn't they come? It's all in a meeting. Su Jinkin shrugged. If it weren't for a meeting, Hanji would have come here. Eren couldn't help but fought a cold war, with a look of rejoicing on his face. Ya can't help laughing. You should be considered a high-level person. Why didn't you go to the meeting? I frowned and asked in confusion. I'm running errands. Su Jinkin's mouth twitched. Alman went with me to participate in the formulation of the recapture battle plan. Move quickly. The meeting was actually quite short and ended soon. The others would just go to the inner door and report to the office. The order to carry out the recapture of the Troost district caused an uproar among the soldiers. Why did you say that the Troost area is still fighting? Is there any mistake? We don't have the technology to plug the big hole in the door. What are the people above thinking? Even if you enter the Troost area, it is just for nothing. Just die, right? When the big hole can't be sealed, there is obviously only one way out to guard the door of Hina's wall. Damn, do you want to make a contribution like that? The hot-tempered people are almost going to mutiny on the spot, and the supervising team can only run around and get exhausted, and the sound of conflict erupts. If the people above don't explain, then there will be a large-scale mutiny, and the people in the supervising team will almost be unable to suppress the scene. I was on the wall watching the restless crowd below and said, once mutiny and defeat occur, fear will spread as quickly as a plague, and eventually lead to the collapse of the entire line. At that time, let alone the battle of the Troost district, the survival of mankind is a problem. Gowan, Mikasa heard. Suddenly grabbed my hand nervously. You have a way, right? Pixis must have a way. I shrugged, and there is also Irvine. If they all fail the restorative only then we'll make a move, but if this is the case, the price will be high. After playing Titan, there will be a civil war. It is said that before the terrestrial world was dominated by Titan, humans of different races or different philosophies continued to kill each other endlessly. On the wall, Pixis walked forward with his hands on his back. Eren followed him silently as he walked. At that time, someone seemed to say a word: if a stronger enemy other than humans appears in the world, humans it should be united and stop fighting. What do you think of this? Pixis asked without looking back. Have you ever said that? This is really leisurely enough to say. The tone of Eren is full of disdain. I'm about to yawn. Haha. Pixis laughed twice after hearing the words. You are the same as the old man, and your personality is different from ordinary people. Even now, that powerful enemy has already killed us, forced into such a desperate situation. I think it's hard to say that the human situation is monolithic. Eren ignored Pickaxe's rhetoric and continued to express his own thoughts. Well, humans are almost the same. Hug into a group, otherwise it will be difficult to even fight. Pixis pointed out. After waiting for a few minutes with nothing to do, Pixis finally took Eren to the wall directly above the inner door facing the soldiers. Looking at the chaotic scene below, he first took a deep breath. He breathed, and then shouted at the following in the loudest voice, quiet. Amid the roar of Pixis like a river east lion roar, everyone fell silent, and everyone looked at the standing wall with amazement. Pixis on board, apparently the huge quiet that seemed like thunder on the ground had an excellent effect. Next, the old man will give some explanations on the battle of the Troost district. Seeing that everyone stopped talking, Pixis said immediately, the successful goal of this battle plan is to remove the big hole in the broken door. That's how it's going to be blocked. Regarding the means of blocking the big hole, let's start with introducing him. Pixis stretched out his hand and motioned to Eren to step forward. This is a trainer belonging to the training corps, Eren Yeager. Pixis said. Eren stepped forward for a military salute. He is the successful person of the Titan transformation experiment that we have secretly studied. He can create the Titan body and manipulate it with his own will. Pickaxe's lie opened his mouth. Come, but this is also one of the means to stabilize people's hearts and increase credibility. After the Titan, he would lift the big rock near the outer door and carry it to the broken door. Then plug the hole. No matter how the people below react, Pixis's tone is still calm, and your task is to ensure that he is not protected from other Titan's attack. As soon as Pixis' order was given, the soldiers below were completely in chaos. Stop nonsense. Dawes shouted angrily, how could I put my life on such an inexplicable reason? You? What do you think of us? We are not the blade you lose when you use it up. What kind of human weapon is said, and you know it is a ghost. A garrison also agreed, when we are stupid he wants us all to die here today. I'm going to quit. After that, he turned and left, and the two training soldiers next to him hesitated and gritted their teeth to keep up with the garrison soldier pace. Me too. Me too. Many garrison training soldiers left one after another, and the supervising team was completely unable to control the situation. Dissatisfaction and panic grew like snowballs, and soon spread to the whole army. Except for the unwavering investigation corps, the garrison and training corps have reached the brink of collapse. Just when the order was about to completely collapse and the soldiers were about to mutiny, Pixis suddenly shouted, "The old man is here to order, and those who leave here now can be exempted from his crime." What? The person supervising the team. Suddenly, the movements in his hands inevitably stopped, and the soldiers who were confronting them trying to leave or yelling to vent their dissatisfaction also quieted down suddenly, and the noisy voice suddenly decreased. Once you succumb to the fear of Titan, this kind of person will no longer be able to fight Titan. Pixis continued, "I have experienced the horror of Titan. People who are here can leave here. Then, if you want to let your parents, brothers, or loved ones taste the horror of Titan, you can leave here." Duh. The garrison who first agreed with Dawes suddenly stopped. He stared at the ground and his expression was gloomy. He clenched his fist tightly. "I can't do this," he muttered to himself. "Because my daughter is my last hope." After that, the garrison suddenly turned around and gritted his teeth and walked towards his original position. In various places, the soldiers who wanted to leave stopped one after another. Struggling expressions appeared on their faces. In the end, with the exception of a few soldiers who still left alone, most of the soldiers were gritting his teeth and returning to his position. What a trick. I couldn't help but sigh. Let's talk about what happened 4 years ago, that is, the Battle of the Wall of Maria. Looking down is already complete. The people shrouded in a tragic atmosphere. Pixis continued, "It is not enough to let people stay, he must arouse everyone's things. It's not necessary for the old man to say it clearly. I think everyone knows it well. The fighting for the return is just a good idea. In fact, the government is trying to reduce the large number of unemployed people who can't afford it. The reason why everyone doesn't mention this matter is thanks to driving them out of the wall, we were able to survive in this narrow wall. The entire human race, including the old man, is guilty. Because the residents of the Wall of Mary are only a minority, the dispute does not surface." Pixis put the facts in front of everyone, forcing them to face it, and at the same time he gambled on everything. Fortunately, this time the Troost district won the victory. No one accounted for him in order to agitate the people. What's wrong with his speech? But if it fails, such a rebellious speech will become evidence of his resignation. "But, what about this time?" Pixis said gravely. "If this wall of roses is also destroyed, it will be more than just a simple matter of reducing a few layers of population. The land within the walls of Dashana cannot feed even half of the remaining human population. If humans eventually perish, it will definitely not perish because of being eaten by Titan, but because between humans. The destruction caused by the cannibalism? We must not die in the innermost wall of the road. If we want to die, please die here." I was staring at Pixis from the rear with a complicated expression. The Wall of Maria capture and return has evoked too many bad memories for me. Therefore, the restoring party also took advantage of the rise in that battle, but I think that kind of victory is totally worthless. At the same time, Ammon was sharing his thoughts with the staff of the garrison. "There is no need to fight Titan." A staff officer asked in surprise. "Yes, I'm sorry, I have a trainer here to interrupt." Facing the other party's question, Arming suddenly panicked. "It doesn't matter, continue with the topic just now." The staff officer shook his head and said kindly, "Yes." Ammon nodded. Ammon looked down at the battle map, organized a few words, and said, "Because Titan generally responds to large crowds and chases them, so if we can make good use of this, we will introduce if a large number of Titan gather on the wall. I think most of Titan can be drawn away from Eren without contact with them, and those who are attracted to it Titan we can also use cannons to defeat them afterwards without hurting them. However, Eren cannot be unguarded, so I think we should send a few elite squads to protect him. Titan coming in from the entrance of the cave will definitely inevitably have a battle, and then we can only rely on the skills of the elite class." "Okay, I understand." The staff officer who had just raised the question nodded and said, "Then make a new plan based on this." But, after hesitating, Ammon said his worries. "This combat operation is based on the premise that Eren can move the rock to block the hole. The combat operation is carried out without this kind of guarantee. I still feel that there are some doubts. Indeed, I sent a large number of soldiers to death when the fundamental part was not clear, and I also felt something wrong." The staff clasped his chest and nodded in agreement with Ammon. "But Pixis, I can understand the commander's thoughts. One is a matter of time," a female staff officer on the side answered. "Now Titan is still entering the city continuously, fighting on the streets full of Titan. The success rate is desperate. In addition, the probability of Rose's wall being broken will continue to increase." The original male staff member added, "There is one more thing." The female staff member looked on. Speaking solemnly, she glanced in the direction of Pixis with a worried gaze. "Humans use fear as a source of motivation to force themselves to move forward, but there is also a limit." She did not say the second half, that is, once the limit is surpassed, it will be a larger scale collapse, and the situation will really be irreversible at that time. Although it is said that the Morning Soldier will win, it is also based on a hopeful victory. "Is this the plan for this recapture battle?" Pickaxe said after reading the written report submitted by the staff. "Yes, Commander." Ammon and the staff saluted. "The plan is good." Pixis nodded, then turned to look at Erwin who had already understood the plan. "Erwin, should you be responsible for a part of the elite class?" "This is natural." Irvine nodded. "Lol, your class." "Impossible. Before Irvine could finish speaking, Lowell, who was leaning on the cannon, interrupted him. The previous continuous battles of the investigative corps have long consumed most people's physical strength. It's 7 or 8, and they haven't recovered to a good state until now. Asking them to fight fiercely with Titan at this time is tantamount to letting them die. I won't let my people go to death. Lowell looked straight into Irwin's eyes and said, his tone was flat but very firm, Lowell. Irwin's tone was full of helplessness, don't worry, I'll take the shot. Lowell straightened up and said, there are Sue Jinkin and Phoenix, and then 2 trainers from the training corps. This should be enough. It's Gawain Ackerman and Mikasa Ackerman, right? Irvin said, Commander, what do you think? The old man really wants to know how powerful the 2 trainers are. Pixis said with squinting eyes, his tone could not be heard. The weakest one is not much weaker than me. Lowell replied solemnly. Said, that's it. Pixis laughed, the old man has no opinion. The 3 elite squads of the garrison corps will act with you. Now let's call everyone here and assign combat tasks. You two, come with me. Just when I was in a daze, Lowell's voice suddenly rang in my ears. With whom? Where? I was still in a state of confusion and had not yet reacted. Together with Mikasa, go and be the bodyguard for that kid in your small team. Lowell glanced at me and replied blankly, I finally have something to do. I stretched my waist and Mikasa followed Lowell and walked in the direction of Pixis. Due to time constraints, the garrison regiment was extremely efficient this time. It only took 5 minutes to assemble the elite squad that was previously dispersed and assigned to the supervising team. It seems that everyone is here. You have only one mission, which is to serve as the protector of Eren Yeager, responsible for eliminating all the threats generated during the battle. This should be the most dangerous in this battle, and it's the most difficult task. Pixis said to the 3 elite squad leaders Ian, Rico, and Mitabi standing in front of him with a serious expression. The 5 Ackermans will act with you. You also know the strength of Kerman, and your performance will directly determine the destiny of mankind. Commander, can your subordinates ask a question? Rico couldn't help but said, go ahead. Pixis said blankly, can that so-called human weapon really work? Rico doubted asked, shut up, KO. Ian quickly whispered, don't you also have this question? Rico responded dissatisfied, Commander, this battle is based on Eren Yeager is based on an extremely uncertain basis, Mitabi said worriedly, if he fails to play a role, it will cause many soldiers to die in vain. Well, it's troublesome. Pickaxe squeezed his white beard helplessly when he heard the words, do you 3 like losing to Titan so much? I don't like it. In all things the last thing the old man likes is defeat. However, the world is unpredictable. Since the old man came to the world, he has always failed. Pixis said, turning his back to the 3 people, the old man wants to defeat Titan? Those low-energy fools, the old man says to defeat them. We are the same as you at this point. Rico said hastily, in this case, you can only take a bet on him. Come on. Pixis turned to look at Rico, his eyes sharp. After all, the basis of this extreme uncertainty in your mouth is the only possibility that we can defeat Titan now. Rico heard the 3. I was stunned for a moment, and finally did not express any objections. Commander, it's almost time for the decoy operation to begin. A messenger suddenly ran over to remind him. Pixis nodded slightly to signal that he knew, and then faced the 3 of Rico and said, Ian D. Trici, Rico Brushinska, Mitabi Jarnach, you belong to the elite of the garrison. The fate of mankind is entrusted to you and Ackerman. Yes. The 3 squad leaders of the elite squad of the garrison stationed immediately saluted, and the 5 of us also lined up to salute Pixis with serious expressions. Ian, you are in charge of the command of the troops. Pixis looked at Ian and said, I will leave the judgment on the scene to you. Me. Ian was surprised when he heard this. I have no opinion. Rico immediately agreed, me too. Mitabi echoed, but with my ability. Ian said hesitantly, don't worry. Pixis smiled. Interrupting him, you know the taste of wine. What? Ian couldn't understand what Pixis was trying to say. Whether it's fine wine or bad wine, you are familiar with their taste. Xyz continued, I'll leave it to you. Ian blinked in confusion, feeling that he still didn't understand, but he could only respond, yes. Commander, there is another question for my subordinate. Ian hesitated for a while and said, he turned his head to look at us, are they also under my command, Captain Leville? The only thing I'm afraid of is 2 voices. Who will you let the soldiers below listen to? It is better to clarify the scope of power now than to have disputes over powers. In wartime, problems will be fatal. The Levier Special Operations Squad will obey your schedule to a certain extent. Simply put, you give goals and they are responsible for completing them, but you have no right to intervene in how to complete them. They are free to ensure that the task is completed. The right to act. Seemingly seeing Ian's concern, Pixis explained. Ian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words, then nodded to Lowell. Then please advise me a lot, squad leader Ian. Lowell also responded, let's go, the battle begins. Pixis clapped his hands and said, I wish you all the best. Eren, gone. I beckoned to Eren and said, come. Eren trot to us quickly. Although I don't believe you, the guy who is touted as a top-secret human weapon, it doesn't matter if you can plug the hole. Ian trod in front of Eren and said without looking back, we will protect you first, please. Yes. Eren solemnly responded, feeling a strong sense of mission. Eren, how much your physical strength has recovered, can you support the next action? Out of the knowledge of the subsequent Eren out-of-control plot, I still decided to vaccinate him. You won't out of control then. Don't worry, Gawain, I can definitely. Eren replied firmly, what if it's out of control? I stared into his eyes and said, and everyone's attention was at the same time focusing on Eren, no. Eren hesitated for a moment, and finally said slumpedly, I don't know. Jaeger, you. Rico couldn't help but speak. But Lul interrupted her first, hey, what are you trying to do to blow his self-confidence at this time? I want to leave him a psychological hint to prevent the situation from getting out of control at that time. I stretched out my hand and punched Eren. Remember, your actions are related to the destiny of all of us. You must control Titan, don't let Titan control you. Concentrate, you are about to be on the shortest path to the rock. Now there is no Titan in the field of vision. I think everyone's decoy work is going well. Ian said, ending ours dialogue. I will make one point clear to you first, Jaeger. Rico looked at Eren and said, there must be a lot of soldiers sacrificed in this battle, and these are all for you. Alone? Those soldiers may be. Shut up, idiot. I yelled unhappily. I was very unhappy with Rico's speech in the anime. Now that I have the opportunity to refute her, I will naturally not miss it. Besides, there is no need to be nice to her in my capacity. Put away your nonsense remarks. Those soldiers didn't sacrifice for Eren alone. They were just for themselves, for their families. Even if Eren were not there, the Battle of Troost District would end. It will be carried out under the impetus of Wang Zheng, but at that time the battle is really just to die. The appearance of Eren only gives you the hope of victory, so you will only launch the action battle. Don't try to push the responsibility to him alone. If anyone wants to bear this responsibility, it is Pixis instead of Eren. Gawain. Eren exclaimed in half astonishment and half moved. Rico stopped for a while, she drew out the blade with a shriek, and said in a cold voice, Gavin Ackerman, pay attention to your words. Is this how you speak to the chief? Why didn't I expect this when Zwillman surrounded and bombed us with cannon? I sneered and drew out the blade to confront her. Enough. Levi and Ian shouted at the same time. Levi, he yanked me away, while still glancing at Rico. If you don't want to come, you can choose not to come. Since you are here, don't chirp. You. Was so obvious to Lul. Rico could only dare to be angry and not speak, and bowed his head helplessly. Enough? That's the starting point. Go ahead, stop arguing. Ian waved his blade fiercely and forcibly terminated the topic. Before we started fighting together, the cooperative relationship between us had already cracked. What kind of wind did you guys just get? Levi and I jumped off the wall at the same time, controlling the three-dimensional maneuver to fly to the direction of the boulder. The others all fell behind us, and Rico was at the end. A green smoke bomb was launched into the air to announce the start of operations to the command. I just clashed with them before I acted. What do you want to do? Lul glared at me irritably. Oh, when someone else said that, I couldn't help but regret the crime, the behavior, but now we have to compile a reasonable reason, otherwise Levi will definitely beat me severely. The conflict between me and Rico wasn't for no reason, I said after a few seconds of silence. They chose to protect Eren only for the mission. Once Eren goes wrong, they will probably it is the same if the mission fails and then leaves, even if there is still a chance. The conflict between me and Rico at least shows that we absolutely protect Eren. Even if they want to retreat, they will consider us instead. Don't stay. Really? Lul squinted his eyes and looked at me with a scrutiny gaze. You think it's quite thorough? That's natural, I replied bitterly. It is also the leader of the reinstatement faction, and there are still plans for this. When approaching the boulder, Eren, which had been falling not far behind me, suddenly accelerated faster than me and Lul and flew in the forefront. Then he raised his right hand and bit it with his mouth. Sneer. Blood spurted out from between his teeth. Boom. A yellow lightning appeared out of thin air in the position of Eren. The dazzling light made all of us squint. A large amount of magic power quickly gathered in the past. The body of Titan began to form out of thin air and then smashed. Go to a house next to the boulder. Boom. With a sound no less than the sound when a cannon fired, Eren turned into Titan and crushed the house by half. It succeeded. Looking at the figure like a bodybuilder, his ears are like spirits. The same sharp and long Titan, everyone in the elite class couldn't help but feel refreshed. Eren became Titan, staggered up and roared at the sky. Damn, this guy really got out of control. Looking at the chaos of Titan, I couldn't help but cursed in my heart, and then pulled Mikasa back. Something's wrong, go away first. In the original plot, Eren attacked the unsuspecting Mikasa because of loss of control, causing the latter to be slashed by splashing fragments while avoiding, and left an inconspicuous scar. Although Mikasa is fully awakened now, let alone a small hole, even if he breaks his hand, he can find it slowly, but since it can be avoided, why not do it? I won't let this guy Eren do stupid things anymore. Expensive? Eren roared and slammed a punch in the direction of me and Mikasa, but since we had already avoided him, the punch of Eren hit the bricks and stones but didn't hurt it. Anyone. Damn it, this guy. Lul frowned and actively controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to fly towards Eren. Seeing Lul flying towards him, Eren spoke for a while. Unexplained growl, the commander is in danger. Stay away from him. Ian quickly yelled. Eren raised his fist, but paused for a while and didn't immediately shoot out. His eyes seemed to be clear. Liwei Er immediately speeded up and fell on his face, grabbing his hair with one hand, stepping on his nose and shouting, Eren, Jaeger, don't forget your mission. Move the boulder quickly to block the cave entrance. Use your consciousness to control Titan. Don't let Titan control you. Roar. Eren roared, and began to attack himself frantically. Titan was splashed with hot blood everywhere, his eyes sometimes clear and chaotic. Lowell flew away with a light leap up him. What does this guy want to do? Ian looked at Eren and Titan in shock and said, he is fighting against the will of Titan, but she seems to be it's a bit difficult for people. I pursed my mouth. It seems that he is going to use the pain to wake himself up. I have to help him. A knife on the back of his neck may be useful. Captain, do me a favor. I cried. What? Lowell looked at me. You help me attract his attention. I went around and stabbed him in the back of the neck. This should help him. Sober. I replied, okay. Lowell nodded, and then controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to fly to Eren, and I flew in a circle to Eren and Titan at the back of the neck. Everyone in the elite class took a wait-and-see attitude. Rico took out the red letter pod and assembled it but didn't launch it immediately, instead staring at us. Levier landed on the roof in front of Eren lightly, and stared at Eren blankly and said, you guy, if I can't control myself, I can only let you feel how good I am. Roar. The action of Eren paused, and the attention was suddenly focused on Lowell. Good opportunity. My eyes condensed, and immediately one speeded up and took the back of the neck of Eren, and then completely pierced the blade of the right-hand combat knife into the back of Eren and Titan. Ong. Eren and Titan trembled all over, and then fell back against the boulder. The battle failed. Rico shot out the red letter smoke bomb without expression. I knew that there is no such thing as a secret weapon. It's just a dream. Squad leader, there are 2 Titan came from the front door, 10-meter class and 6-meter class, and a 12-meter class came from our side. At this time, a member of the Ian class suddenly flew over to Ian. We reported that Ian suddenly suffocated when he heard the words, and Mitabi immediately struck the iron while it was hot and said, Ian, it's time to retreat. The battle has already failed. Staying here will only increase casualties. Well, don't waste time. Rico also started. At the same time. Hey, you won't kill that kid, do you? Lowell looked at me and said, no. I replied, give me some more time and I will wake him up. Hey, move. Hurry up. Lowell glanced at the elite class. The guys already want to go. I'll deal with the 2 fronts. Titan, Phoenix, you are responsible for the back. Su Jinkin opened the mouth and said, controlling the three-dimensional mobile device to fly towards Titan. Phoenix nodded, and also drew out a pair of knives to rush towards the target, and their actions suddenly shocked everyone in the elite class. What are they going to do? Mitabi asked in shock. They are going to solve the 3 Titan on their own. Rico clenched his fist. Damn it. Didn't take us at all. Keep your eyes on it. Enough. Now Rikoban is in charge of the back defense, and my squad and Mitabiban are in charge of the Titan over the door. Act now. Ian gritted his teeth. They haven't retreated. Are we going to abandon our teammates and retreat? When will we persist until we are wiped out? Rico said dissatisfiedly. It depends on Gawain. Can Ackerman wake up Jaeger? Ian took a deep look at the place where Eren fell, then turned around. Shut up now. Eren, the sun is going to set when I get up. You sleep a ghost this time. I hammered Eren and Titan on the back of the neck. Hurry up. You know now how many people are fighting desperately. How many are bleeding and sacrificing. And you are sleeping here. Get me up quickly, or I will let you taste the power of the Thunder spell card. But no matter how I speak, either threatening or reasoning, Eren remained motionless. Damn, this is what you forced me, Eren. I finally couldn't help but really took out the Thunder spell card. I can't help it. I pulled the blade from the back of the neck of Eren and Titan, then took out a lightning spell card from my belt, and prepared to bounce it in along the wound on the back of the neck and activate it. This should work. Was Eren awakened? Sorry. I flicked the spell card in with a flick of my finger, and then activated it. Eren suddenly let out a roar, the body twitched a few times and the whole body began to emit steam, and then moved violently. Get up, Gavin. Amin's voice suddenly came from the side when I was about to jump away. Amin. I was suddenly distracted, and then I was thrown out by Eren before I did it. I lost consciousness with a headache when I made a save. Gawain, wake up. Amin's anxious cry and sharp pain in the abdomen and head made me wake up from the coma. Oh, what's the matter? I replied in a daze. The left and right hands subconsciously touched their abdomen and head. Gavin, don't. Amin quickly grabbed my left hand. You just got thrown by Eren into Titan, flew out and hit the wall and fainted, and the blade in your hand broke off. It pierced your abdomen because of the angle and impact. Although the blood has stopped now, it is still very likely to bleed if you move. I looked down and saw a blade of a knife sticking out of my stomach. Blood was all around the wound, staining the uniform of the training corps. It's really unlucky. I smiled bitterly, took out a few healing spell cards from my belt with my right hand, and then used 2 for my head first. A cool feeling entered my mind and immediately dispelled me. The pain in the head, isn't it just to wake you up with a lightning spell? As for having such a bad temper, Eren. I gently shook off Amin's hand and held the blade. His also fortunately, I didn't pierce such an injury. It takes more than 10 seconds to rely on my self-healing ability and the healing spell card. It is not a big problem. Gavin, don't mess around. Amin once again grabbed my hand and said worriedly, don't worry, I have a sense of measure. I smiled at Amin, don't forget, I am super ability. Really? Amin was a little doubtful, but finally let go of my hand. Then you be careful. I nodded, snorted, and pulled out the blade with force. Then quickly I used the healing spell card on the wound, and the cool feeling quickly replaced the pain. I sat up with a groan and then noticed that I was on the roof. It seemed that Ammon had brought me up. I turned my head to look at the place before Aaron, but found that there was no one there, and the huge boulder was gone. Listening carefully, I can hear the heavy footsteps of dong dong dong. It seems that I am succeeded. Looking in the direction where the sound came from, due to the angle problem, I can only see half a boulder and the steaming steam moving towards the gap at a steady speed. Gavin, we succeeded. Aiming exclaimed happily. Yes, I smiled and stood up. Let's go and meet them. Boom, boom, boom. Every step of Aaron causes the surrounding ground to vibrate. The Titan body presents an overloaded blackening condition. Steam is continuously emitted from the body of Titan, Aaron, and Titan, set off as if the god of war descended. In terms of human scale magnification, the 15-meter class Titan is difficult to carry the boulder, but Aaron, Ammon said while flying, he is not feeling well now. Super, I'm overloaded. I said, holding my abdomen in one hand and flying, making my speed slow down a lot. After all, strenuous movements can tear the wound. Hold it. Ian roared, and the thought of retreat disappeared. Even if we exchange our own lives, we must protect Aaron from reaching the door. Never let Titan close. This guy. Lul inserted the super hard blade back into the knife case, and then pulled out a pair of holy silver blades. Give me the 5 heads Titan in front. I don't let those idiots get in the way of Aaron. Leave the one on the left to me. Phoenix also drew out the holy silver blade, although I don't know why these guys are here, but I won't let they came. Mikasa. Aiming, and I flew over to where Mikasa and others were. Aiming, Gao Wen. Mikasa's pretty face first showed a touch of joy, but then his complexion changed, and he ran forward a few steps to help. Stopped me. You're hurt. Small injury, it doesn't matter. I smiled and rubbed her head, but your blood is bleeding a lot. Mikasa looked at my abdomen worriedly. It's okay, the wound has healed. I whispered, I don't want others to know about my superpowers. Oh, Mikasa nodded. Will you take a break? The 3 of you come to Aaron to act as his last line of defense. After putting everyone in the elite class on the battlefield, Ian, who stayed last, told me, Mikasa, and Ammon, this is an order. Understood. The 3 of us responded together, and then flew to Aaron. In fact, the situation of the 3 elite classes in the garrison is much better than in the anime. In the original plot, they first left the loss to protect Aaron, and then blocked it because they wanted to cover Aaron. The gap had to use itself as a bait to distract Titan and suffered heavy losses, especially in the elite class that was close to the gap. Almost all died. But now it's different. With the addition of Luel and others, and I woke up Aaron ahead of time, they should die a lot less this time. What worries me most now is Marco Porter. In the plot, he died unexplainedly in this recapture battle. The death was extremely miserable. I don't want him to die like this without doing anything to save him, let alone his relationship with me is pretty good. Mikasa and Ammon, you protect Aaron and I will go back. I patted their shoulders and said, before, I secretly put a positioning magic on Marco to know his location. Time to find him. Be careful, Mikasa said, and Ammon nodded to me firmly. They didn't ask me what I was going to do. They probably thought of my identity as the leader of the restorationists. He dashed down and avoided the palm of a 12-meter level Titan, then anchored the hook on its back neck, and then accelerated it with a spiral cut to kill it. Titan collapsed next. This is the 3rd Titan, but the farther away Aaron is, the less Titan will be encountered, and Marco is not far from Aaron, not too close. I could meet him in a few more than a dozen meters, and at this moment, I suddenly heard a dialogue between Reiner and Bertold. It's really messy to go to the hole in the wall. What if Aaron is eaten by Titan? If this is the case, we won't have any answers. Well, I have to use our own Titan form when I have to go to the rescue. Hearing this, I quickly stopped, hid aside and began to eavesdrop. After sensing Marco's position again, I suddenly found that he was approaching Reiner and Bertold. Fuck me. I suddenly understood how Marco died in the original work. It seems that he was silenced because he broke Reiner's secret. Never let Marco get close to them. I immediately made up my mind. As long as Marco didn't know about Lenner, they would not choose to kill. Now is not the time to let Lenner and the others be exposed. We will definitely suffer a big loss if we start a fight here. However, if this operation is successful, the hole we finally made will be sealed. Seal it. Reiner and Bertold are still talking, and I pretend to be just when I arrived. I flew to them and shouted to them after more than 20 meters, what are you two doing? Gavin. Reiner and Bertold were particularly surprised at my arrival. I also caught a trace of panic from their faces. Your mission is completed, so take a break here. I scanned. They asked again, almost. Reiner said hesitantly, Gavin, why are you here? Marco flew over at this time. What else are you two doing? Marco didn't hear their conversation, right? I secretly said in my heart, even if I heard it, he wouldn't say it, right? Do you still have tasks? I asked. Almost all done. Marco replied, what's the matter with Gawain? You are injured. It's just a minor injury. It's already taken care of. Don't worry. I waved my hand and said, since you have completed the mission, then follow me to support Aaron. Now the recapture battle is at its most critical time. We need more manpower. Yes. Marco agreed without thinking much, while Reiner and Bertold hesitated for a moment before nodding. Understood. On the surface, I asked Reiner and Bertold to help as if to give them a chance to take away Eren, but don't forget that there are Levi, Sujinkan, Phoenix, me and Mikasa Ackerman. If they really want to attack, they may still decide who will win. Reiner and the others probably thought of this too, so they were worried that I might have just heard their conversation and set a trap for them and hesitated. Laugh. Titan grasped an elite squad soldier with both hands, then bit it hard. Blood spurted out immediately. Turning his head and shouting to Rico, who was on the side, "Squad leader, I can't hold it anymore. We are the only ones left in our class." Damn. Rico squeezed the blade tightly after hearing this. In order to protect most of the people in Eren, they all went to the door, and only one of their squads was behind. Under the siege of several Titan, her squad was naturally clumsy, with heavy casualties. Go ahead and ask them to transfer someone over. Here, I will stand up first. Rico shouted. She would never try to behave when she should ask for help. This is an order. Damn Titan. I speeded up the sword and slashed on the right hand of Titan, who was grabbing the corpse of a garrison soldier and gnawing with relish, and cut off its right hand from the wrist. Roar. Titan suddenly roared and turned his head to me. Marco behind him immediately seized the opportunity to cut off the back of its neck, and Titan fell weakly. Why are there so many Titan? Marco asked with a breath. I guess it was all attracted by Eren, Reiner replied blankly, unable to tell what he was thinking right now. What is it? Such a big food is much more attractive than our little ones. What about Gawain now? Marco looked at me subconsciously. I can only kill it, I said helplessly. Ackerman. At this moment, a white-haired figure called from a distance, and flew towards us quickly. Squad leader Rico. I fixed my eyes to confirm the identity of the visitor. You guys cooperate with me to defend here, and these Titans should not be allowed to interfere with Eren. Rico didn't talk nonsense, and straightforwardly told us her purpose. During the war, she didn't have any effort to bother with me. Unpleasant. Understood. The four of us immediately responded. I am responsible for the 10-meter class one on the left, and you will leave the rest to you. I looked at the two Titan and decisively chose the more difficult one. Over there, manipulating a three-dimensional mobile device to rush towards the target, Lul jumped back and avoided the slap of Titan, then shot the hook anchor on the shoulder of Titan, and then controlled the three-dimensional mobile device along the arm of Titan. The silver blade slashed all the way, and directly abolished one of its hands. Hey. Lul flicked the blood from Titan in disgust, and cut off the back of its neck at a faster speed, changing it to use the holy silver blade used to pay attention to the wear and tear of the blade when dealing with Titan, but now he can cut it as he pleases. You must know that the holy silver blade is almost never worn. This bunch of bastards, how can you kill them? Lul glanced at the Titan who were pouring in from the gap and gritted their teeth. Even though he and Sujinkan, Phoenix, and Mikasa had already fighting hard, but there are still a few elite soldiers buried in the mouth of Titan. Damn it. Lul looked at the holy silver blade in his hand with some distress, and usually dealt with Titan if you don't use Titan, you don't want to use it as much as possible. He doesn't want it to cut Titan, as a last resort. After all, this thing is silver? This guy Levier usually takes it with him wherever he goes. He wipes it with a handkerchief 4 or 5 times a day, and puts it under the pillow when he sleeps to be at ease. Oluo accidentally did it last time. Some dust on it was beaten severely by Levi's, and he treated it as if he was his lifeblood. This is what Sujinkan said, and Leviel beat him when he knew it, but did not deny this statement. For the Titan, Eren is as eye-catching as a torch in the dark, allowing them to pounce to Eren like moths to the fire. Ian and others and therefore fell into a bitter battle. Mitabi. Boom. Titan slapped Mitabi, who was stunned by the death of his companion, into meat sauce. Ian shouted in grief and anger, but in the end he only gritted his teeth and ordered, shrink the defense line. Everyone fully cooperates. The members of the Levi Special Operations Squad beheaded Titan. What are the guys on the wall doing? They provided artillery support at the beginning, but now they are misfired when they are dying. Sujinkan was out of anger. Said, there should be no shells. Phoenix replied helplessly. A knife slashed the back of the neck of Titan, but the blade broke in two when it was about to cut the key point. Damn. I yelled and hurriedly kicked Titan on my shoulder. Titan flew away, threw the half of the knife in his hand, and then drew the last pair of blades from the knife box beside him, determined in his heart that he had to make a pair of holy silver blades for himself when he had time. Go to hell. Rico rushed forward and gave Titan a knife to kill it for me. Gavin, we can't hold it anymore. Rainer yelled, what should I do now? Titan with 3 heads is found on the right, one head is 12 meters high, and the other is 10 meters high. Bertold opened the mouth. On the left, a 7-meter head Titan was found. Marco also reports. I looked back in the direction of Eren and found that he had walked into the open area with the boulder, only more than 20 meters away from the gap. In this case, our side of Titan, obviously it was impossible to interfere with him. Squad leader Rico, let's withdraw. I turned to Rico and yelled, these Titan are no longer important. Rico turned to look in the direction of Eren, and nodded immediately. Okay, withdraw. After confirming the target, we immediately turned and flew away from Titan and started to move in the direction of Eren. Then, as long as Eren closes the gap, we can win the battle. Declared victory. Eren let out a loud roar, and slammed the boulder on the body into the gap with all its strength. Boom. The ground around the gap shook, and the wall was also shaken with obvious cracks. Under such a momentum, the boulder was firmly embedded in the gap, and the Titan, we are all blocked outside. Without the continuous influx of Titan, the remaining Titan in the truced area is just a grasshopper after autumn. Titan regained the territory, and the human counterattack was successful? A yellow letter smoke bomb indicating the success of the mission was fired by Rico, and then he took Eren and retreated. Finally succeeded. Your sacrifices were not in vain. Rico couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing her crying, I couldn't help but regret the words that were too fierce to her before, that, Captain Rico. After hesitating for a while, he still said, my previous words were a bit too radical, sorry. Rico gave me a surprised look, shook his head and said, it's okay. Gavin, how much gas do you have? Leaner asked on the roof. He knocked on the gas tank on the three-dimensional mobile device, and shifted the topic to the most important thing. I have the remaining gas. No more walls. Me too. Bertold agreed. What about Gawain? Marco also said, I don't have enough gas. Go to Eren first, then wait for rescue. I said helplessly, pray for reinforcements to arrive before our gas runs out. Laugh. Another piece of Titan was solved by Captain Lowell. He shook the blood on the blade and said in a calm voice, I'm out of gas. What? Everyone was shocked. It will take some time for the slowdown to arrive. Ian gritted his teeth. Soldier, I will give you my gas. I only have a little left. Su Jinkin dodges a backflip in Titan after catching, he said, and then shot the hook anchor into the back of the neck of Titan and then accelerated it with a jet of air and cut it out. Oh, it's not there anymore. Everyone took out the gas to the Levi Special Operations Squad. We retreated to Eren. Ian gave the order very decisively, and set an example in his everyone also executed the order. Arnold, what's the situation with Eren? Ian turned around and shouted to Ammon, he is terribly hot, and a small part of his body has been integrated with Titan and cannot be pulled out. Ammon replied while pulling Eren hard, looking anxious. Cut off the connection part, it will grow out anyway. After a lot of work, Rico and the others finally passed through the open area and came to the side of Eren, cut off directly. Ammon I couldn't help hesitating after hearing this, but in the end he gritted his teeth and swung a knife to cut off the meat belt attached to Eren, and then passed him out from the back of the neck of Titan. Losing the core of Eren, the body of Titan immediately began to evaporate. Squad leader Ian, Eren has been successfully taken out, you can evacuate. After seeing Eren being pulled out by Ammon, I immediately turned my head and shouted to Ian, damn it, there is no gas, it can't be withdrawn. Ian said grimly, let's be the bait to attract Titan, you guys find a way to take him away. It's not in desperation yet. Don't always think about dying. Level used Ians. The gas tank flew up and whirled and killed a head of Titan and said angrily, that guy Irwin should be here soon, hold on. You really know me, Lowell. In the next moment, the head of Irvine descended from the sky with the members of the investigative corps, and it was finally over. After that, thanks to the active performance of the investigation corps and the engineering department of the garrison corps, the gap was completely blocked, and the crisis of the Wall of Roses was temporarily lifted. For the Murray fighters and Eldia, we both got what I wanted. Reiner and the others have obtained the information they have been eager for. I have successfully awakened Eren. At the same time, the layout of the restorationists who have spent many years is finally about to start. In a few months, there will be no less than one in the wall. The wall of Maria was shaken by the breakthrough, and the regime within the wall was about to change. It took a whole day to wipe out the Titan trapped in the truced area. During this period, the fixed guns on the wall kept spitting out flames. The Titan gathered on the wall was basically solved by grenades. The few remaining Titan were mainly cleaned up by the investigation corps. In addition, a 4-meter class and a 7-meter class Titan were successfully captured. However, behind this glorious result is the heavy price of 207 dead and unaccounted for, and 897 wounded. Although this is the first feat of mankind to prevent the advancement of Titan, the price is too high. After sweeping Titan, it is the most painful part of converging corpses. After Titan dies, their bodies will evaporate, but those who are eaten into their stomachs will not. There are also those who only part of the body was bitten off by Titan, and the corpse was thrown aside, a whole hellish scene. Many houses have dark red blood stains or entrails hanging on the roofs, and there may be one or two in the alleys that are free from the hands and feet of the owner, not to mention the most tragic avenues. The Toros district now has a place called the Blood Road by the soldiers. It is said that 34 soldiers died there. The blood stained the entire road red, and the blood stains were washed 3 times with water and they were not clean. I haven't been there to see it, but the scene must be terrible. It's all good things you did, Bertold, look at what you did. I said to myself after moving the mutilated body of a trainer out of the corner and gritted my teeth. The face remained relatively intact, and the fear of death and the nostalgia for life remained in the enlarged pupils. I remember him as if he belonged to class 3, and I couldn't remember his name for a while. Among the training soldiers who sacrificed in this battle, the youngest of them was 15 years old and the oldest was 18. They had an infinitely bright future, but they lost their lives prematurely because of this war. I know many of them. I slammed a fist against the wall in anger. Malaise, I feel very upset every time I think of them, drinking coffee outside Parady Island when you are comfortable, and sending a batch of LD from time to time. the demi-humans sent to the island and injected them with Titan spinal fluid and asked them to become Titan. I would never think of how many people you killed like this. Wait, I will let them one day you feel the anger of the Eldia. I squatted down and reached out and closed the eyes of the trainer. I will avenge you, for sure. It took another day to clean up the corpses. After all, these corpses can easily cause plague if they are not handled as soon as possible. Moreover, due to the large number of corpses, it is impossible to arrange for manual burial. They can only be incinerated and buried. In a selected cemetery, tombstones with names and causes of death were erected on it according to the number of people burned. That's it. Eren was quickly transferred to a dungeon inside Rose's wall after completing the recapture task. Above the dungeon is a military court. It seems that Eren will be tried soon, and the restitution faction has already begun a series of actions. First of all, the major newspapers under the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce began to vigorously report on the brilliant results of the Toros district, and focused on Eren Yeager's major contribution, and made him a hero of mankind. The sword of the core, and the strong shield of the people, to reflect the indispensable role of Eren for mankind, and to put pressure on those who want Eren to die. This is called a public opinion offensive. Secondly, Mark also led an elite team of armed forces with a total of 50 people lurking near the place where Eren was detained, planning to decide Eren to the gendarmerie if an accident occurs in the court. If this is the case, the armed forces will start to grab Eren back, and then it will be a war between the reinstatists and the kings in the wall. Even if we can win the battle when the time is not ripe, we will suffer heavy losses, but there is no way. I can't watch Eren die in the hands of those idiots, right? Even if you know it's not good, you can only bite the bullet. Of course, the above plan is just to deal with a small probability event, and it is a safety valve for the time being. Our original intention is to let the military court award Eren to the investigation corps for supervision, so that we can implement the next plan. The opening of a military court requires judges, jurors, and witnesses to attend. The jurors are selected by influential forces in the society. Of course, members of the corps must also participate, and nobles can choose to participate or not to participate. Therefore, a complete juror will consist of the army, chamber of commerce, church, and nobles. The candidate for the judge has been confirmed to be the commander of the three major corps. President Darius Saker is the leader. There is no intersection between us and him, and we have no way of starting witness. Then you can only make a fuss about jurors. The army is divided into three major corps. The investigation corps supports Eren and the gendarmerie corps advocates the execution of Eren. The garrison corps has not yet expressed its position, but Irvin said he will be responsible for winning Pixis in this regard. The Restoringists don't have to worry about it, and the Restoringists can't get involved. Then there is the Chamber of Commerce. Is there any other influential Chamber of Commerce besides the Duskbank Chamber of Commerce in the wall now? If it weren't for worrying about the big tree attracting the wind, the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce would have cleared the remaining chambers of commerce long ago, and unified the wall in terms of business. The wall churches in the church can't make any waves now, and they haven't recovered their vitality after being brutally attacked by the Ackerman family a year ago. As for the nobles, the trial of Eren in the original plot was not attended by nobles, but now Duke Eric George said that he is very interested in the trial. Theoretically speaking, we are pretty sure about the victory of the military court, but I still ordered the intelligence team to replace all the military police who guarded Eren with our people. After all, Attack on Titan, the power of cannot be lost, and Eren is my friend, I must ensure his safety. Under the turbulent dark tide, the military court was announced on the 5th day after the recapture battle in the Troost district. I, Mikasa, Ackerman, and Mia were people who were closely related to Eren Yeager being allowed to appear in court. It's worth mentioning that I haven't told the truth about the world of Eren. First, the military police entered the court for security checks, then members of the corps and court members, witnesses, entered, then the jurors, and finally Darius Saker entered the court. But as a powerful nobleman, there are people with money and power in his hands. Eric and Darius entered together to show the nobility of the nobility. The jurors were separated from each other by an aisle, and they all stood in a designated area surrounded by railings. However, the other party's momentum was obviously much weaker than ours. An investigative corps had already caused them quite a headache, plus Ross the Duke George of Eric of the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce led by Sadaf completely crushed the mural and the gendarmerie regiment in momentum. However, the key to the trial lies with Darius Saker. If he chooses to award Eren to the gendarmerie, our aura is useless. The system inside the wall is a bit similar to the British constitutional monarchy, but it is different. The leadership level in the wall is divided into the House of Lords and the House of Commons. The House of Lords is composed of the king and various nobles, and is responsible for the formulation of plans within the wall, which is called decision-making. The lower house is composed of the president and members of the House of Representatives, responsible for detailed plans of the upper house, as the executive level. The president is the nominal supreme commander of the gendarmerie, garrison, and investigation corps. Being able to sit on the throne of the president, Zackley is definitely not a simple character, and it is said that he has only one criterion for judging things, that is, whether it is harmful to humans. If he thinks that the existence of Eren does more harm than good, I am afraid he will order him to be executed on the spot, which is a little troublesome. On the witness stand, Mikasa, how is Aunt Carla over there? I squeezed Mikasa's hand and asked in a low voice. Auntie is still in a stable mood. Under your instruction, I have told her the truth of the incident, Auntie. Although she was surprised, she believed me, but she is worried about Eren now. Mikasa also responded in a low voice, that's good. I nodded slightly, then her safety is okay, I don't want it. People with bad intentions tried to intimidate her to be unfavorable to Eren. Don't worry, Brother Gawain, Mia also interjected in a low voice, my dad has arranged it, Aunt Carla will be fine. Creak. The door slowly opened. Eren was brought in by 2 military policemen in shackles, followed by heavily armed Levi and Su Jinkan. The hall full of discussions was the moment Eren entered. It calmed down. Everyone focused on Eren. Eren first looked up nervously at the ceiling. It was a scene of the criminal being sentenced. Go forward. A gendarme pushed Eren with a gun, and made Eren come back and walked a few steps forward. Kneel down here. The military police said. Eren knelt down blankly, watching the people around with a little panic. Even if the military police handcuffed his hands to a white pillar, he didn't get back to his senses until he found me and Ammon and others and saw me nodding to him slightly before calming down a bit. President Zackley tapped twice on the table to make everyone's attention focused on him. He took off his coat and folded it, then rolled up his sleeves, cleared his throat, and said, then, open the court. Right. You are Eren Yeager. Zackley pushed his glasses, picked up a piece of paper and said, although he has white beard and hair, and he has a not very big beer belly, and it's myopia, but his majesty as a superior still oppresses Eren very nervously. You have sworn to sacrifice your life for the country as a soldier, right? Zackley asked. Yes. Eren responded quickly, somewhat at a loss. This is a special event. This review belongs to a military law meeting where general laws are not applicable. The decision has been delegated to me, including your life and death. Do you have any objections? Zackley put down the paper and looked towards Eren said. Eren could not help hesitating after hearing the words, but still bowed his head and replied, no. You are willing to cooperate. Very good. Zackley nodded. Then I will it straight to the point. We can't hide your existence anymore. If you don't announce your existence in some form, it may cause dangers other than Titan. What we will decide today is which corps to hand you over. The Gendarmerie or the Investigation Corps. Then, let the Gendarmerie present the proposal first. Zackley turned to look at the side of the Gendarmerie and said, yes. A middle-aged man wearing a gendarmerie uniform with a small beard under his nose and chin immediately went up. After paying a salute to President Zachary in the previous step, he said, the head of the military police division Neildek began to state the proposal. We believe that we should deal with it immediately after thoroughly researching the body of Eren. Although it is true that the power of Titan was used to attack this time, but his current existence may cause civil strife, so he should be made into a human spirit after obtaining information from him as much as possible. Nail's eyes and Eren crossed for a few seconds, and then turned away with some guilty conscience. Obviously he also felt that this proposal was too cruel for Eren. It's not necessary. The priest of the wall cult suddenly interjected, and he stretched out his hand to point to the hideous face of Eren. He is confused as a pest that has invaded in the wall of God's wisdom, and should be killed immediately. There are not enough people who saw the wall teaching killed a year ago, so they still have enough energy to bark here. I couldn't help clenching my fist and whispered in dissatisfaction. Mikasa silently grabbed me. Hand. Father Nick, please be quiet. Zackley knocked on the table dissatisfiedly. Next, the Investigation Corps presents the proposal. Yes? The 13th generation head of the Investigation Corps, Elvin Smith, begins to present the proposal. Wen stepped forward and said, our Investigation Corps will accept Eren as a full member and use his Titan power to recapture the Wall of Maria, and the statement is over. The audience was quiet for 3 seconds. Those who were going to listen to the long talk of the Elven regiment couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Huh? Is this enough? Zachary asked a little surprised, just to say what everyone was saying. I haven't fallen asleep yet. Just hit you and it's over? Yes. Irvin answered calmly, as long as he can take back the Wall of Maria with his power, I think this matter should be prioritized. Really? A flash of Zackley's eyes flashed. Jing Mang, by the way, where do you plan to start when you perform the battle? Pixis, the walls of the Troost area have been completely sealed off. Well, it can't be opened again. Pixis said to him. President Zackley, who looked at him, nodded. We hope to start from the Colonias district in the east, from there to the Higashina district, to explore the path from scratch, and slowly approach. Irvin immediately replied, please wait. A representative of a small chamber of commerce couldn't sit still when he heard the words, and quickly got up and shouted, isn't it time to block all the gates this time? The super large Titan can only destroy part of the gates. Reinforce there will not be attacked again. Shut up. The lackeys of the Chamber of Commerce? With the help of Titan we can return to the Wall of Maria. A representative of the Investigative Corps suddenly shouted, we have no time to play with you. It's a hero game. The representative of the small Chamber of Commerce responded unceremoniously, you can say it, stupid pig. Levi's hands clasped his chest and looked at him disdainfully and said, who can guarantee during the strengthening of the gates Titan will wait obediently? What you call we are just those good friends who fatten you up? Of course people who can't eat because of insufficient land won't be in your dog's eyes. The representative couldn't help but stagnate when he heard the words, and after a few seconds he argued, we just said that if we can block the gates, we can be saved. We? Who are us? Stand up and let me see. Rose stepped forward and said with a sneer, interrupting him, let the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce see who is there. The representative of the small Chamber of Commerce suddenly shrank his neck and did not dare to make any further comments. Don't shut up, you rude fellow. Father Nick of the mural also turned his head and shouted at the representative of the small Chamber of Commerce. Are you trying to let the worldly objects desecrate the sacred wall of Rosette? After seeing the great deeds of the beyond human wisdom, don't you understand? I can't help but sneer after seeing their own internal strife. Relying on such a mob to support the scene, the gendarmerie is really getting worse and worse, making the court noisy like a vegetable market, so I want to get the ownership of Aaron? Foolish dreams? Bang bang bang? President Zackley patted the table again to interrupt their quarrel. Quiet? Please go elsewhere and tell your opinions. The court was quiet again. Yeager, I want to confirm, Zackley said after looking at Aaron, can you continue to contribute to mankind as a soldier, using your Titan power? Hearing these words, I knew that Zackley had begun to lean towards the investigative core in his heart. Obviously, the botched performance of the gendarmerie had dropped a lot in his eyes. I can. Aaron replied affirmatively, is it? But this is what the report of the Troost District retakes is written after the Titan, your out-of-control behavior when Ackerman caused harm. Zackley said, staring at Aaron. Aaron suddenly stared at me with wide eyes in surprise. Sure enough, I don't remember what I was out of control. I secretly said in my heart, and at the same time glanced at Rico standing next to Mikasa, do you want me to cheat on the report? Rico responded in a low voice, it is not good for humans to conceal this fact. I curled my lips when I heard the words, and did not speak. Gawain Ackerman is? Zackley asked. Yes, I am. I replied immediately, are you? Zackley turned to look at me, it was Titan Aaron will be detrimental to Aaron if you don't answer truthfully. Rico reminded me kindly. I nodded and said, yes, it's true. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Sure enough, Titan is Titan. The representative of the small Chamber of Commerce spoke again. Rose immediately looked over with a sharp look, and he saw it. He shrank his neck quickly and closed his mouth. I need to make a special statement that the damage caused by Aaron to me is an accident. It was caused by his immature grasp of the power of Titan, not by him. The subjective action of Titan. I knew this story for a long time, and I immediately opened my mouth to defend Aaron. As long as he masters the power of Titan in the future, this kind of incident can be prevented from happening. While I was speaking, Aaron kept looking at me with guilty eyes. Serious injuries to teammates due to accidents are also punished. A military police suddenly said, apparently under Nair's instructions, who told you that I was seriously injured. I immediately looked in the direction of the speaker with sharp eyes. He suffocated and whispered, I'll know if I check it. Ackerman, is that okay? Zackley also said. I nodded and took the initiative to lift my clothes to reveal the wound. This wound is still I made it myself half a year ago, and then kept doing my own self-healing ability until now. It looks a little scary, but the wound is not deep. Zackley motioned to a middle-aged man dressed as a doctor beside him. He nodded and walked to me immediately, and then began to check my wound. Your Excellency, it's a minor injury. The doctor was around my wound. After a few presses, he reported to Zakerwi and walked back to his position. Yeah. Zackley nodded. Then let's expose this topic. Do you have anything else to say? There is still something to say about the gendarmerie. Neil Dirk gritted his teeth and finally threw out what he considered his trump card. According to our investigation, a very shocking thing was discovered. Aaron Yeager and Gawain Ackerman, Mikasa Ackerman personally killed 5 male abductors at the age of 9 and 10. Even if it was a legitimate defense, it had to be doubted their nature. Should we entrust human destiny, life, and funds to such a person? Yes. A group of representatives from the gendarmerie began to discuss. He must have mixed into our Titan disguised as a child. So are the two guys. The small Chamber of Commerce. The representative started dying again. He stretched out his finger to me and Mikasa. Is it suspicious whether they are humans? Yes, just in case they should be dissected. The other person also agreed. Wait a minute. Aaron suddenly became anxious. Maybe I am really a monster, but it has nothing to do with them. Will we believe you? The representative of the small Chamber of Commerce called out again. This is a fact. Aaron yelled, you must be your companion if you protect them so much. Another person shouted. You're done. Ross whispered, I remember you. I clenched my fists in irritation, staring at the people who were clamoring to dissect me and Mikasa, even though they had been. I learned about the plot in the anime, but it still makes me very unhappy to experience it in person. Anatomy? I dissected your whole family? I killed everyone. I glanced at them coldly and said, anyway, the military police didn't keep a detailed record of who it was. The explanation is naturally in my mouth, and it's also convenient for me to frustrate them. Who was there just now? Say you want to dissect me. Stand up. The people I've killed in Titan add up to no more than 100 or 80. As soon as the strong murderous aura came out, those guys who had never seen Titan shuddered, and quickly kept silent. I said, people say that I killed it. Is there a problem? My voice became slightly louder, and the last word was almost yelled out. The guys just stepped back one after another, with a look of fear on their faces. Head of Division Neil Dak. I adjusted the sleeve of my right hand and looked at Neil with a cold look. If someone breaks into your house and kills your family one day, you will looking at it this way. I still rise up to resist, and save the remaining family members who have not been murdered by them? You won't tell me that you choose the former. This Nair couldn't help but step back and lowered his head. You are lying? How could you be able to deal with 5 robbers by yourself? A member of the gendarmerie group suddenly pointed to me and shouted, you were only 10 years old then. If you can't do it yourself, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. Don't think that everyone is just as wasteful as you. I said rudely, you. The person pointed at me for a long while speechless. Why I want to try if what I said is true? How about giving you a hand? I said with a sneer. The man shrank his neck and dared not speak any more, but I didn't intend to stop like that. Also, you short-sighted pigs. I glanced at the people on the side of the gendarmerie with disdain. How can you be sure that Titan will not attack us again? Now the gate of the Troost district was blocked by Eren, but there are still 3 doors. You guys keep saying that you are going to kill Eren. Then I would like to ask, if the Titan breaks the wall again, then who is going to block the door? Let your pig's head go to the top. This. Everyone stepped back again, speechless for a while. Don't be disgusting by putting on a look for humans. I have not seen any heroes and saints among you who are concerned about the future of mankind. I only saw a group of greedy life, fear of death, short-sighted. I only know the selfish pigs who care for my own interests. I unceremoniously put a map cannon on the people on the side of the gendarmerie, and they are all frightened by my aura and dare not speak. A group of people, even Titan guys who have never seen Titan. I guess you will pee your pants directly after seeing Titan? Such a group of wimps want to judge others? Don't be funny. I said, this guy killed at least 20 heads of Titan after turning into Titan, and the condition for his transformation is as long as he is injured, even if only a small wound is enough. In this case, I'm very curious about how you plan to dissect and kill him. Su Jinkan also opened his mouth in a timely manner, and laid out the most important problem in the gendarmerie regiment's proposal. If this problem is not solved, their proposal will be impossible to discuss. Also, if this guy loses control by then, how are you going to stop him? Su Jinkan said disdainfully, does it depend on the muskets in your hands? It's almost the same to tickle him. We also have a 3-dimensional mobile device. Neil said angrily, yes, how many Titan can you deal with? 1 or 2? Su Jinkan sneered, he is equivalent to 20 Titan. This is actually a bit of a stealth concept. For example, you can punch through a wall 20 times in a row, but it does not mean that you can punch through 20 walls with 1 punch, but I am not too stupid. At this time the question was raised. President, I have a proposal. At this moment, Irvine suddenly raised his hand and said, attracting everyone's attention. What proposal? Zachary put his fists on his chin and looked at Elvin. When asked, putting on a gesture of listening. The power of Eren Titan still has many uncertain factors, and there is always hidden danger. Here, he is handed over to Su Jinkan for supervision, even if Su Jinkan encounters certain force majeure factors and has to deal with it. Eren is separated. Captain Luel can also take over the supervision duties. Erwin said. And do you bring Eren with you to investigate outside the wall? Zachary asked. Yes. Irvine nodded. Can Eren control Titan whether it is beneficial to humans or not? I hope to use the results of this survey to judge. Manage Eren Yeager. A glint flashed in Zachary's eyes. Can it be done? You too. Zachary looked at Luel and Su Jinkan and asked, the president can rest assured that I brought out Eren personally. I know him very well and supervision is not a problem. Su Jinkan is serious. Said. If there is no problem at all to kill him, it is more troublesome than how to not kill him. Luel also nodded. Yeah. Zachary slightly forwarded his head and picked up a handful of exquisite workmanship from the table. Xiao's hammer tapped the table lightly. There is a conclusion. The ownership of Eren will be transferred to the investigation corps, and Su Jinkan will act as his guardian. However, we will follow Eren Yeager. The results of the next external investigation will determine whether to change his ownership and close the court. Wait a minute. But at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly appeared in the courtroom. Everyone turned their heads to look at the originator of the sound, and saw Neil Deck raise his right hand to look towards Zachary. I want to add something. Neil's expression was a little nervous. He hesitated for a moment, and then said as if he was determined to speak, say it. Zachary nodded a little displeased, for in case of Eren Yeager has to be restrained because of his relatives, I propose that the gendarmerie should protect the mother of Eren. Damn. I couldn't control my killing intent for a while, and subconsciously pinched with my left hand, squeaking. The iron railing with thin fingers in front of me was suddenly deformed by me. I said it was protected, but it was under house arrest. You can imagine their attitude towards Eren. If Aunt Curl was protected by them, how bad it will be. Never let them succeed. I immediately made up my mind, and at this moment, Eric had already spoken first. Since the wall teaching incident last year, I have always been skeptical about the level of the gendarmerie's protectors. Eric said abusively. His discord with the gendarmerie had existed several years ago. At this time, the opening will not appear abnormal. Neilton was angry about Eric's act of uncovering the scars of the gendarmerie. What do you want? I think Duke George is more capable of protecting the gendarmerie than the gendarmerie. The reason must be the gendarmerie. The regiment is also very clear. Eric sneered, head of the Dirk division. I didn't keep my hands at the beginning. You should be very clear about this, right? President Zaker couldn't help but hesitate. If the mother of Eren was handed over to the gendarmerie regiment, it would be hard to guarantee that the nobles behind the gendarmerie regiment would think of something stupid. Then, if Eren was therefore, if you run out of control and go to the mainland to kill, you will have a lot of fun, and it is not impossible to attract Kaiser's Titan and the super large Titan. But if the Eren mother was handed over to Duke George to protect him, he would be too strong, and he would be very close to the investigation core. That's it, the two evils are the lesser one. Zackley sighed as he looked at Neil, who was changed by Eric on the court, and tapped the table with a small hammer. Eren the mother is handed over to Duke George for protection, so, disband. Thanks to Zackley's current lack of a deep and accurate understanding of the power of Titan, he will definitely not be in a few months. Made such a decision. Temporary office of the investigation core. Thanks, Eren, everyone. I opened the door and walked in from outside the office. Gawain. Eren suddenly widened his eyes in shock. How are you? It's no wonder that he was so shocked. After all, Captain Irvine, Duke Eric, President Rose, and Captain Lowell in the room are amazing people who carry them out. Naturally, they are not in the place. Just let people come in, but I kept coming in like my back garden and greeted them freely. It seemed as if they were the same level or even superior, and it completely subverted the three views of Eren. Do you need me to evade Gawain? Irvine smiled and shook hands with me. That's not necessary, I smiled politely. What I'm going to say next is not confidential, it's mainly to tell Eren is nothing more than some truth. I promised to tell him at the beginning, but I never thought it took so long. Gawain. Eren looked like I knew me for the first time. Obviously now the impact of the situation on him was a bit too great. Eren, I know you are very confused now. I stepped forward and patted Eren on the shoulder, but don't worry, you will understand after I finish it. No matter what I say for a while, just believe it. Next, in addition to the power of Titan about the three of Reiner, I will tell Eren all the truth about the world, the origin of the reinstatement, Grisha's identity, and the current situation inside the wall. Because in my opinion, Eren is still too impulsive. If you tell him the identity of Reiner and others, I am afraid he will confront them later. Even if you don't face it, Eren is still a hard people who can't hide things are easy to be seen by them, so it is better not to tell him, lest things will be difficult to end. And after knowing almost all the truth, Eren immediately froze on the sofa, looking like three views completely ruined, dumbfounded, and stupefied, not knowing what to say. It's far from a means reaction. I sighed in my heart. After I told Ammon the whole truth, he just froze for a few seconds before quickly responding. He also asked me many questions, and also asked for differentiation. Ni's plan, the response of Eren is completely incomparable with him. I stretched out my hand in front of Eren and shook his mind. Gavin, Eren said hesitantly, why me? What? I didn't react for a while. Gawain, why is it me who inherited the power of attack on Titan? Eren said confusedly, and I suddenly thought about the lifespan. Eren was passed down to attack on Titan when he was 11 years old. According to the 13-year limit, he can only live to 24 years old at most. This fact is undoubtedly very cruel to him. Not only did he die prematurely, but in the process, he could only sit back and watch himself step by step towards death and could do nothing. He might hate me. Sorry Eren, we can't do anything about the 13-year limit. I said sadly, we are doing our best. No, I didn't mean that. Eren suddenly looked up, he looked at me and shouted, I just don't understand why there are so many outstanding people among the restitutionists, but my father chose me. I'm worried, I'm not up to this duty. I was at the beginning of the troubles in Trost. Not only did he not lift the rock, but he accidentally hurt you. Did his father make a wrong judgment? Eren lowered his head. Eren, I took a deep breath, squatted down and held his hand. Look up and look at me. Eren slowly raised his head when he heard the words, eyes full of hesitation and helplessness. I know it's time to give him chicken soup. Why choose you? Because you are the protagonist. Of course, I will definitely not say this sentence, but I have to prove that I chose him through other evidence. Reason. Do you know what the ability of Attack on Titan is? I stared into the eyes of Eren and said, one is rebirth, and the other is to read the power of Attack on Titan, the memories of the inheritors, including the memories of future inheritors. Grisha chose you only after seeing the future. But, I didn't feel this ability. Eren looked down at his hands and said in confusion, the ability is always to be mastered slowly. Eren. I reluctantly filmed. Pat him on the shoulder, you don't think I was born so good. I also achieved my current strength through continuous practice acquired from day to day. Do you think Holy Flame and Teleport are so easy to master? Oh. Eren just nodded, okay, stop thinking about it. I started to change the subject. The next day you just stay in the investigation core training. Eric will take care of it. Auntie, she will visit you when she is free, and Lance will also come to you when he is free, and teach you the application of the power of Titan and fighting skills. Try to improve yourself, Eren. As Eren joined the investigation corps, other training soldiers also ushered in the day when they chose their corps. The carriage that suppressed the troops came to pick me up was also parked outside the training corps station, and the training corps' career came to an end. Now everyone will go to each other to usher in a new life. After urgent consultations and investigations within the restorationists, the chance of Kenny's invitation being a trap is only 30%. For this reason, I also decided to take a personal risk to suppress the troops and obtain their information. Tiger Lair, how can you get a tiger's son? Well, be careful, don't be aggressive, don't die. Su Jinkin patted my shoulder and said, don't worry, I nodded, I know it in my heart. About Yanni, you should make up your mind as soon as possible. I pressed Sue Jenkins' shoulder and said, "Don't wait for her to do a lot of damage to the wall before you have to showdown. It will be difficult to end at that time." "I know," he nodded. "I will deal with it as soon as possible. Also, we have to find a way to get it as soon as possible regarding the 13-year limit." I hesitated and said, "We will definitely be able to solve this problem." "Yes." Sue Jenkins' eyes flashed with determination. "Even if there is no other way, I will save her life, but I will pay a price." Before the carriage, Gawain Ackerman, a man with a beard, poked his head and glanced at me blankly, then asked, "Yes." I nodded. "Well, get in the car." He opened the door with a click and said to me. I stepped into the carriage, and then he closed the door and knocked on the partition to signal the driver to drive. I looked carefully at the carriage of the carriage. Although it is night, the light is not a problem for me with dark vision. I can see signs of wear and tear on the handrails and other commonly used places. Obviously this carriage is no longer used it for the first time. "You don't look nervous at all," the beard said. The carriage did not close the curtain, and a little moonlight came in from the window, so that he could barely see my expression. "It's okay." I turned to look at him, and sat face to face with him. "Now can you tell me what unit you are?" "I'm really impatient," Beard smiled. "Well, it is the opposing suppression force belonging to the Central Gendarmerie Regiment. Our commander, Kenny Ackerman, was the one who enlisted you that day." "I've heard of Kenny Ackerman, but isn't he wanted by Wang Zheng? How could he be a member of the government? And I have never heard of suppressing troops against others." I looked wary, he said, pressing his left hand on the hilt of the dagger around his waist, and began to act wildly. "Huh? If the secret department is still known to you, then we don't have to confuse it. Let's disband as soon as possible." LeBeard laughed. Said, "Cut? Where are we going now?" I curled my lips in dissatisfaction and asked. The beard did not entangle too much on this topic, and quickly replied, "Go to our current gathering point. You will know when you get there." "Humph? It's mysterious." I shrugged and showed it well. My dissatisfaction was forcibly recruited. Actually, the suppression of people is similar to the Gendarmerie Regiment. They have the qualifications to live in the mainland, and the treatment is better than that of the Gendarmerie Regiment. "Why dissatisfied?" Yanbeard said with a smile, and then patted himself. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sterling Guerra. I hope we will get along well in the future. Haha, I have no plans to join the Gendarmerie." I shrugged again, but did not. He had a bad attitude towards Sterling. What's the point of that kind of garbage place? It's fun to deal with Titan. "Ha." Sterling gave a dry smile. "Then I can't do anything about it. If you have any dissatisfaction, just talk to the captain, but I don't think he will release people." "Oh, then I can only hope to suppress people. The troops can be more interesting." I sighed and said, all in disguise. The carriage stopped in front of a pub. "We're here, get off," Sterling said. I couldn't help being a little surprised. According to common sense, newcomers should always leave a good impression on the other party the first time they join the organization to increase their sense of belonging and honor. That is to improve the loyalty of the opponent. When a newcomer joins the regiment, they will let the opponent go to the headquarters to see and then take an airship to circle around in the air, and then let the opponent swear an oath in accordance with the organizational regulations. And why do not suppress the troops? What about playing cards in common sense? You don't mean that the distance is still far. Let's drink 2 glasses to quench our thirst before leaving, right? I immediately looked at Sterling with a weird look. Or is there no cave under the pub? Haha, neither. Sterling smiled and explained, according to reliable information, the drug king Gala will be here today to have a big deal with his business partner. This guy is the largest organization in the wall that manufactures and sells illegal drugs. The leader of the team said that he wants to catch all the high levels of his organization here. It turned out to be standing in front of me, and I thought it was really unreasonable to play a card against others to suppress the troops. I smiled. Kenny's approach may be very effective for others, but for me, I don't have to kill fewer people than him, but I didn't care about Kenny's different ways of doing things. I didn't show it in front of Sterling. I just nodded blankly and asked, "Then do we need to take action?" "That's not necessary," Sterling smiled and said disdainfully, "It's just a drug dealer. We just watch, and be careful not to get hurt by mistake." "Oh," I nodded. "Stop talking." Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the tavern. All the glass was shattered into pieces by the shock wave. Then there was the sound of the shotgun firing. Due to the angle and the smoke from the explosion, I could only see the inside of the tavern. The figure is shaking, but I can't see the specific situation, but listening to the sound seems to be one-sided slaughter. The opposing forces had an overwhelming advantage, while the Poison King Gala's people were unable to fight back, and were shot dead without even having a chance to shoot. Finally, there were several gunshots in the tavern that were different from the fire of a shotgun. Then the door of the tavern was slammed open, and a man with a fat body and a fierce face rushed out of the tavern in panic. 2 guards were holding guns and firing violently to cover him to leave. Boom, boom. With 2 gunshots almost indiscriminately shot, the 2 guards were shot half of their heads immediately, and the body fell weakly. At the same time, a man in a leather jacket and cowboy hat also came from the side window. He jumped out, raised his hand in the air and broke the fat man's right leg with a shot. The fat man screamed and fell to the ground, but even so, he didn't give up the intention of running away. He still crawled forward with his hands and didn't even dare to look back. Obviously, he was extremely afraid of the man. Poison King Gala, really embarrassed. How was your prestige before? The man wearing a cowboy hat stretched out his hand to straighten his hat, and looked at Poison King Gala, who was lying on the ground and still trying to crawl forward, showing contempt a triumphant smile. Kenny Ackerman. Gala called out the full name of the man in fear. Why? Do you want to ask me why I want to attack you? Kenny said with a smile, but in a deep cold tone, because you crossed the line, idiot? It doesn't matter what you do in slums and black streets, but this shouldn't have put his idea on the congressman's son. Now you and your family are going to be finished. I don't know. Gala cried out in fear, even the wound on his leg. Regardless of dealing with it, I don't know his identity. If I know, I will say nothing to him. Let my family go. Okay, how much they give you, I will give you twice. Tisk. What a pity. Kenny shook his head with regret. I can't refuse this task, and besides, after killing you, won't all your property belong to us? No. Before Gala's words were finished, the roar of the shotgun sounded. Boom. A shot bomb blasted a small hole next to Gala's head, and Gala was scared to pee his pants. Oh, I almost forgot. There are newcomers present today. Kenny straightened his hat again, looked at me who was watching this scene and smiled. Gawain Ackerman, welcome to the opposing suppression force. Now I give you a task to kill the guy in front of me. If Kenny's approach is for a trainee who has just graduated from the training corps, it will definitely have an excellent effect, even if the opponent has participated in the Battle of the Troost District. Killing Titan and killing people is the same. If there are essential differences, it would be better to use this to persuade the other party. But for me, I have killed more people than in Titan, and the person he let me kill is still a wicked drug dealer. I will naturally not have any psychological burden when I kill. Anyway, it is also for the people. The more deaths of this social cancer, the better. If I kill him, do I have a share of the money? I asked with a smile, not walking towards Gala. Kenny was stunned when he heard the words, and then laughed. Interesting, don't worry. Kill if he divides the money, you must have a share. No, don't come over. Gala cried in horror, waving his hands constantly, as if trying to stop me. I sneered and opened him easily. He stretched out his hands and twisted his neck. Really skilled. Kenny squinted. If you kill too many people, you will be skilled. I looked at Kenny without fear. Huh? Kelly, take him to pick up clothes and equipment, and arrange a place for him by the way. By the way, don't forget to give him his share. Kenny and I laughed at each other after a few seconds. Turning his head to a beautiful woman with a cold face, chestnut hair, and bright red lipstick beside him, he said, Yes, Captain. Kelly nodded expressionlessly, and walked towards me. Come with me. I nodded and walked towards her. Kenny's attitude is really unpredictable. I am still not sure what his purpose is for him to recruit me into the oppression force, maybe from Kelly. I can ask some clues. Are we going to the headquarters now, or the branch? I asked after Kelly. The main purpose of entering the anti-personnel suppression unit is to understand the location of its headquarters and branches, and then the force team will dispatch them to destroy them, severely inflicted or even annihilated the opposing forces. After losing this power, Wang Zhang will fall into a period of weakness. The Central Gendarmerie alone cannot stop us, and how useful the Gendarmerie regiment can be. It's time to change the king. We don't have a headquarters or a branch. We only have a safe house and a temporary station. Kelly said without looking back. I was stunned. There is no headquarters and branch. The intelligence department has spent 4 years failing to find the headquarters of the opposing suppression force. After all, no one has this thing. How do you find it? As for the safe house and the temporary stationing point, the former is hardly exposed or has great timeliness. If it is missed, it will be worthless. This trick is really amazing. The captain said that we don't need this kind of thing. Kelly couldn't hear the joy or anger in her tone. If you need it, it's fine to enlist in the gendarmerie. If necessary, the nobles will also provide us with certain convenience. So much power to suppress the troops. I pretended to be surprised. Those guys want us to help them protect their rights and status. Of course, they have to pay something. After all, they suppress the troops. We are not responsible to them. We are only responsible to His Majesty the King, and only the King is qualified to give us orders. Kelly's tone finally revealed a trace of disdain. I followed Kelly without saying a word, and played the role of a newcomer very well. From Kelly's words just now, I noticed that she said the King gave orders. It was commands instead of commands. The difference in this word can be very different. This means that the king has no direct control over the opposing suppression forces, and can only be controlled indirectly through instructions, and the recipient of the instructions is undoubtedly Kenny Ackerman, and only he is qualified to command the opposing suppression forces. This is the same as his own private army, and it is also the private army that asked Wang Zhang to pay for it. In a sense, Kenny is also a big boss. Kelly stopped abruptly, letting me, who was walking and wandering, almost hit her. I want to make it clear to you first, Gawain Ackerman. Kelly turned and said solemnly. The most important thing in suppressing troops is that your commander is only the captain. No one except him is qualified to give orders to you. The chiefs of the Central Gendarmerie can't, the nobles can't, even the king's orders. Unless the captain orders the authorization, you don't have to listen to anyone other than him. Do you understand? I couldn't help showing a look of shock on my face. I never expected Kenny to be so arrogant. Generally speaking, this kind of rule should be that the old members of the organization will inform the other party after the newcomer has joined for a period of time and have basically been integrated into the organization, rather than blatantly put it forward when the newcomer has just joined the organization. Are you not afraid of being informed? Or is he confident? Or is this his temptation to me? Understood. Kelly asked again, slowly letting out an aura to press on me. Although I was shocked by Kelly's statement, I would definitely not be so stupid to refuse, nodded immediately and said, understood. Yeah. Kelly nodded faintly, regained her momentum, turned and continued to walk forward, leading me to a two-story building before stopping and seeing the door. The corners of my mouth twitched after the word tavern at the top. It's really casual. The third room on the left on the second floor is ours. You can get the items in it at will. This is the key. The money is for you. Someone will pick you up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Kelly took out 10 sheets of 1 Trinity and a key placed in my hand and said, understood. I nodded. Kelly didn't talk nonsense, turned around and left after the explanation. I smiled helplessly. What valuable information on the first day I didn't get it. The situation of this pair of people suppressing the troops is really beyond my imagination, and I still don't know Kenny's purpose. It's really tricky. After putting the money and keys in my pocket, I turned and walked into the hotel. Now I am wearing the uniform of the training corps, so the hotel owner sitting at the front desk just looked up at me and bowed his head without asking. I followed the stairs to the second floor, found the room Kelly said, opened the door with the key and walked in. There is a large bed, a large wardrobe and a bedside table in the room. The sanitary condition is not bad. There is no dust or odor. There is a small compartment in the room which is the bathroom and toilet. It is well ventilated and the environment is generally good. Presumably the cost of accommodation will not be too low. I first counted the items in the room. There were 3 sets of uniforms in the closet. They were dark gray and light gray tights. There were no marks on them. After all, it was a secret department. It must be known that the fewer people, the better. There is no need to get them. What standard system, if necessary, use the name of the Central Military Police. There are no weapons in the room. The 3-dimensional maneuvering device I was thinking of doesn't even have hairs, and the daily necessities are very complete. I have not found anything like monitoring spell cards, so I can't tell whether Kenny has it. There is no awakening. According to the situation in this world, the demon hunter can be divided into 3 situations: awakening, semi-awakening, and pseudo-awakening. If Kenny is in the latter 2 situations, I can escape safely even if I expose my identity, because he has not kept it at all. My method, but if it's the first situation, then I'd better run away early, so as not to lose my life even after the identity is exposed. Although this probability is small, I have to guard against it. 8 o'clock in the morning the next day. The person who came to pick me up was Sterling again. Morning, Gawain. Sterling stuck his head out of the carriage and greeted me. Morning. I nodded to him and stepped into the carriage. Where are we going? Take you to get the equipment, and by the way, I will show you to the people in the team. Sterling shrugged. There is also a certificate or something. In short, just walk through the process. Familiarize yourself with the rules and regulations and remind you that the 3-dimensional mobile device we are equipped with is different from the one you used before, and it will take you some time to master its usage. Didn't we have no headquarters and branches? I asked. Haha, yes, but we always have replenishment points. Otherwise, how do you think our gas and ammunition are replenished? Sterling patted himself the human-shaped 3-dimensional mobile device on my body smiled. Okay. I nodded. Then what is our duty? Just like our name, suppress the rebellion and maintain stability in the wall. Lin shrugged again. Isn't this supposed to be the responsibility of the Gendarmerie Regiment or the Central Gendarmerie Regiment? I frowned and asked. Well, to paraphrase the captain's words, the meaning of our existence is to clean up the mess that they can't handle. Sterling suddenly became serious when Kenny was mentioned. Also, I acted as white gloves for those nobles. The humanoid 3-dimensional mobile device does not rely on the hook and anchor launcher at the waist to control the direction. Its hook and anchor launcher has been moved below the muzzle. The strike at the index finger is used for loading and unloading the barrel and firing. The trigger at the place is used to launch and recover the hook anchor. Hold down to launch and lock, loosen to retract. Both sides of the waist are where the ammunition is placed. There are a total of 8 shots. The barrel and bullet are integrated. You should familiarize yourself with it first. At the supply point, Sterling explained while helping me wear the 3-dimensional mobile device. What are the metal bars on my body used to increase the load? I looked at the hollow steel bars on my body and asked. The presence of these steel bars makes the human-shaped 3-dimensional mobile device look like a metal exoskeleton. The normal model is several times cooler, but I firmly believe that the existence of this thing is definitely not just to make people feel cool. 2 years ago, the restorationists also seized several human-shaped 3-dimensional mobile devices, but it was not so there are many hollow steel bars, and now I am wearing a new model that Wang Zhang came up with. This is called a fighting aid. Sterling replied after scanning the hollow steel bar on my body. Fighting aid. I looked strange and moved my arm and said, I didn't get it. Feeling the slightest support effect. On the contrary, this thing also limits my movement to a certain extent and reduces my flexibility. Because you didn't activate it. Sterling shrugged. I'm optimistic. He knocked the ends of his hands, and with a soft click, the handle of the gun suddenly split into two halves, and the part that was used to lock the barrel became the joint of the handle. Sterling flicked his thumb lightly, pulled half of the gun handle to the back of his hand, and locked it with a click, forming a simple metal glove. It can not only control three-dimensional mobile devices but also close combat, and it can also shoot hook and anchor attacks in close combat. It is indeed a good design, but I still don't see the usefulness of those hollow steel bars. That's it. I glanced at Sterling. What are those metal bars for? Fighting. You'll know if you try. A sinister smile appeared on Sterling's face. The answer is guaranteed. What you expected. Huh? Try it. I inserted the gun back into the mouth of my body, twisted my neck and stood up. I have never been afraid of anyone in terms of fighting, not to mention a person whose physical fitness is far inferior to mine. Mortals, I have to see what new tricks Sterling can play. Let's do it. I said to Sterling without even posing for a fighting position. Let me see the so-called fighting aids. You kid, I frowned when I saw that I underestimated Sterling. Well, be careful. Laugh. The three-dimensional mobile device on Sterling's body suddenly made a sound of jet, and then he hit my chest with a punch. The speed and strength were beyond my expectations. My pupils shrank, and my arms hurriedly overlapped to block my chest. Before, the huge impact made me take 2 steps back before letting go. I couldn't help but stare wide and surprised, while Sterling on the other side was even more surprised than me. You actually blocked it. This thing can smash through a brick wall. Even if I kept my strength just now, I should knock you off. How come? Damn. I rolled my eyes when I heard this, grabbed Sterling's arm and threw him over the shoulder. On the ground. Sterling was smashed to the ground severely by me, and some of the connections on the three-dimensional mobile device were separated by the impact. He himself almost passed his back. Damn, you are too cruel. The ground said painfully, who told you to cheat me? I replied unceremoniously, I'm afraid I've already entered the medical room with that punch just now. Ahem, please, you are. Kerman, the captain's family, can't he still be called Ackerman? Sterling said of course. I curled my lips and made a kick on him. To put it plainly, the fighting assist device is to use the gas in the gas tank to impact the steel bar to drive the punch, so that the user can burst out a powerful force that does not belong to him, although it has the advantages of fast speed and strong strength. But there are also such as dull movements. Usually steel bars will affect the flexibility and the disadvantages of high gas consumption. But overall it is still a very genius design. For ordinary people, it is a whole card that can turn the tide of the battle at a critical moment, but it has no effect on masters like me and Kenny. The button that activates it is on the index finger, which is the trigger that originally controlled the barrel. Sterling reminded. I tried to punch twice. It feels fun. I smiled. I noticed that after every attack, it will stop for 1 second before it can continue to act. There is no problem with ordinary people, but if it is against a master, it will be fatal, so it can be played, but I will never equip it when it is really important. This thing can be unloaded, right? I looked at Sterling and asked. Well, he nodded. If you want to unload it, the captain never uses this thing, but to me it's easy to use. I see. I nodded. I will remove it when I get tired of playing or encounter a strong enemy, but let me study it now. The fighting assist device is indeed powerful when used, but its gas consumption is also not small. It is full of gas and only enough to support it to launch 20 attacks, and if you use it to fight when the gas consumption is severe during combat, if it's not good, it's a double-edged sword. After that, Sterling and I went to obtain a certificate indicating that I was the Central Gendarmerie. After all, the anti-personnel suppression force was attached to the 1st Central Gendarmerie Regiment. With the Central Gendarmerie ID, it can be kept confidential and convenient. The woman who took you to rest yesterday was our Deputy Captain Kelly Johnson. Sterling pointed to a small portrait and said, there are 134 people in the suppression force, except for the captain and the deputy captain. There are also 5 team leaders, all of whom are authorized by the team leader. Stuart Aldrin, the team leader, Terry Ramone, the 2nd team leader, Mike Cyrus, the 3rd team leader, Robert Anderson, leader of Group 4, and me, Sterling Guerra, leader of Group 5. Kid, you are under my control. You. I looked at Sterling in surprise. He was also the leader? Hey, don't look down on people, okay? Sterling exclaimed immediately, I am also very strong. Although I am incomparable with people of Ackerman blood, I am also one of the best among normal people. Okay. The leaders of the 1st to 5th groups are ranked from strong to weak. I unceremoniously began to venomously, you. Sterling suddenly blown his beard and stared, but he was helpless to me. I don't know if some things are broken, don't you know? Don't worry, I will pretend I don't know. You are the weakest. I laughed. Go practice the three-dimensional mobile device first, and you can rest here. The way to move the human-shaped three-dimensional mobile device is to swing around like Spider-Man. The jet device ejects gas to provide power, but unlike Spider-Man, people do not need a jet device, and it is the spider silk that pulls him instead of the hook, the anchor and the wire attached to it. Compared with the three-dimensional maneuvering device used to deal with Titan, the human model is inferior in terms of speed, melee combat, and endurance. No matter how fast it swings, it can't compare to other people's straight-line flight. It has a super hard blade, but it has an advantage over human models in terms of flexibility and long-range attacks in a small range of mobility, and its control method is simpler and easy to use. It can only be said that each has its own strengths. If the enemy is only human beings, after the restoringists have grasped the overall situation, they will definitely install the human-shaped three-dimensional maneuvering device. After all, by listening to the name, you will know that it was made to deal with humans, and its control is not very difficult. Hi, for those who have no foundation, as long as the special training is up to 3 months, they can master it. It's a pity that our enemies are not just as simple as humans. Using this thing to deal with Titan is tantamount to death. The shotgun cannot kill Titan, and its design with only 8 bullets is really too boring. Humans, 4 pairs of blades can support several battles, and 8 bullets can't support even a half-time battle if you don't pay attention to saving. The next week I spent the next week familiarizing with the human-shaped three-dimensional mobile device, and during my daily chat with Sterling, I also learned a lot about Wang Zheng's intelligence that belongs to the restoring intelligence blank area. First of all, Wang Zheng also tried to imitate the machine guns and revolvers of the restitutionists. They did successfully imitate them, but in the end they failed because they could not solve the problem of the bottom fire of the bullet. Otherwise, the human-shaped three-dimensional mobile device should be equipped with a revolver. It's not shot bullets anymore. Secondly, the reason for the emergence of fighting aids is to gain the upper hand in fighting with enemies with super-physical qualities. This enemy is undoubtedly a member of the rehabilitated force group. They have all used me to make it. The last and most valuable thing is that Kenny seems to have no loyalty to Wang Zheng, and it may be possible to instigate him against him, but what troubles me is the attitude of the reinstatementists and the oppressive forces. Sterling, it's been a week since I said, why haven't I seen the other people in your group, and only you, the group leader, come to see me at intervals? In the forest of giant woods, I control the side of the human-shaped mobile device. Phoebian asked, how many times have I told you, I want to call my team leader? Sterling roared furiously, and then answered, the guys were seconded by the deputy captain to perform the task, and my task is to ensure the safety of the supply points, and take care of you as a newcomer by the way. Huh? Sterling, if you encounter an enemy, who will take care of who is not always the case. I laughed, and Sterling cursed immediately, asshole Gawain, sooner or later you will be beaten to death if you talk like this. Speaking of how the captain recruits people, I still don't understand why he wanted to recruit me into the opposing suppression force. While Sterling was emotionally unstable, I suddenly changed the subject and asked, Captain, I don't know how he pulls people. Now, 2/5 of the people in the team are brought in through informal channels. They are good at getting them but their character is very problematic. Don't try to change the subject. Sterling replied subconsciously, and then reacted again, staring at me and saying, I laughed, pretending to be seen through and skipped that topic. After 3 more days, Sterling suddenly found me near noon. Congratulations, you have a task, so you won't complain about being bored anymore. Sterling said grimly, I have something to do at last. I twisted my neck and pretended to be happy. What mission? The youngest son of the Duke of Weston has been kidnapped, and we are responsible for the rescue. Sterling rolled his eyes and said, and I had an expression, what is it? I take off my pants. I took out my knife. Tell me what the task is. What can I do? Where is the funding for the Nobles Work Organization? Sterling shrugged. A dignified color flashed across his face, but don't underestimate these kidnappers. They are killed 12 gendarmes and 5 central gendarmes one after another and escaped into the underground street without dying. So powerful. I frowned. I can think of those gendarmes that they have long been addicted to a corrupt life and their fighting power is not as good as before. It is not difficult to kill them, but the strength of the Central Military Police cannot be underestimated. They can compete with the armed forces. The one who can kill the 5 of them without a single death is definitely a master, and they are going to fight with hostages, and the number will never be too small. So what kind of kidnappers are you doing? They also kidnapped the Duke's son. Are they crazy? I vomit. The armed forces and Dark Arrow will never do such things, so I don't have to worry about being with myself. Right, otherwise I can only kill the members of the opposing suppression force who is with me this time. The Sterlings are actually pretty good. I don't want to kill him as a last resort, and he has also treated me these days. Very caring. How do I know what they think? Sterling shrugged. What's the matter, kid? Cut. How many of us are there? Don't tell me it's just the 2 of us. I turned to him. Rolling eyes, there are also Ren Lowell and Rick Hallberg. They are 4 groups of people, will cooperate with us. Sterling replied, according to intelligence, there are 8 kidnappers, 1 of them was seriously injured and 2 were lightly injured. Injuries can be dealt with. 8 bullets, 8 people, very good. I curled my lips. Have you never encountered a lack of bullets? There is a way, you guessed it. Lin looked sad. I have already figured out his character in the past few days with Sterling. It is useless to say good things to him. It has to be reversed to have an effect on him. Hey, can you do it? Wouldn't it be to take the opportunity to plagiarize my creativity? I glanced at Sterling and said in a disdainful tone, you kid. Sterling was furious, and he took a deep breath. After a sigh of relief, he immediately said the method as if pouring beans, tell you, the solution is to attach a barrel to the 3-dimensional mobile device, attach a hanger to the barrel, and then as long as it does not affect the movement, how much loose you can take. It's okay to play, I didn't plagiarize your creativity. This method is good. I curled my lips, and Sterling glared at me. I added 4 shots to the outside of my thigh and calf, and I was ready to fight when I was filled with gas, and Sterling was in the same configuration. Where are the 2 people? Where do we go to meet them? Inquired. At the intersection of the underground street. They will probably be there before us. Sterling replied, well, let's go. I nodded and stepped out. Wait. Sterling suddenly said. I stopped me. What's the matter? I looked at him puzzledly. After meeting with them, speak politely. I understand the 2 guys. They are all brought in by the captain through informal channels. They are good. But the character is very bad, don't conflict with them. Sterling said. Underground street entrance. 2 young men wearing 3-dimensional mobile devices for pedestrians are leaning against the wall and yawning, but they never leave their guns. The 2 military policemen who are standing guard on the side are holding guns with nervous expressions. The blood stains were not cleaned up, it was obviously the blood of their previous companions. I really don't understand why the kidnappers kidnapped the Duke's son. They don't want money like that. Even if they get the ransom, they will die. The 4 intersections of the underground street should have been blocked. Where can they escape? To go? Ran, Rick, waited a long time. Sterling stepped off the carriage and nodded to the 2 young people with blonde hair and brown hair. Ah, it's finally here, Mr. Leader, you old man really let us. I've been waiting for a long time. Rick looked at Sterling with a lazy look, and Ren looked at me behind Sterling. He is the rookie of the same race as the captain, Mikasa Ackerman. Well, we are all here, let's go. Sterling replied blankly, making it clear that he didn't want to communicate with them too much, and the 2 shrugged indifferently and walked in front of Sterling. Entering the underground street, there is no meaning to respect the chief. Really, I was suddenly called out to perform the task while lying well in the woman's arms. I still want to save some Duke's son. What a disappointment. Rick complained, hurry up and complete the task and go to a Caro. It's cool, I hope there's something good this time. The slave group is really good, the girl we played with last time has a good taste, and the cry is very sweet. Ren laughed, completely ignored behind them. Sterling and I said, slave group. I repeated it in a low voice in confusion. Could it be a trafficker? I can't help but look sharp when I think of this. Traffickers are the type of people I hate the most in my life. The big reason is because of Mikasa's parents. If they really collude with traffickers, I'm afraid I will not help but kill people. At the end of the stairs, a gendarmerie captain was already waiting there with 2 gendarmeries. Please come with me and I will give you a detailed introduction. The gendarmerie captain spoke very politely. He obviously knew that we were in contact with him. The level that is not reached is much higher than his level. The 4 exits of the underground street have all been blocked, and our people have begun to mobilize the power of those underground rats to find the target, but their anti-tracking ability is very strong, and before 6 stereo machines were taken away from us. The combat power is strong and should not be overlooked. Haven't found them yet. Sterling frowned. They moved too fast at the beginning. None of us stationed at this intersection survived, and it takes time from receiving the news to mobilizing manpower. So during this period of time we lost them. A trace of embarrassment flashed across the gendarmerie captain's face, and he reluctantly explained, but as long as we give us a while, we will definitely find them. Ha, gendarmerie. Rick whispered disdainfully, it's really the same as before. They kidnapped the hostages for a purpose. Didn't they contact you? I couldn't help asking. The captain of the military police gave me a surprised look, shook his head and said, no. Strange, why did they want to kidnapping the son of the Duke? Are you crazy? Sterling answered. At this moment, a military police suddenly ran over with a nervous expression. Sir, someone sent something. What? The gendarmerie captain asked suspiciously. A little boy came out with an iron box. He said someone paid him to give the box to the gendarmerie. The gendarmerie replied, and the gendarmerie captain wrinkled. Lower eyebrows, go and get the box. Yes. The gendarme immediately responded, and he was about to turn away. Hey, think of a way to confirm what's in it, not a bomb. We are blown up. Ren suddenly reached out and stopped the military policeman. Perhaps Ren and Rick were extremely poor in character, but at least they were beyond doubt in terms of strength. Sir. The gendarmerie couldn't help looking at his captain when he heard the words. Then what do you say? Don't you just let it go? The gendarmerie captain frowned and looked at Ren. Minutes, if it doesn't explode in a few minutes, turn it on again. Rick said, anyway, we don't miss these few minutes. The captain of the military police nodded after hearing this, and did not express any further objections. Sterling and I are standing there, acting as a spectator on the side. It's hard for me to help those nobles. The facts make it hard for me to cheer up. If you succeed, you will succeed. If you fail, it doesn't matter. Anyway, these nobles are mostly not good things. He said he would like to see it happen. After waiting for 5 minutes, Rick nodded and asked the military police to send the box. Before opening it, I smelled the smell. In an instant, I made a basic judgment on the purpose of the kidnappers. They kidnapped Weston. The purpose of the Duke's son is not to seek wealth, but mostly for revenge. The box is not locked. Rick held the box in one hand and took out a dagger with the other hand and carefully opened a seam with a knife. After confirming that there was no bomb and seeing the contents inside, he couldn't help but cut and threw the box with his hand. On the ground, the broken hand inside fell out. What? After seeing the severed hand, the captain of the military police couldn't help but stepped back and exclaimed, I carefully observed the severed hand. This is a left hand. The 5 fingers are large and short, and the thumb and ring finger are still worn. The ruby ring, obviously this hand belongs to the Duke's son. Oh, this is interesting, Ren said gleefully, and Sterling suddenly bent down expressionlessly and took it from under the severed hand. A note came out. Dear Duke of Weston, I don't know if you remember that half a year ago your carriage hit and killed a 7-year-old child? At that time, in order to cover up the matter, you ordered the 5 children who were traveling with that child to be killed together, and sent someone to threaten their families not to disclose this to others. And now the fathers of these children have come to you for revenge. You can feel the pain of losing the child too. Sterling unfolded the note and whispered. Everyone couldn't help changing their faces when they heard the words, Tisk, noble, it. I whispered, making no secret of the disgust on my face. What kind of task is this? I think if we don't move faster, this hostage won't need to be rescued, just collect the body for him. Sterling said blankly, but I keenly found that disgust also appeared in his eyes. We also have some connections in the underground street. Maybe we can help a little bit. Ren shrugged casually, turned and walked into the underground street. Rick followed behind him. Sterling winked at me, also followed them. These nobles, sooner or later let you all die. I clenched my fist and cursed in my heart, and followed with expressionless steps. After walking into the building complex, Ren and Rick flew up with the 3-dimensional mobile device and flew towards their target. Sterling and I also followed suit. After flying for 5 minutes, we arrived in front of a 3-story small building. The doors and windows of the small building were closed tightly, and it didn't look like a human being, but in fact, I used the hunter's spirit vision to see it. 13 people, and there are more than 30 people in the basement, all crowded together, seem to be slaves. Slavery exists inside the wall, but most of the people who are sent into slavery are criminals or the offspring of criminals. Of course, there are also poor people who were abducted and sold into slaves. I will not comment on this for the time being. Doris, are you dead? Squeak if you are not dead. Ren went to the door of the small building and slapped the door vigorously, shouting. A sound of footsteps suddenly sounded, and then a hoarse and enthusiastic voice responded. Rare guest, my good brother Ren unexpectedly came. Welcome. You too, quickly open the door. Yes, boss. The 2 men responded, opening the door from the inside, and walking out of the door. A slender man with black hair in a leather jacket, he opened his arms with a smile on his face and opened his arms to face us and said, Ren. And Rick and the 2 brothers behind, welcome to the Akaka slave group. Is there anything I can help? Duris, do you have any news about the kidnappers who broke into the underground street? We need to kill them. This is the task. After stepping forward and hugging Duris, Ren said straightforwardly, don't forget arrange a woman for us. After the mission is over, it's just a good time. Rick also stepped forward and hugged Duris and said with a wicked smile, no problem, I just came here yesterday for a batch of good goods, and they have been cleaned. It's locked in the basement, it will definitely help you guys. Durius said immediately, patted his chest. John, go check the kidnappers, I want to know where they are. Duris turned his head and shouted, yes, boss. A strong man responded immediately, trotting away, we didn't care about this before, I just sent someone to check the situation, don't worry, there will be news soon. Duris looked at Ren and said with a smile. Ren nodded, his eyes flashed with licentiousness, if this is the case, then first take us to see the goods. I want to see what beauty is there this time. I put my hand on the hilt of the dagger around my waist with a blank face, a trace of killing intent flashed in my eyes, you are acting neatly. A little bit. Sterling suddenly pressed my shoulder and said to them, Gawain, I know it is difficult for you to accept this, but this is reality. You have to learn to get used to it, and you can't take advantage of it. Sterling pressed my shoulder and whispered, obviously afraid I violently kill people here. I immediately calmed down a lot when I heard this. I am now undercover. If I do it just for a short time, it may cause my undercover failure. The gain is not worth the loss, so bear with it. I sighed softly, and responded in a low voice, I know. Then I walked to the side and chose to keep my eyes out. Ren and Rick laughed, and walked towards the basement under the leadership of Drews. They didn't know that they had avoided a murderous accident just now, but what just happened made me intuitive for the first time. He realized the darkness of Wang Zhang. This situation won't last long. I gritted my teeth, and silently blacklisted Ren, Rick, and Drews. In less than 10 minutes, the person sent by Dress sent back a message, Boss, that group of people is on 77th Street in the southeast direction. We dare not approach the specific building to confirm, for fear of being discovered by them. Very well, Driss nodded in satisfaction, go on. Haha, let's set off and make a quick battle. That woman really makes me a little impatient. Ren laughed, I'm still tempered. Quite fierce, I like to tame such a woman the most. Rick also agreed. They don't look like soldiers at all, they are more criminals than criminals. The 3 of us go there first to see. Gao Wen, you go and inform the military police to surround it. Sterling deliberately separated me from them. I nodded silently, and stayed with them again. I was worried that you can't help but kill people, and the situation won't end well. I didn't want to stay longer for a second. I swished out the hook and controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device to fly in the direction of the military police. It made me feel very emotional when I saw what I hated, but the person I hated was unable to take action. Depressed, I can't help wondering whether it's worth it. flew back to the previous position. The gendarmerie captain was still standing on the spot with a sad face, and there were 2 more iron boxes on the ground. It seems that the hostages really don't need to be saved if they are later. I thought to myself, controlling the 3-dimensional mobile device and flying to the captain of the gendarmerie. The gendarmerie on the side of my arrival hurriedly raised their guns, and then again. I immediately hung down my muzzle in embarrassment. I found them, on 77th Street, immediately let people surround it, and leave the rest to us. Without too much nonsense, I directly said that I wanted to convey. Meaning, the gendarmerie captain's face changed a bit, and he immediately ordered, Barths, take people around 77 Avenue. I looked down at the 2 extra iron boxes on the ground. They contained a severed hand and a soul respectively. The technique is really rough. I curled my mouth, then turned and flew towards 77th Street. It's hard for me to comment on the behavior of these kidnappers, and their actions have already driven themselves to death. I believe they must also have a good sense of death. If I fight with them, I will not keep my hands. After all, he won't show mercy to the enemy, so I can only say sorry to them in advance, and I can only blame this society for being too dark. Some members of the military police were equipped with 3-dimensional mobile devices, and some were equipped with muskets. Those equipped with 3-dimensional mobile devices flew to 77 Avenue and surrounded there like Maine, while those with muskets blocked the 4 underground streets. The intersection prevents them from successfully breaking through. The level of the gendarmerie can only achieve this level. Although only 10 people who have graduated from the training corps are eligible to join the gendarmerie, the long-term peaceful life has already consumed their ability. Let them not go back to the past, plus the powerful people, they were basically transferred away by the Central Gendarmerie Regiment and even the oppressive troops. The current new corps is just a gathering place for a bunch of people who want to eat and drink. The control speed is actually not as fast as the ordinary 3-dimensional maneuvering device. After a little effort, I left the military police behind and flew straight to 77th Street. I have not heard the sound of the gun firing. It seems that they have not yet handed over, and 77 Avenue is more than 300 meters away. If the kidnappers really want to hide, it will take a lot of effort to find them. Rescue of hostages has always been a very troublesome task. The difficulty ranks first among all special operations tasks. It has not changed at all until the 21st century. After all, the mission goal is not only to kill the enemy, but also to ensure the hostages survive. Even in the modern world where there are professional snipers and equipped with shock bombs, flash bombs, tear gas, and many other auxiliary non-lethal weapons, as well as specially trained special forces for rescue missions, mission failures are still common. Now that none of the above conditions exist, I am curious how the suppression of the troops will act. After approaching 77 Avenue, I flew into an empty room with a 3-dimensional mobile device, then changed from another exit of the empty room to another place, and quickly changed my position several times. After all, the enemy was in the dark. In Ming, what he did just now helps to get rid of the enemy's surveillance, so he hides himself in the dark. This method of dealing with aliens is commonly used on the Earth. The demon hunters who have not mastered this skill are basically dead. Although I don't know if the kidnappers have noticed me, I can't be very careful. I don't want to be killed. Hit the black gun. I scanned 77 Avenue with a hunter's vision. Most of the houses were filled with people, but at this time the houses were all closed with doors and windows. Obviously, the residents here were generally aware that the atmosphere was not right, so they hid in the houses. Run around again. The people living in underground streets are mostly bankrupts, homeless people, wanted criminals, and gangsters. They can no longer live in the earthly world. They can only go to the earth to find a way to survive. No one cares about their lives, even if they are all. Being dead is not a big deal, so they can only rely on themselves. People living in underground streets have a keen sense of danger and the ability to save lives are first class, so they have found cover before the battle. Because of the existence of these residents, I couldn't find the location of the enemy and teammates at a glance with the hunter's vision. I could only search for them slowly through movement analysis, which took a lot of time. At this moment, the military police finally rushed to 77th Street with the 3-dimensional mobile device. 1 team and 2 teams block here, 3 teams and 4 teams search, come on. The military police leading the team ordered loudly, as if they were afraid that the other party would not knowing that they were coming. Understood. The military police responded at the same time and dispersed in accordance with the order. The 3 teams and 4 teams rushed directly into 77 Avenue without even deterring. What kind of people are you helping? Are you rushing to die? I couldn't help but sigh when the military police were doing this. The other party had already made it clear that he was a murderous avenger. Are they all idiots when moving targets? Or is it because the opponent will choose not to fire in order to hide himself? Those kidnappers are here to beg for death. For them, of course, the more people they need to bury, the better. It's strange that they don't fight the heads they send. These gendarmes are over, and the survival of a few depends on their luck. I silently put the gun barrel on the grip. As long as the kidnappers shoot, they will be exposed. Then the mantis will catch the cicada and the oriole will be behind. As for the military police, sorry, I am not familiar with them, and I may become enemies in the future. I don't care about their life or death, and without them as bait, who will lead the kidnappers? I set my sights on the gendarmes who were in charge of the search. At this time, they were serious. Obviously, the death of the gendarmes at the intersection of the underground street scared them. Sure enough, when 5 of the military police flew over a 3-story building with a 3-dimensional mobile device, the kidnappers suddenly started their hands. The windows on the 3rd and 2nd floors were suddenly slammed open, and then 6 muskets protruded from the window. What? Before the gendarmes could react, the kidnappers pulled the trigger, banging, 6 times. The gunfire sounded, and the gendarmes were shot dead before they could make any evasive actions. Their bodies rushed forward due to their inertia, and they slammed on the ground for a few meters before stopping, while their faces remained unchanged. Shocked expression. At this moment, the 2 figures suddenly sprang out from the left and right sides of the small building, manipulating the 3-dimensional mobile device to rush towards the kidnappers' location, and at the same time detained the trigger. Boom, boom. The kidnappers were killed and wounded immediately. It was Ren and Rick who came here. After making an alternate dodge action in the air, they ignored the dead body of the gendarme on the ground and quickly narrowed the distance to the target. Boom. Ren shot and killed a kidnapper again, and then hid behind a building. Rick suppressed the kidnapper with 2 shots and flew to the side. It seems that they also had the idea of using the military police as bait. Boom, boom. There were 2 more roars of shotguns. This time they sounded from the back of the small building. Sterling also shot, but I don't know how his battle will be. 2 bangs of gunshots and a sound of broken glass, when the figure suddenly smashed the glass and rushed out of the small building, and he was pulling a big ball in his hand. Damn. I keenly heard the kidnappers cursing and arrangements. Disperse. Go to the military police to start. Sterling saved people, I said to myself, and didn't immediately take action, but continue to hide in the dark and wait for the best time. Bang! At this moment, a few smoke bombs flew out of the small building suddenly, and they exploded before they landed. The purple smoke obscured everyone's sight. These guys are not easy. The preparations are so complete, then they should also be able to use the 3-dimensional mobile device. I muttered to myself. As expected, in the next second, 4 figures controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and flew out from the 4 directions of the small building quickly, with a few more smoke bombs. After getting out of the blinding sight, they fled in all directions. Ren and Rick each chose a target to chase over. The gendarmes also stared at a target, and the last one happened to rush to me. The time to shoot finally arrived. I rushed out of the vacant window, pulled the trigger at the target. Boom! Under the sudden attack, the kidnapper was shot in the chest before I could react. He immediately groaned and fell out of control and fell to the ground. The 3-dimensional mobile device fell off the body directly due to the impact, sliding several meters and hit it. The wall just stopped. Under the vision of the hunter's vision, I can easily judge the life and death of the opponent. There will be no situation where the opponent pretends to be dead and then up to me. The kidnapper died on the spot after being shot. After all, the power of the shotgun was not covered. I didn't waste time looking at him. I immediately chased the kidnapper responsible for the military police under the control of the 3-dimensional mobile device. A dozen of them dealt with 1 person. Not only was it helpless, but the other party killed 1 person under the cover of smoke. It was really wasteful. However, it was precisely because of the large number of military policemen that they were not strong enough. The kidnapper did not choose to escape but kept circling around them. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill a few people again. My next target is him. There is really nothing to say about the flexibility of the human-shaped 3-dimensional maneuvering device in a small area. Many places that are difficult for ordinary models to pass are easily flew by human models, allowing me to take a lot of shortcuts. Boom! Just when the kidnappers and the military police were chasing and fleeing with the 3-dimensional mobile device, I suddenly rushed out from their front left and shot at the kidnappers. At this critical juncture, the other party also responded, immediately. Stopping the jet and falling down, avoiding most of the shotguns, only part of it hit his left shoulder. Get away, the kidnapper roared. With a flick of his left hand, he threw the blade at me. I quickly dodged the blade to the left. Taking advantage of this gap, he quickly narrowed the distance with me and waved the knife with his right hand. Cut it towards my neck. I blocked his blade with the barrel, and another gun was pointed at his head immediately. The kidnapper didn't evade this, and quickly drew a new blade with my left hand and slashed it towards my neck, making it clear that I was going to burn the stone. Damn. My pupil shrank and raised my foot and kicked him away. Although he couldn't kill me after the shot was shot, my superpowers would be exposed, which was not worth it. After firing again and pushing him back, I quickly pulled away, lost the barrel of the gun and replaced it with a new one. The other party did not love fighting, and fled to a corner before the gendarmerie chased him. I took a breath, and was secretly shocked by the opponent's skill. What is this guy's background? This strength is not inferior or even better than the elite class members of the investigation corps. In the case of a sneak attack, they can react quickly and launch a counterattack. They are fierce and decisive. This is not a half-year training. This guy is terrible. One of the gendarmes who came up could not help but speak, looking nervous. Damn. How could we meet this kind of guy? Another gendarme also gritted his teeth, and the whole team was full. In response to the negative thought of avoiding war, even the speed was deliberately slowed down a lot. Damn. These guys are really unreliable. I curled my lips, ignoring the gendarmes who were deliberately procrastinating, speeding up and chasing the kidnappers alone. When I crossed the corner, I slammed down to prevent a sneak attack by the other party. The next second, a smoke bomb flew out of the diagonal and exploded, and the smoke immediately filled my vision. I quickly turned on the hunter's spiritual vision and at the same time raised the gun in one hand to make a blocking posture and the other hand shot the hook anchor to pull myself back. However, the other party did not rush to me, but dashed toward the gendarmerie who deliberately delayed. What? The gendarmes who returned the carbine to the kidnappers did not recover at once, and their first reaction was not to meet the enemy but to run away, but the opponent seized the opportunity to kill 2 people in a row and took the opportunity to break through. They fled again after their defense. During the period, the kidnappers continued to use the military police as their cover, making me unable to shoot because I was afraid of accidental injury. Finally, I used this to open a distance of more than 30 meters from me again. At this distance, the shooting rate is not very high, and I'm not familiar enough with the new equipment, and I can't kill him even if I shoot. Damn, success is not enough to fail. I cursed angrily, and my original mood became worse. I manipulated the 3-dimensional mobile device to overtake the military police to chase the target. My ambition to win has been completely aroused by him. Get up, this time you must share a victory with him. The speed of the human-shaped 3-dimensional maneuvering device is not as good as that of the ordinary model. If he keeps running away in a straight line, I will undoubtedly not be able to catch up. But his enemy is more than me. The military police is still a trouble even though the waste and quantity are too large. Therefore, he had to constantly change his direction in the middle to avoid being surrounded by himself. His speed inevitably slowed down, and you gave me a chance to catch up. Boom! I fired a shot at him again. This time he didn't avoid it, but rushed towards me after a hard hit with an iron plate that I didn't know when I found it. After realizing that he could not get rid of me, the other party decisively chose to eliminate the threat. Because of my existence, his plan was interrupted many times. Instead of wasting time and continuing to try to kill me, after all, the longer time dragged on, the worse it is for him. I don't know if Ren and Rick have solved it. I haven't heard the gunshots for a while. It is estimated that the kidnappers are only him now. Again, like before, I threw the blade with my left hand to force me to dodge, and then took the opportunity to get closer to me in close combat. But if I don't need to teleport, I really don't have a good way to deal with it. I can only dodge again and use the barrel. It blocked his blade, and pointed at his head with the muzzle of the unused barrel. This time, the opponent didn't use the same style of death again, but suddenly accelerated and hit me with a shoulder. The two lost their balance and fell to the ground. Before he got up, he threw the blade with his right hand again to beat me. To kill, I did not hesitate to fire a shot in his general direction, then smashed the barrel severely to delay the opponent and started replacing it with a new barrel. Whoosh! The blade made a cut about 3 centimeters in my right arm, and the shot I just broke his left hand to the elbow all at once, leaving only a tiny bit of flesh still attached to it. He snorted, waved the knife with his right hand to cut off the only remaining flesh, and then rushed to me quickly. At this time, my barrel had just been replaced, and it was too late to lift it, let alone aim. Dead. He spoke for the first time since this fight, and because of the mask, I couldn't see his expression, but listening to his voice didn't mean much pain. It seemed that he had become accustomed to this level of pain. I used the barrel to cover his blade this time, but this time the barrel is no longer intact as before, but there are some cracks. This barrel is considered scrapped and cannot be used. If I use it to fire, I am afraid it will blow up. He slammed his knee against my lower abdomen, forcing me to make a defensive and unable to fight back. I also ran into him with a knee ram, and again blocked his blade with 2 guns. His strength was a little bit smaller than before, and he obviously couldn't hold it anymore because of the heavy bleeding. Sorry. I took the opportunity to jump away, but he wanted to catch up, but he was a little slower. Boom. The barrel of my undamaged gun fired, hitting the head. He shook it, and finally fell down. Damn. I breathed a sigh of relief, pulled the trigger to remove the barrel, and leaned against the wall. Among the many humans who have fought with me, he is the one that oppresses me the most. Of course, there are factors that I did not use superpowers and struggle with life and death, but the opponent's strength is indeed very strong, and I have not yet know what his name is. I couldn't help sighing after looking at his fallen corpse. After all, he was just a poor man, a father who took revenge for his child, but his behavior was indeed too crazy, and he even wanted to suppress the troops. To the extent of the shot, I had to kill him in order to complete the task. This world. I couldn't help cursing fiercely, and I couldn't help thinking of Ren, Rick, and Durex. I actually ignored their behavior. It seems that I am also constantly facing the direction of evil has changed. I was not like this before. For the sake of the task, bear with me. I said to myself. The clenched fist was still unable to let go. Obviously I felt extremely resistant to my current behavior, but I shouldn't give up in any case. I have to complete the task. Silently pulling up the kidnapper's body, I controlled the 3-dimensional mobile device and turned and flew towards the intersection where I entered the underground street. If I judge it right, they should gather there after completing the task, and it's time to meet them. Since the hook and anchor launch port of the human-shaped 3-dimensional mobile device is installed on the handle, it is convenient and flexible to control in normal times, but if you have to drag an individual, the situation is completely different. I have spent a lot of work, adapted to this situation in a short time and flew to the target location. As I thought, they were already waiting there when I arrived. In addition to the 3 people who suppressed the troops and the captain of the gendarmerie, there was also a big fat man lying on the ground with no limbs. He looked like he was only in his early 20s. His eyes were closed and his face was full of pain. He looked very miserable, and his wound was blackened. It should be the blood that was stopped with a soldering iron. What a duke's son. It's all done. I threw the kidnapper's body to the ground and said, "Your speed is a bit slow, isn't Ackerman supposed to be very strong?" Ren sneered, "This guy is not easy to deal with. If you change it to you, I think he will kill you directly." I said blankly, "Really? Then I have to see how strong you are." Ren twisted his neck and walked towards me. "Enough, Ren, anyone who wants to move me has asked me my opinion." Sterling shouted immediately. Ren acted after hearing this, and said, "Sterling, I'm just about to teach you how can the people of the elders keep their due respect to the predecessors." I only noticed that Sterling had 2 wounds on his body. Obviously, they were injured when he was trying to save people by force. After all, he was saving people from a group of elite hands. It is impossible not to pay any price. "I'll take care of my people, and I don't need your help." Sterling said coldly, "The mission is over, what should I do?" "You." Rain narrowed his eyes, and seemed to have the idea of doing something. The atmosphere on the court suddenly became tense. The gendarmerie captain on the side hesitated, but in the end did not dare to say anything to ease it, but asked someone to quietly move the duke's son away. Boom! Just before the atmosphere became more tense, a gunshot in the distance broke the situation. The incomparably ordinary gunshot in the underground street made people feel tight at this moment. "Go and see the situation." The military police captain quickly ordered, carrying it. People rushed to the place where the gun was shot. Sterling and Ren also stopped the confrontation, turned and flew to the place where the gun was shot, and Rick and I followed at the same time. This gunshot has no other benefits for the time being, but at least it prevented infighting against the members of the suppression force, although I didn't mind having a fight with Ren and Rick. The more I flew to the place where the gunshots sounded, the more puzzled I became. Didn't I fly down this path to the location of the Akaka slave group? Why did gunshots come from there? Ren and Rick guessed the location as well, and immediately turned gloomy and accelerated. Sterling and I quickly followed. "Thanks, Captain." I whispered to Sterling, "Ha, so you guys have a time to respect people." Sterling grinned and punched me with his hands. "Don't worry, you are a member of my team. I definitely won't allow others to bully you." I was touched, but still couldn't help but utter a vicious tongue. "Are you alright? Don't drop the chain at the critical moment. Gawain, your kid will be beaten to death sooner or later because he owes his mouth." Sterling gave me a stern look and said. Between bickering, we finally flew to our destination. "I'll say it again, let go of those girls." A male military policeman pointed at the members of the Akaka slave group with a musket and roared, "You scumbags, I now declare that you have been arrested in the name of the military police." "Hey, boy, our slave trade is legal, and you don't have the right to arrest us," Duries said with a nonchalant expression. The other members of the slave gang put on a posture of watching the show, and they behind him, the 6 girls, the oldest of only 17 or 18, and the youngest of only 12 or 13, were tied together naked with ropes, their eyes blank. "Don't want to quibble. Some of them I may have seen in the missing persons report. You are not only illegally abducting people, you are also suspected of killing their family members. Surrender immediately, or I will shoot." The military police was angry. He said, the index finger pressed the trigger slightly, and as long as he applied more force, he could fire. "Boy, there are some things that can't be said nonsense." A strong man behind Duries suddenly changed his face when he heard the words. He drew a short gun and pointed it at the military policeman and said in a threatening tone. At this time, more than 20 people in the slave group put away their relaxed expressions, and there was a hint of murder in the eyes of the military policeman. But helpless. "What's the matter?" Ren and Rick flew over and fell to the side of Duries and asked, while Sterling and I fell in front of the military policeman. I looked at the military policeman, and I always felt that he was a bit familiar. It seemed that he had appeared in anime. Such a military policeman with a sense of justice is very rare. "What's your name?" I asked. Marlowe Sand." Marlowe was taken aback, and then replied. I nodded, and Ren laughed when I was about to say something to him. "Came over, soldiers, they are our informants. I won't care about you for what you don't know, so leave quickly." "What?" Marlowe looked shocked. He stretched out his hand to look at Drews proudly and said, "But they. It's all a misunderstanding, their business is legal, now leave me immediately." Ren interrupted him roughly, "But where are the slaves?" "They are not enslaved." Marlowe cried. I turned to look at those unclothed and godless kneeling. The female slaves of Mikasa suddenly thought of Mikasa. If there was no one to save her, she would have ended up like this now, even worse than them. After all, she is of Oriental blood, according to the traffickers back then. It is said that some perverts in the royal city like Orientals the most. Ren suddenly punched Malawi's stomach, making him so painful that he immediately grabbed his stomach and bent down. He couldn't even hold the gun and fell to the ground. "This is not something you should know, leave immediately, or kill you," Ren said coldly. "Hey, kid, you have a lot to learn." Duries also sneered. "Damn, you are in the same group," Marlowe said in pain, clutching his stomach. "This is a crime. Where is your gendarmerie regiment so good?" Ren curled his lips in disdain. "Leave quickly, otherwise I wouldn't mind killing a gendarmerie by myself. If it was Eren they would definitely shoot it." I thought in my heart that among all kinds of people, I hate human traffickers the most. Because of my own self-interest, the separation of other people's families is more important. The bad guys will even kill the family members of the abductees to ensure that they are killed. Duries and others are undoubtedly such people. If it were the previous ones, I must have done it, but now the most hated person is doing evil in front of me. What happened? But I just stood on the sidelines, thinking of this. I already had a decision in my heart. Have your consciences been eaten by dogs? Marlowe snarled, and suddenly straightened up and punched Ren. Unprepared, Ren was hit in the face with a punch, but then his counterattack would also. Marlowe fell to the ground with a kick. I silently pressed my hand to the hilt of the dagger around my waist. I couldn't bear it anymore. Asshole? Toasting and not eating fine wine, this is your own death. Ren took out the gun angrily, and I quietly took a step forward to take the shot. Gavin. Sterling could not help but yelled softly. Sorry, Sterling. I shook my head. I don't want to be the last thing I hate before, so I lost my heart. Go and die for all tasks. I drew the dagger and slashed at Redden's neck fiercely, but the quiet conversation I just had with Sterling had already aroused his alertness. When I was about to succeed, he suddenly turned and raised the barrel of the gun. Be careful, Ren. Rick's warning came. Boy, you. Ren yelled, but he miscalculated one thing. The short sword in my hand is not a super hard blade. It is a holy silver weapon that cuts super hard blades like tofu. The blade cut open the barrel without hindrance, and then cut his neck in Redden's shocked gaze unabated. Laugh. Blood spattered out immediately, and Ren quickly reached out and covered his neck, but to no avail. What? Rick exclaimed, hurriedly raising his gun. I never thought that Ren would be solved by me. Boom. Rick's movement slowed me a step. Before he pulled the trigger, I fired the shot and exploded his head first. Rick's body fell weakly, and then those who had just recovered. Everyone in the slave group, I either don't do anything, or do nothing if I do it. Now that you have torn your face and do something, don't be afraid of it anymore. I have seen those guys upset for a long time. All go to hell, you scumbags. Boom, boom, boom. I only fired one shot, but Sterling fired the remaining 2 shots. Under the attack range of the shotgun, everyone in the slave group was knocked to the ground before they could do anything, but they were not killed yet. It's really bad luck. How can I explain to the captain that I will meet a team member like you? Sterling sighed, and Marlowe also got up from the ground, looking surprised. I said, what did I do? Those guys killed Ren and Rick in a sneak attack, and I just killed them to avenge their companions. I pretended to be innocent and blinked, and it was time to deal with the aftermath after a diarrhea. As for the traffickers, I can make them slowly. Fuck. Sterling looked shocked. Is there such an operation? But they. Marlowe hesitated when he looked at everyone in the slave group. The dead can't speak. I smiled coldly. Besides, I didn't treat them as human beings. I am a friend. In other words, they are just right. They look like human beings. You go and let go of the poor people who were abducted by them. I will have a good communication with these scumbags. Understood. Marno said to me. I was still a little puzzled, but at least instructed him to understand, and after a few minutes he immediately understood the meaning of communication in my mouth, but he would not sympathize with those traffickers. Kill me. Duruzi screamed. The next second he was pierced with a short sword and his tongue could no longer speak. What's the hurry? It's still a long time. I smiled. The thing I hate most is human traffickers, so you guys don't think you can die happily. After resolving Ren, Rick, and the people in the slave group, another problem posed before our eyes: how to arrange the children who were trafficked. It's okay to deal with family members. Just check their identities and send them home by the military police. However, some of the children's families have been killed by them and they are already homeless, and there is no orphanage inside the wall. Such facilities, even if they exist, are extremely small. It seems that there are adoptive homes in the wall teaching, but I will never send them to the wall teaching, and they will not be able to survive independently. In fact, the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce will definitely not mind adopting these children. It is no big deal to provide them with food and let them help in the Chamber of Commerce. Even if someone has an opinion, I will let him keep it. But the trouble is that I am now undercover in the suppression of people, but there is no way to contact the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce. If you force contact, it will only expose them. This is the most troublesome. I was upset that the force of swinging the knife in his hand could not help but increased a bit, causing Durius to let out a high scream again, and not far away, several girls looked at him like hate. Do you want revenge yourself? Then come over and do it. I looked at them and said, the sword is borrowed from you, but don't let it kill you. That would be too cheap for them. The girls looked at each other. Looking at each other, the headed girl with flax hair and brown eyes who looked about 13 or 14 years old suddenly stepped forward and took my dagger, and then plunged a sword between Durius's legs. The latter he rolled his eyes and passed out without even screaming. His Sterling and Marlowe couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath when they saw this, and quickly turned their heads to stop watching the murderous scene. I am feeling sorry for my holy silver dagger. I would not borrow it if I knew she would stab the place. How long will it take to clean it afterwards? The other girls who had been a step slower also rushed forward at this time. Without a dagger, they retaliated fiercely at the traffickers with their teeth and nails. The crying and roaring of the girls and the screams of the traffickers suddenly flooded. Up here. Gawain, it's a bit too much. Sterling couldn't help but said, as if a little scared by the crazy looks of the girls, some emotions have to be vented. I said blankly, let in my opinion, revenge by hand is the best way to vent, and will not let them be shrouded in the shadow of human traffickers all their lives. You seem to hate human traffickers a lot. Marlowe cautiously said, for this reason, you don't even hesitate to shoot at your comrades because they are mixed with human traffickers. Well, I hate human traffickers the most, in my opinion. These scumbags should be put to death by Ling Chi. I looked at the girls who were venting on the traffickers and said, after a little hesitation, I decided to tell them about my previous events. On the one hand, to explain on the other hand, it is to get their support in order to deal with the traffickers and resettle the poor girls. Recalling the tragedy of the year was uncomfortable, but after concealing the dialogue that might reveal the reinstatementists, I still finished the narration of the year. Sorry for reminding you of such a bad memory, Marlowe said embarrassedly. The girls didn't know when they stopped and all turned to look at me. Okay, think about how to explain and set them up. I waved my hand and said, changing the subject, the other military police should be there, it's really slow. Seeing me change the topic, they also cooperated with interest, and then I explained the situation with the military police. Place those girls. Afterwards, the placement of the girls fell on the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce dramatically, but this was not proposed by me, but Marlowe proposed and was led by the gendarmerie to let the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce to place those girls in exchange for some policy preferences. Yes, although the gendarmes are useless, at least they still have a bit of conscience. This has improved my perception of the gendarmes a lot, and they are responsible for the aftermath. 3 days after the incident, the reaction of all parties has calmed down, but at this moment Sterling suddenly brought me news that is not good or bad. Kenny Ackerman wants to see me. Location set in a tavern in the Royal City. Did he say to bring equipment? I asked. No, the captain just asked me to tell you to chat with you alone, and told me not to tell anyone. Sterling replied with a shrug, and I couldn't help but hear it. I frowned and said that it was a trap. In fact, it is quite similar. The Royal City is a noble area. Only people with status can live there. The power of Wangzhang is extremely powerful. I can hardly break through without a three-dimensional mobile device. The tavern is very chaotic. It is the best place to arrange people. Anyway, I don't know a few people who suppress the troops. Any arrangement is fine, but what does he mean by not letting Sterling tell others? The feedback from lie detector magic. Sterling did not lie, but I still have difficulty judging Kenny's intentions. What does he want to do? I can't help but think about this pure-blooded demon hunter who is the founder of the suppression force and is regarded as the last barrier to the king. If he makes a mistake, he will probably have to pay his own life, so I will go. Not going? What time? I gritted my teeth. It's still early at 6 o'clock tonight. Sterling replied. It's really early at 10 o'clock in the morning. I should have time to prepare some back UPS. Did he say anything? I asked at last. Sterling shook his head, but then said again, the captain seems to have asked me to remind you to bring more clothes. Bring more clothes? I looked weird. What does he want to do? How do I know? Sterling shrugged. That's it. I have something to do. Let's go ahead. Sterling's departure just left me room for activity. First, I returned to my room and used disguise magic to slightly change my hair color and appearance. Then I used teleportation to leave here and start heading to the King City. In any case, it's always right to get familiar with the terrain of the Royal City in order to escape, and I can also place some bursting spell cards in the corners of the Royal City and the cracks in the wall. If it is a trap, these things can also create chaos and help me escape. There is also information about the suppression of the troops. I can also take advantage of this time to pass it out, and let the reinstatementists prepare to meet me at that time, knowing that there is a huge difference between the situation where someone answers and no one answers. Fortunately, I'm not far from the King's City. It takes half an hour to drive at full speed, and it takes only an hour to go back and forth. It also took an hour to arrange the spell cards and contact the Rejuvenator. Many, and the restrictions I set in my room showed that no one had come to me. It seems that there should be no flaws in my action. As for those monitors who don't know if they exist, I think their disguise should be the best. They are both magical and teleporting. How would normal people think that the target has superpowers? After eating a meal at noon and taking a nap, I spent time in the house in the afternoon and remade some spell cards. Then I put a suit of clothes in my bag according to Kenny's reminder and then set off for the city. I wandered around in the Royal City for a while and ate something. It was almost 6 o'clock before I started to rush to the tavern like Kenny said. Although it is an imperial city that only people with status can live in, it is often linked to the bottom level like a tavern. The things still exist, and they are much more upscale. The Moffat Tavern is located in a piece of shops. It is well connected in all directions and there are many alleys. It is the best place to escape, and there is a lot of traffic in this place. As long as there is a few seconds, I can get rid of it. Tracking, why did Kenny choose this place? On the way, I also found 2 people who followed me. Their technology was so bad that I found them without much effort. If Kenny knew my true identity, he would never use such a rookie against me. And the 2 people's behavior is not like suppressing the troops, but why are there other forces following me? A series of weird things made me raise my vigilance to the highest level. I will always be on guard for possible enemies and ambushes. As long as there is something wrong, I will immediately leave. The door of the pub is not closed. At a glance, you can see the dancing girls and the people drinking and chatting in the center of the stage. There is a simple soundtrack to the dance. It is neither too quiet nor too noisy. Such a good environment allows you to drink in the pub. There are a lot of customers for a cup, and there is a private room on the second floor, but I don't know how it is. I scanned the crowd slowly, and finally found Kenny's figure in the corner. He was sitting on a chair wearing a cowboy hat. His feet were lifted on the table without any image, and there were 3 empty wine bottles on the table. There was a long trench coat hanging on the hanger beside him. It looked like it should be his. I noticed that he didn't bring equipment either. Kenny lowered his head and pressed the brim of the cowboy hat so low that it was impossible to see his eyes. I couldn't tell if he was drunk and fell asleep. This appearance also shows a meaning. Please disturb. I frowned. I still don't understand what medicine Kenny is selling in the gourd, but since they are all here, there is no reason to go without turning my head. I took a deep breath and walked towards Kenny. I fell. To see what he wants to say to me, I have a hunch that it's time for the showdown. I'm here. I pulled off the chair opposite Kenny and sat down. What are you looking for? Gawain. Kenny grinned and looked up at me. There was nothing at all. He looked drunk, and at the same time he took out a small bag of things from his pocket with his left hand, pulled it with his right hand and threw it out. Bang. The black smoke immediately filled the first floor of the tavern. The crowd who was still carrying just now became confused, and women screamed, "Follow me, don't lose it." Kenny's lazy expression swept away, and Kong whispered to me. His expression was extremely serious, and then he turned and walked quickly to the front desk, and took his windbreaker smoothly. What's the matter? I was completely confused by Kenny's strange behavior, but things have reached this point. I won't stand stupidly on the spot. Raise my hand to activate the hidden spell card and then I quickly stepped towards Kenny to chase go. The development of things is so unexpected. I must figure out what Kenny really wants to do. It's not a big deal to take a risk for this purpose, and I'm not a follower who hasn't arranged my life. Prepare showdown. I must have walked quickly to a walkway next to the front desk, bent over and lifted a backpack on the walkway, then continued forward, then pushed open a very concealed wooden door and walked in. I scanned it with the hunter's vision. After making sure that there are no ambushes and traps, he gritted his teeth to keep up. What does he want to do? I pushed open the room to see Kenny had opened the other door of the room and went out. There was an alley outside, and there were no ambushes and traps. I started to walk past the corner of the room with a lot of debris piled up, and followed Kenny to the outside. At this time, Kenny was standing next to a sewer opening with the cover removed with his hands in his pockets. He saw me coming out. He raised his chin to me. "Remember to put the lid on when you come down." Then he stepped forward and jumped into the sewer. "I am so special." I had a sentence in my heart that I don't know if I should say. It is inappropriate. I said yes. After meeting in the tavern, I only stayed in the tavern for less than 30 seconds and then followed him around running around. Now I want to get into the sewer? Can't it be normal? I glanced down the sewer with the hunter's vision, sighed after confirming that it was safe, jumped down, and closed the lid. Vomit? As soon as I entered the sewer, a foul smell came on my face, making me almost spit out all the food I ate before. At the same time, there was darkness where I could not see my fingers, but the latter was naturally not good for me with dark vision. The more unbearable problem is the former. Yes, covering your nose and mouth with a face towel should make you feel better. Kenny handed a face towel and said. I took it without hesitation, not trusting Kenny, but the demon hunter. I am immune to most of the poisons and drugs in the world. Rat poison can be used as candy and Mongolian medicine as water. I'm not afraid of what he puts. Phew, after wearing the face towel, the foul smell has disappeared a lot, and it will no longer be as uncomfortable and nauseous as before. Let's go, leave here first. Kenny immediately spoke after seeing me adapting, stepping on the place where there was no water and walking along the sewer. I looked at the environment of the sewer a little bit. It was 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. Meters, a cylinder composed of masonry, with narrow walkways on both sides, and oil lamps on the walls. It is not easy to build such a drainage system. It should only be built by the royal city. Of course, some nobles may also improve the environment of the land is also built with a drainage system, but there will never be a huge city. I finally got rid of those annoying mice. Kenny stretched out and said, then took out 2 torches from his backpack, shook his hand to stimulate a holy flame, lit them all and threw one. Give it to me. I raised my hand to catch the torch, and already had a judgment about Kenny's situation in my heart. He has inheritance but not very complete. Just now he was not very proficient and comfortable when inspiring the holy flame. I have 80% of him against him. Be sure to escape without being overtaken. After this judgment, I immediately relaxed a lot. It's unexpected that the conversation between the supreme officer of the suppressive force and the leader of the reinstatement would take place in the sewers. It was unexpected. Kenny grinned and said. I became nervous when I heard that, but then I realized that he might be there. After defrauding me, I pretended to be blank again and said, what are you talking about? Where is the leader of the reinstatement? Hey Jaeowen, stop pretending. I don't want to conflict with you. I just want to talk. Just talking. Kenny said with a look through his eyes. I want to surrender. I couldn't help showing shock and disbelief on my face. I even suspected that I had a problem with my ears or I was dreaming. What did you just say? I couldn't help but ask. At the same time, the upper hidden ability releases a mental barrier and turns on polygraph magic. Lie detection magic is not impossible to crack. It is just that when the magic is released, such as the mental power barrier and magic distortion required to crack, there will be magic fluctuations. As long as there is no magic fluctuation on Kenny, the result of the polygraph magic is credible. That Rod, he only told me about the power of Titan that the royal family had been robbed of 5 years ago after the recapture battle in the Troost area was over. It's really cunning and bastard. The emergence of the power of Titan is probably also a sign that the rehabilitators who have been dormant for so long should act on Wang Zhang. In my opinion, Wang Zhang has no chance of winning at all. If it weren't for the promise of Uli's allegiance back then, I have already carried away the burden of the Wang family. Kenny covered his face and sighed. The feedback from the lie detector magic was true, and he did not lie. Then why have you suddenly changed your mind now? I frowned and asked, have you promised to stay loyal to the king? And why do you want to surrender in such a sneaky way? Directly take the oppressive forces to hold Lays. King, can't I just ask the restoring party to cooperate? Because I have to keep my promise. Kenny smiled. I will always be loyal to His Majesty the King, but if there are some irresistible factors or other reasons, it is not my fault to let Wang be killed even after I have tried my best, and I have fulfilled my vow and regained freedom. This result is regrettable, but there is no alternative. Isn't it? Why? I couldn't help asking. In my opinion, his behavior was too abnormal. If it weren't for the fact that every word he said was the truth, I would definitely think this was a trap. Because I don't want to die yet, Kenny twisted his neck. I told you before. In my opinion, Wang Zhang has no chance of winning at all. If the power of Titan is still controlled by Wang Zhang, if there is at least the hope of victory, I will continue to serve the Wang family without hesitation, but that power was taken away by Grisha Jaeger 5 years ago, and there is no way to compete with the restitutionists. And the object of my real allegiance is Uli, not Rod that trash. Kenny's reason is very valid, but in my opinion it simply cannot be established. What about your opposing suppression force? I sneered. If it weren't for opposing the oppression force, the restorationists would have already acted on Wang Zhang, so why stay hovering? There are also the Central Gendarmerie Corps and the private soldiers of the nobles, the military police. The number of regiments stationed in the regiment is also quite large, and the combined combat power cannot be underestimated. The only uncertainty is the investigation regiment. Why do you think Wang Zhang has no chance of winning? 5 years ago, there were 237 people in the suppression force. 4 years ago, there were 314 people, Kenny said suddenly in an extremely vicissitudes of life. 3 years ago it had 269 people, 2 years ago there were 197 people, and 1 year ago there were 269 people. 154 people, now there are only 134 people left, and we are constantly replenished. We are the only team that can gain an advantage in the battle with you. Although the Central Gendarmerie Regiment is not weak, the equipment is far inferior to you, and it is simply difficult to compete head-on. The same is true for the private soldiers of the nobles. If these forces can be twisted into a rope, it may not be impossible to fight against the restoratives. The key is to break the idiot nobles who are self-righteous, short-sighted, and obsessive. Asking them to exert force is like cutting meat. A little bit the loss just cringes, one by one just wants to take advantage but doesn't want to pay. When encountering difficulties, we want to save our strength and let us go first. When there is a profit, we will leave us and pounce like a mad dog. To them is Wang Zhang. It doesn't matter if their fundamental interests are not damaged, then it is not a problem to pay a certain price to recognize a new ruler. Kenny sneered, obviously having been grudges against the nobles for a long time. As for the gendarmerie and garrison regiments, Kenny's face was full of disdain, not to mention that the gendarmerie is reliable, sows are all up the tree. But in terms of purity, they might have been penetrated by you like a sieve. Well, as long as the gendarmes are involved in the action against the restitutionists, don't think it will be a big success. How do you say it has to be wasteful to reach such a state? I shrugged my shoulders to Kenny's speech and became silent. Correct. The most important thing is that these situations could have been avoided. Kenny suddenly roared, looking angry. He took off his hat and threw it on the ground, and stepped on it again, as if the hat was someone's face. Is the same? The scumbag of Rod knew that Grisha Jaeger was the leader of the restorationist 5 years ago? It was he who took away the power of the king's titan? And Rod Rice the gangster didn't tell me such important news. Instead, he faked robber attacks and fires to cover up the truth. That never trusted me at all, and sent people from the Central Gendarmerie to monitor me. Otherwise you think why do we need to talk about things in the sewer when it takes so much trouble? The truth of Kenny's half-explanation and half-complaint finally solved many of my doubts, but the most important point has not been resolved. After all this, how are you going to surrender? I face said expressionlessly, don't tell me you just told me in advance that you want to surrender and it's over. Don't think about the result of both ends betting without losing, show some sincerity, or I won't treat you when the time comes. Keep your hands. It's really straightforward. Kenny smiled, without showing any irritation by my words. Let's talk about it in detail, then. He paused, seeming to have organized some words before speaking. First of all, I promised Uli to always be loyal to the Wang family. People must keep their promises. Therefore, the fact that you are the leader of the reinstatement is only my personal speculation. Without evidence, I will naturally not attack you. Then just now, those remarks are just complaints from my opponents, not betrayal. For newcomers like you who join the team, I always want you to understand the identity, character, combat power, and acting style of each member of the team. Right? I want you to know the location of the team's safe house and supply point. There is no problem with this arrangement. There are also drawings of the human-shaped three-dimensional mobile device to help you master its use skills faster, as well as some information from the technical department and basic information about the Central Military Police. These are all you need to know. Kenny looked towards. I said that I have completely sold the suppressive forces on people. In addition, I don't know that you are an undercover agent. It's so simple. I curled my lips. If you keep your promise, I will definitely do it. Keep you safe. There is another person, Kenny said casually. Kelly, that silly woman, I don't want her to die. Deal. It has to be said that Zhang is still hot. For Kenny, he did not break his promise, but in fact he successfully reached a deal with the restitutionists. Then, as long as he is not too unlucky, he can definitely save his life. Moreover, his power will not decrease much after joining the reinstatement group. For a pure-blooded man like Kenny, I would not rest assured that he will only be a small soldier under the command of others, and set up a special force for him to monitor and control. It is definitely necessary, and the source of this team's personnel is undoubtedly the suppression of the troops. In addition to using magic to forcibly shield or disperse polygraph magic, there is another way to deal with it, and that is the art of language. There are some things that you can only say half or hide the most important part, but because you did not lie, the lie detector magic will also determine what you say is true, and the meaning of the same sentence when it is said in a different tone. It may be different, but polygraph magic cannot determine that this is false. Or there is a nonverbal art method, that is, you think something is true and believe in it, so that even if you say that the sun is square, you will be judged to be the truth. Just now Kenny actually used language art to give me an inducement. Regarding this inducement, it is really difficult for me to judge whether Kenny started the layout before I joined or the plan started after the Ren and Rick incident. I don't think Kenny will really believe me to make it up. Trin's remarks to report, relying on the information of Ren and Rick and the situation of my early experience of human trafficking incidents, and a final site survey, it is easy to infer the truth of the matter. If it's the former type, the team leader arranged for me is someone like Sterling who gets along well with each other, so that I realize that there are good people in the suppression of people, and thus shake my idea of completely destroying the suppression of people. Later, I arranged an extremely dark and negative task for me to make Ren and Rick the two scum of collusion with human traffickers. My teammates tested my thoughts and made me realize that there are many people in the suppression force. Scum, sending them to death is the best way to deal with it. When discussing terms with me, he also proposed to introduce the qualities of various members, thus planting a thought in my subconscious. The oppressive forces can be killed, those scumbags among them are scumbags, and for those of good conduct, you can use the way of wooing. In my opinion, Kenny mostly used the former method. This can also explain why he wanted to recruit me into the opposing suppression force. No matter how much he said, this team was created by him alone. It was his painstaking effort. No one would. I am willing to destroy my hard work, and always try to keep it, and this is Kenny's method. What about me? Kenny didn't play a conspiracy with me, he used a dignified plot. Even if I guessed his intentions, I would do it. Kill some people to dissolve the restorative party's hatred of the repressive forces. Collect the rest and give them to Kenny to manage them so as not to conflict with the restoring forces. After that, I gained a strong team, which is good for me and harmless. The future war with Murray is mainly to deal with humans, and the suppression of human forces is to deal with the existence of human beings. To deal with a powerful enemy like Murray, it is natural to draw a part of the force, so that we have. The odds are. In the next 10 days, Kenny really fulfilled his promise, telling me the detailed information of the owner of the suppressing force and the location of each safe house and supply point, even the manuscript of the latest three-dimensional maneuvering device. He got it for me within 5 days, and with the support of this information, when it really started fighting, the suppressive forces would definitely not be able to withstand the thunderous blow of the reinstatementists. After all the information was confirmed to be true, I passed it to the restitutionists. In addition to the above gains, I also learned a piece of news that is extremely beneficial to the restoratives. There is no small contradiction between the people with extremely poor behavior in the suppression force and other relatively good people. To be elected to the suppression force will naturally not be a good man and believer. Killing is definitely a basic skill, but most people still have a bottom line and a basic conscience, while some people have no bottom line and conscience at all. What he did is simply infuriating. Saying that he is a human feels insulting the word. When this kind of guy is your teammate, do you see him pleasing to the eye and getting along with him? Just kidding, he'll be fine after a shot. When the time comes, the restorationists will try their best to attack those with extremely bad behavior. If a person with a very poor relationship with you is killed, you will definitely not have much hatred against the murderer, even if the person killed is nominally you. The same is true for teammates, so the subsequent processing will be much easier. As time goes by, day by day, the issue of suppressing the troops is basically handled, but now there is another headache before me. According to the plot, the female Titan incident is about to begin. As in the original plot, the head of Irvine still intends to bring Aaron to conduct an outside investigation 1 month after the newcomer joins the group, and then use this to attract and capture the Titan-capable person sent by Murray. Irvine has even passed Sue Jenkins' note to the restorationist, and the restorationist Lance said that it would provide equipment and financial support. Regardless of the plot or the ability of Titan, Yanni is the most suitable candidate to take away Eren in the investigation outside the wall. If you really want her to go and cause serious damage to the investigation corps, then don't think about instigating rebellion. In the end, the best result was that Yanni had frozen herself with hardening. Sue Jenkins was definitely unacceptable, although hardening was not indestructible. What makes people speechless is that Sue Jenkins hasn't made any progress recently. The original plan was to let him soak Yanni, instigating rebellion, yes, instigating rebellion, and now this goal seems to be a long way from success. Distance. It is said that after Yanni came to the gendarmerie, Sue Jenkins did not meet with her several times. She exchanged letters once a week. She was very Buddhist, but I was very anxious on the side. This is because the emperor is not in a hurry. Stop. Let's change the analogy. That word is too unlucky. In short, things should end sooner. Time passed quickly like this, and there was only 1 day left before the 57th out of the wall survey. Since I was in one-line contact with the restitutionists and I deliberately reduced the frequency of contact to a minimum, I didn't know. What are the arrangements on Irvine's side? Anyway, it doesn't have anything to do with me, and I can't intervene for the time being. It's better to go out and relax instead of worrying about it. With this in mind, I put on a 3-dimensional mobile device and a long windbreaker at the dawn of genius, notified Sterling, and went out. After pulling a horse out of the stable, I rode it on and started wandering aimlessly. Let's just go wherever I go. Anyway, I just came out to relax, don't worry too much. After controlling the horse to move in one direction, I started to appreciate the scenery along the way, in a daze, and stopped thinking about the annoying things. The sun began to rise, and the warm light made me recover from my emptiness. At the same time, I felt a little hungry. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. He raised his head and looked ahead, and unknowingly, he rode up to the Stohis area of the Ern city of Hina's wall. The 50-meter-high magnificent wall was already in front of him. Since we are all here, let's go inside and settle breakfast. I muttered to myself, and rode in through the inner door. Anyway, it was just a vacation. I would do whatever I wanted. Just be happy. After taking advantage of my authority to place the horse in the gendarmerie regiment, I went to any nearby restaurant to settle my breakfast, and then started wandering along the canal in the Southeast district. Unlike the Troubles, which is currently on the front line, the Southeast district is much more prosperous, even more prosperous than most of the Wall of Hina. After all, it belongs to the interior and has high security. It is connected to the Wall of Rose. The main passage between the area and the Hina Wall area has convenient transportation. Many business and trade exchanges pass through here, and even many chambers of commerce directly set up their headquarters here. Commercial activities, coupled with the necessary consumption they will carry out, directly spurred the economic development of the Stuha area and made it very prosperous. Ani. At this moment, a sweet female voice suddenly came from the rear, accompanied by the sound of a gas boat running. I'm pleased with you, Ani. I frowned and said later, I remember that Sue Jenkins called Yanni that way before. If it was Yanni's friend, it would not be impossible to call her that way. Isn't it really such a coincidence? Turned my head and looked behind. I really saw it. A pretty-faced blonde girl wearing a military police uniform and exuding an aura of being kept away from a stranger is Yanni. It's a coincidence that you can even meet acquaintances while hanging out. Morning, Yanni. I greeted me on the initiative, Gowan. Yanni immediately noticed me when she heard the words. A look of surprise flashed across her face. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Here. I asked back, and walked to Yanni. Aren't you recruited by the Secret Service? Yanni's astonishment only flashed, and she quickly returned to her expressionless state. Yes. But I'm on holiday today. I shrugged. What about you? Returned someone's favor to complete a task. Yanni still looked cold, but did not refuse to answer my question. The one who called you on the airship just now? I asked. Yes. Yanni cherished her words like gold. I'm idle anyway, can you take me on the task? I stretched my waist and said, since I have met the target person by chance, I definitely won't leave after just a few words, thinking the only way to keep up with her in order to monitor and obtain information is the right way. If she is lucky enough, it may be delayed until tomorrow, so that she has no time to capture Eren and buy more time for Sue Jenkins. I thought you would avoid it when you heard about the task. Yanni looked at me suspiciously. You actually took the initiative to join in. Anyway, it's also a fun. I can be your assistant temporarily. Come on, just call me when you need to do it. I smiled and said, the bones are about to rust without moving for a while. Come on then. Yanni walked forward without any doubt about him. So, what's the task? I asked after Yanni. Find someone. Yanni replied without looking back. She's Carly Strutman, born in 830, 20 years old. She is the only daughter of Elliot G. Strutman, the president of the Malian Chamber of Commerce. This is her portrait. Yanni took a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to me. I took the paper and scanned it. At a glance, she quickly noted her appearance, just looking for someone. I was a little disappointed. Most missing persons who have something to do with the Chamber of Commerce are not easy. Don't overturn the boat in the gutter when you arrive. Yanni glanced back. After a glance, I said, although the tone is still cold, but it is a kind reminder, it is really cold inside and hot outside. Followed Yanni to the front of a small manor according to the address on the paper. After she showed her identity and intention to a housekeeper in the manor, we were invited in. Master, Miss Yanni Reinhardt and Mr. Gawain Ackerman from the gendarmerie branch have arrived. The butler stood outside and knocked on the door and said, "Please come in." Elliot answered from inside the room. The housekeeper immediately opened the door and made a please gesture to us. Yanni and I nodded to him and walked into the room, and finally met Elliot, the president of the Malian Chamber of Commerce. Elliot is a tall, serious-looking middle-aged man in a decent grey suit. He first faced the window and drank a drink before turning his head and reaching out to us. "Please sit down. I'm rude." "Yeah," and I said, stepping on the carpet and walking towards the right side of the long solid wood table. I followed her. Then, after turning his eyes to me and seeing the human-shaped three-dimensional mobile device under my long windbreaker, Elliot couldn't help but shrink his pupils, shaking his hand and accidentally splashing a few drops of red wine out of the wine glass. "I'm done. For your agreement, why did you still find me?" Elliot asked in a trembling voice, and a trace of fear flashed under his eyes. I was taken aback for a moment, and then I understood what he meant. "I think you must have misunderstood, Mr. Stratterman," I said. "I am not here to represent the organization, but to do a little favor to my friends in my personal capacity." "You continue, don't worry." "Me," I said, and I retreated to the corner to activate the hidden spell card. Elliot was relieved when he heard that, took a sip from the wine glass and was shocked before turning his head to look at Yanni who was already sitting on the seat. "Just laughed, please continue." Yanni suddenly recovered from her surprise. She turned her head and glanced at me before looking at Elliot and said, "Mr. Stratman, today I am here to ask about your daughter's condition when she disappeared." Elliot sighed softly, took a cigarette out of the cigarette case at hand and lit it by his mouth before saying, "That means my daughter hasn't found it yet. Then you should find at least 1 or 2 clues. "I'm so sorry." Yanni shook her head slightly. "I understand." Elliot spit out a smoke ring and interrupted Yanni dissatisfiedly. "I'm tired enough at work," you said. "It's incomprehensible to me. It's been 10 days since I appealed for a search of my daughter, but you who were in the search told me that I didn't find a clue." Elliot glanced in my direction and saw that I was completely focused on the oil painting in the room without paying attention to him, and then continued, "Could it be that the so-called top 10 training corps is so incompetent?" "You can think so," Yanni said without even changing her expression. Elliot took a deep look at her, and then said, "No, you are lying. There has been no search at all in these 10 days, and this incident was probably thrown around like a ball by you?" Elliot said dissatisfiedly, and took another breath. "As you said, this incident has already after 2 people's hands. It was transferred to me this morning." Yanni nodded slightly. "That's it. So, you and he are the only people who will go to my daughter." Elliot Special stared at the empty table in front of her and said, "Yes." Yanni responded. "How many years have you been doing this work?" Elliot asked casually. 1 month. Yanni answered clearly and neatly. Elliot couldn't help but stunned, and then laughed at herself. "I have been paying after so many taxes. Did you only get this? The search for the baby's only daughter was given to a newcomer who joined the group for only a month. If you feel unpleasant, it's okay to drive me away. Entrust a private practitioner to come to you. My daughter is fine." Yanni's eyes flashed with dissatisfaction, probably because she was upset that she was going to take care of the waste seniors of the gendarmerie. "It's indeed a good choice," Elliot replied after taking another cigarette. "Then I will leave," Yanni said and stood up. "But there is a problem," Elliot continued. "Folk practitioners are full of scammers, and they only use their brains when they are making money from others." He pressed out the cigarette in the ashtray, "And I believe in my own eyes. These eyes can see people. Although you are a newcomer, but my eyes tell me that you are a trustworthy person." Elliot looked at Yanni and said, "Can you help me find my daughter?" "This is my job." Yanni nodded. Elliot got up to the cupboard behind him and filled his glass with wine again. "So, is it the condition of the daughter when she disappeared, right?" "Yes." Yanni had sat down again, and Elliot replied. I picked up a glass of wine in my seat and drank a sip before I said, "That was 2 days before I submitted the search application. My daughter did not show up at dinner that day. This kind of thing has never happened before. No matter how busy we are at night, my daughter and I still have to eat together. As long as this is done, the 2 of them will not interfere with each other with other things. This is a rule set between us." "The last time you saw her?" Yanni asked. "The day before she disappeared, during dinner." Elliot replied, lighting herself a cigarette again. "At that time, did your daughter have anything a place different from usual?" Yanni continued to ask. Elliot took a puff of smoke, then exhaled a large amount of smoke, and said, "As far as I can see, no. Your daughter's friendship and frequent visits the place, do you know?" Yanni asked. "I don't know." Elliot replied simply, "What does your daughter usually do?" "I don't know." Yanni reluctantly put down the notebook and pen used for recording. "You mean you don't know what your daughter usually does?" "Yes." Elliot spread her hands. "My daughter got her from LN 3 years ago. After graduating from university, Richie didn't do anything." "What is his major?" Yanni asked a little surprised. "Chemistry." Elliot replied, and Yanni picked up the notebook and remembered it again. "I said that we don't interfere with each other in everything, even if she's playing outside. I don't care." Elliot said indifferently, and Aya quickly grasped the key from his words and asked, "Your daughter often have you gone out to play?" "It's just an example. I don't know how it is." Elliot wanted to make it clear. "Is it possible it's kidnapping?" Seeing that she couldn't find out what she could directly ask, Yanni changed the subject and started knocking on the side. Apparently she also realized that Elliot was lying just now. It's impossible. No one asks me for a ransom. Elliot immediately denied. Aya was silent for a few seconds before looking at Elliot and asking, is your relationship with your daughter considered good? I don't know what my daughter is thinking. Elliot picked up the glass and wanted to drink, but found that there was not a drop of wine left in the glass. Yanni was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, and turned her head aside before speaking. Said, the father who knows what his daughter is thinking, I think there should be none. Elliot's words seemed to evoke her memories of her father, making Yanni a little lonely. Elliot also sighed slightly, but when he was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Elliot asked immediately, standing up. There are so many guests, just like before. He sighed, and looked at Yanni. By the way, why did you join the gendarmerie? Why are you asking this suddenly? Yanni frowned when she looked at the figure outside the window. Because people like you are rare. Elliot replied. At this time, the butler quietly opened the door and walked in. Little walked over. I just want to live a stable and comfortable life in the mainland. Yanni expressionlessly. I don't think other reasons are needed. I think so, Elliot agreed. The housekeeper leaned over to say something in Elliot's ear, and handed him a note. Elliot opened the note and took a look, then calmly carried it into his arms. Is there anything else I want to ask? Elliot looked at Yanni and asked. No, these are enough now. Yanni said wittily, standing up. If there is anything, I'll bother you again. Please. Elliot yawned slightly. Yanni nodded, turned and left, and said to me who had closed the hidden spell card, go away. Come here. I immediately followed. After watching us leave, Elliot took out the piece of paper he had crumpled up in his arms and placed it in the ashtray, then struck a match to light it, and at the same time told his housekeeper, I will go out immediately and get ready for the carriage. Understand. The butler owed him, turned and left. Where are we going now? I followed Yanni and asked, go back to the gendarmerie branch. Yanni replied, I need to check some things. He gave too few clues. Stuha district is mixed. I need to understand the details of the Malian Chamber of Commerce first. Oh, if there is a place to do something, just call me. If you use your brain, you can come. I smiled and said. Yanni couldn't help rolling her eyes. Don't worry, there are definitely a lot of gangsters here. We will definitely deal with them by then. I won't be polite when you let you do it. Under Yanni's leadership, I easily walked into the gendarmerie branch. The guard let go without even looking up. It was lax enough. However, the corruption of the gendarmerie has long been famous, and I am also not about it. So surprised. How are you going to check? I asked. Go to the data management office and ask my colleagues first. Yanni replied, that would save a lot of time. Oh. I nodded, but I didn't expect to meet again. Got an acquaintance. Marlowe. I cried out in surprise, why are you here? Gawain. Marlowe's expression was also surprised, mixed with a little nervousness. I will accompany my friend to complete a task. I replied first, turning my head to look at Yanni who was a little surprised. What about you? I belong to the gendarmerie branch. Last time I was on a business trip in the underground street and happened to be recruited. Marlowe explained. I nodded. Where are those kids? How are they now? They are recovering well, and the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce did not treat them badly. Marlowe said seriously and helplessly, it's just that the physical injury is easy to recover, and the shadow in my heart is hard to say. They will get better. He patted Marlowe on the shoulder and said, let's not talk about it. We still have a task to do. Do you have any information about the Marlin Chamber of Commerce? Marlin Chamber of Commerce. Marlowe frowned, and then nodded. Turned around and searched the bookcase behind him. He said, I found it, right here. The gendarmerie's information department is too messy, and it takes a lot of effort to find something. To put it simply, the Malian Chamber of Commerce buys goods from the Wall of Maria and sells them to the Wall of Hina, earning a lot of profit from it. Mallow introduced, as a Chamber of Commerce, this is a normal business model. Yanni also recovered and said at this time, yes. Marlowe raised her head. But after the Wall of Mary was destroyed in 845, the Chamber of Commerce shrank on a large scale, and the only thing left was a carriage, the passenger transport industry. So that's it. I've been very helpful. Yanni nodded. Are you being forced to work too? Don't compare me to those guys. Marlowe said grimly. I'm just making a search catalog. Without a search catalog, I can't imagine it. Yanni asked for a bit of fun and walked away. After sitting down by the side window, Yanni couldn't help but curiously ask me, Gawain, those kids. They were rescued by Marlowe and I from the traffickers. I explained briefly. Focus on your task. Yanni nodded, took out her small book and began to analyze. The Malian Chamber of Commerce is declining, but Sturtman still maintains a luxurious standard of living, and Carly Stratman, the family business is clearly declining, but she neither assists the family business nor works, and her father is indifferent to this matter. Don't you think it's strange, Gawain? This shows that they are in the dark. For other income channels, the kind that is not visible, that Carly should be the person in charge. I shrugged. Yes, Carly lives on her father's money, but when her father talks about his daughter, he seems to be talking about a generation. Yanni suddenly raised her head and closed the notebook and said, your judgment should be right, Gawain. We can start from the job search records. We should be able to find clues and locations about Carly Stratman, and then we can follow the trail. As a result, as expected by Yanni, Carly accepted it 2 years ago. Duty investigation. When she fell asleep in front of the tavern drunk, the military police arrested her. The pub's name is Pit Lighters and it is located in a messy slum. It is the only clue we can find that can be checked. After ignoring a homeless man squatting next to the tavern, Yanni opened the door and entered the tavern first. Just after she entered, the voices of the few guests in the tavern were immediately muted, and everyone secretly looked at them with fearful eyes, looking at her wearing a military police uniform. Yanni ignored their eyes automatically, scanned the crowd once, and walked straight to the front desk of the pub. I'm from the gendarmerie branch of the Stoha district. Have you seen this girl? She moved Carly's portrait to the counter, asked after the release. After a casual glance at the portrait, the waiter continued to concentrate on the work at hand, and replied casually, I don't know. Yanni was silent for a few seconds, and took out a 50 RIS coin from her arms and placed it on the stage. The waiter looked at her in surprise, but still said, even if you take this out, you don't know what you don't know. I'm just thirsty. Yanni said blankly, come on a bottle. 2 bottles of lemonade. The waiter silently turned around and took 2 bottles of lemonade for Yanni, and then collected the money for change. Yanni first gave me a bottle of soda and then collected the change before picking up the portrait of Carly. There were 3 people on the left. A table of guests walked over. They were the most crowded table. Yanni asked them because there were so many people. She raised her head and took a sip of soda, and then walked in front of the 3 of them, put the portrait of Carly and said, you recognize her? I took a sip of soda and put the bottle on the side table. Standing behind Yanni, I don't know. The strongest of the 3 men shook his head, with an obscene smile on his face, and his left hand sneaked into Yanni's hip. Don't hurry home and look for dad to act like a baby. Ka? As soon as his hand was halfway through, I firmly grasped his wrist with my right hand, and his bones couldn't help making an overwhelming noise, really when I didn't exist. I said word by word. Yanni has invited me to drink. If I haven't done my job as a flower protector and let her be licked by these gangsters, then I won't have to go. I stretched out my left hand like lightning and grabbed his elbow, and then dislocated his entire left arm with a click. The man couldn't help but let out a scream like a pig, but I was caught. I can't move when I press it on the table. Yanni glanced at me, then stooped down and took out a small cloth bag from the man's waist. Then the top of the table shook, and a few round grey pills immediately fell onto the table. The man was surprised and terrified. His mouth opened wide. City Lauren, carrying illegal drugs can keep you in jail for 3 to 5 years. Yanni said blankly, it's just. What a joke. The men's companions could not sit still, got up and lunged at Yanni. Gavin. Yanni took a step back quickly, and I immediately stepped forward to block her in front of her, and quickly pierced out with 4 fingers of my right hand close together, and I pierced one person in the throat. That person immediately covered his neck. Fall down, hum. I immediately kicked it out, and a whip kick hit the stomach of the last person, causing him to cover his stomach and fall down, within 3 seconds. It's just that, if you tell what you know about this girl, I will treat it as if I didn't see anything. How about it? Yanni continued after seeing me knocking everyone down. After realizing that the violence was useless, the 3 gangsters consciously chose to succumb. The other guests hurriedly checked out and left quietly. The waiter glanced at us and made sure that our fight did not damage the public property. Then he turned his head and stopped paying attention to us. After confirming that they could not get any help from anyone, the 3 gangsters struggled to get up and return to their positions and then resigned themselves to their fate. Yanni unceremoniously occupied the last chair at the table and took out a notebook and pen to prepare a record. I stood behind her as a bodyguard. Kali is a frequent visitor to this store. She spends money like water and is generous and often invites us to drink. The shortest bald old man of the 3 said, she also dances with us, everyone will be very I like her. Another added, but she suddenly became very angry 10 days ago, and everyone was shocked. The little old man continued, after that, I suddenly fell silent and left. After I left the store, everyone never saw her again. Yanni wrote a few notes in her notebook, then raised her head and asked, why is she suddenly angry? Blame this idiot. Yen suddenly turned his dissatisfaction gaze to the strongest among them. I snorted codeloin in front of Carly. The sturdy showed a little shame on his face, but reached out his hand to pick up a pill of codeloin on the table and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowed it with alcohol, and looked like a drug addict. The little old man glanced at him, then turned his gaze back to Yanni, with a puzzled look on his face. But it's weird, we have been taking other drugs, and Carly has never said anything. But she sees. When it came time for Kodaloyan to get angry, why? Yanni asked, we also want to know about this. The 3rd gangster said. Yanni turned to look at him, why did you lie and say you didn't know Kali? The 3 gangsters glanced at each other and did not immediately answer. Yanni glanced at them coldly, and said, you don't want to go home, do you? Wait a minute. The strongest hurriedly called, explaining their approach. Because we think Carly may be doing something improper, that guy's father's business is not working, but Carly's wallet is full, no matter what you think, there's a problem with the money. So we thought you were I'm here to arrest Carly. The little old man echoed, also, there is a guy who is not good at all looking for Carly. The robust added, with a worried expression on his face. What kind of guy? Yanni frowned and turned her head to look at me. I said, it's a man in a fine formal suit, with one eye as a prosthetic eye. The strong bully pointed to his right eye and said the part of the prosthetic eye is red, and you can understand immediately when you see him. When did you see him? Yanni asked after writing a few pens in the notebook. Almost 5 days ago. Strong the replied, what is the improper thing Carly is doing? Yanni asked again, I don't know about this. The strong shook his head, and Yanni was silent for a few seconds without face. Faced with the 3 gangsters who looked at them with an expression, they said, I understand. I will say in the report that you sold me drugs to children, and cell life will become very long. The 3 gangsters suddenly widened their eyes, and I screamed unclearly. As expected, it was Yanni. The means were simple. Hey, stop joking. The strong couldn't help standing up and shouting at Yanni, we really don't know anything. You just said that you didn't know Carly. Yanni said disdainfully. He also stood up. What is improper? Is it possible to forget it? No, we really don't know. The strong bully hurriedly called. Maybe you think again on the way to the cell. I'm getting up. Yanni looked cold. Just as the 3 gangsters gritted their teeth and tried to fight for escape, the waiter who had been watching silently suddenly said to help them, I think these people really don't know, so please stop. Can you torture them? Do you think of something? Yanni turned her head to look at the thin waiter and asked coldly, I haven't forgotten anything, I just don't want to be disturbed while reading. The waiter replied with a smile, obviously looking harmless to humans and animals, which really gave me a sense of danger. Carly's boyfriend may know what she's doing. The waiter said, what's the name and address? Yanni stared at him and asked, Kampapolts is located in Nanankan district. I also know the specific address. I don't know. The waiter replied. Yanni nodded and turned her gaze back to the strong bastard. I just learned about it. The strong said nervously, and Yanni stretched out her hands to grab. He held his arm. You, what are you doing? He cried out in fear, but Yanni did take her arm back a little harder. Excuse me? Yanni turned around and walked towards the door. I immediately took the lemonade to follow. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at the waiter. How do you know? What do you know? Waiter asked rhetorically. Carly and Campus matter. Yanni said, after doing this job for a long time, you will naturally know all kinds of things, even the things you don't want to know. The waiter replied. The expression on her face couldn't tell what it was like. Yanni nodded, and quickly left the tavern. I took a deep look at the waiter and turned to leave. I thought it was just an ordinary task of finding people, but I didn't want the water in it to be so deep. I followed Yanni and said, the waiter is not easy. My instinct tells me that he is mostly detached from this matter. Nothing to do. Can you do it? Yanni stopped and looked back at me. I will leave the hands-on work to you. You said it yourself. Don't worry, I nodded. I have always done what I said. Moreover, that guy won't be my opponent. Yanni hummed faintly, and continued to move forward. Go eat something first, and then go to Kampa. When Yanni said this, I suddenly realized that it was almost noon. I found a place to solve it. After lunch, Yanni called a carriage and rushed with me to the address provided by the waiter. But sometimes the dump in the Sturhees district is far more messy than the previous tavern. There will definitely be people who are looking for trouble, and I guess someone will be unlucky again. Guest, you are here. The coachman's voice pulled me back to reality, and Yanni, who had been sleeping with her eyes closed, opened her eyes immediately and walked down after I helped her open the car door. Can you wait before I get back? Yanni asked. You are new here. The coachman said irritably, you don't know what is here. Garbage dump, right? Yanni replied, it's so dangerous that it was drawn out of the military police's patrol route. Since you understand, then you should know my answer. The coachman extended his right hand. Yanni turned around and paid the fare, then went straight in, and I followed in silence. After only a few steps, Yanni stopped and turned to look at me and said, Gavin, you go ahead. I was a little confused about her decision. Do you have the heart to make me a weak woman? Do you want to deal with a group of hooligans? You are a man, at least you have to have this responsibility. Yanni said blankly, weak girl? This joke is really cold. I shrugged, or stepping up to Yanni, if I share this with them in Aaron, they will definitely think that I am unconscious and talking nonsense. After walking tens of meters and turning a corner, I just saw 4 men in messy clothes surrounding a barbecue grill and roasting a few things like earthworms. Yanni poked me and motioned to let me. I went up and talked with them. I curled my lips helplessly, took off the long windbreaker and gave it to Yanni, and then activated the fighting assist device for the human-shaped 3-dimensional mobile device and walked towards them. I dare to pack the ticket, it will definitely come in useful. What are you doing? Seeing me walking towards them, the 4 men suddenly turned their eyes to me and shouted, do you know a man named Kampa Bolts? I have something to do with him. I glanced at them and said Deo. The 4 of them glanced at each other and did not answer. I recalled the rules and regulations of area management a little bit, and threatened, it is forbidden to light fires in the district without permission. If you do not answer, I can only send you to prison. It's dinner. The 4 of them looked at each other again and laughed. One of them took out a knife and walked towards me. He smiled disdainfully and said, what a funny guy, is his head hot and faint? He set the knife on a bracket of my 3-dimensional mobile device. I said, I thought I could run wild here if I wore such a weird thing? Would you like me to help you wake up? Bah! The next moment, a glove made of steel hit him in the face, and a punch driven by the fighting assist device directly made him fly, moving a few meters and hitting the barbecue grill. Charcoal fire splashed everywhere. so that his companion had to dodge embarrassedly, while the one who was smashed into the air was lying on the ground knowing his life or death. Is it possible to run rampant? It is indeed possible. In fact, I can run rampant here without wearing it. A cold light flashed in my eyes and said, "Now, tell me where Campa Bolts is, otherwise you are going to be like him." Number 2, 225, 3rd floor. The remaining 3 people quickly replied. I glanced at them and turned away. What do you do with this thing? Yanni asked after returning the windbreaker to me. I remember you didn't have that much strength before. That's what I kept. I shrugged. She confirmed that all information before joining us must be strictly blocked and kept secret. As for this thing on my body, I put on a windbreaker, keep it secret. Yanni turned her head away and sneered, then followed in silence. I rushed to the location of Campa Bolts that I had just acquired. Is Mr. Campa here? Yanni raised her hand and knocked on the door. I'm from the gendarmerie branch of the Southeast district. Then after waiting for a while, no one came to open the door and no one responded. Yanni tried to twist. She lowered the doorknob, but didn't want to open the door directly. She couldn't help being taken aback, but she pushed the door and walked in. As soon as I walked in, there was a faint smell rushing over my face, and there was a slight breath of death. Mr. Campa, are you there? Yanni frowned and said, I have already raised my vigilance to the highest level. Apart from anything else, I took out a shotgun and blocked Yanni behind him. There is a dead person in the room, I said condensedly. The breath of death does not refer to the smell, ordinary people naturally cannot detect it. Although Yanni is holder of the power of Titan, but she is still an ordinary person when she does not use the power of Titan. Most of the dead are the Campa. What? Yanni showed such a surprised look for the first time. I nodded, raised my gun and walked through the short aisle in the room to really enter the room. The layout of the room is very messy, but I didn't see the dead at a glance. There were 2 unfinished glasses of wine on the wooden table in the room. There were still ash and cigarette butts in the ashtray. It was clear that someone was coming. However, it happened that the style of this cigarette was exactly the same as the one that Elliot had smoked earlier. Where is the dead person you are talking about? Yanni also followed, and asked after scanning the surrounding environment, look for it, but in this case, the body is usually hidden under the bed. I replied. Cast his eyes on the bed. The only bed in the room was placed against the wall. The bed sheet drooped to the ground and covered the bed, making it impossible to see what was inside. I walked forward 2 steps, then grabbed the bed sheet with both hands and lifted it hard. Huh? A corpse with a big open mouth and a face of horror appeared in front of me and Yanni. Seeing this, Yanni couldn't help but take a step back after breathing. I stretched out my hand without expression. The corpse's neck with several streaks was pressed, and there was still a little temperature. After wiping my hands on the sheets, I said, the corpse hasn't been completely cold yet. It seems that the murderer hasn't left too long. And this guy is a novice. It's not difficult to deal with. Let's find other clues first. How do you know about the latter point? Yanni asked. I shrugged, grabbed the corpse by the collar and dragged him out of the bed. Look carefully at his neck. There are actually 3 strangles and marks. It's still so thick. If you are an experienced veteran, you would never be so clumsy. To strangle a person's neck or something, naturally you should use a steel wire or the like, which can cut off a person's trachea quickly. Using rope or hemp rope is the most stupid. Even the traces of fighting have not been cleaned up. You see there are footprints on the wall over there. Yanni nodded blankly, stretched out her hand to take out a business card from the back of the body, and whispered, Campa Bolts, you can confirm your identity. Then we found 3 more inside the house. The big box of codeine is very valuable. The murderer could not have taken Carly away after killing Campa. Such a movement is enough to alarm the surrounding residents, make them vigilant, and leave a lot of obvious traces. At least in order to conceal things, the door will be locked. It is even more impossible to ask for money. The location of the 3 boxes of code loin cannot be found even by Ziki, and there is no missing. Maybe, then what is the purpose of the murderer? Yanni whispered to herself. It should be to kill the mouth. I scanned the 2 wine glasses and ashtrays on the table and said, I have seen so many suspense novels and movies about murder on the earth, as well as Detective Conan, the murderer's murderous purpose. I can make a good guess after a little investigation. It seems that most of Campa knew something that he shouldn't know, and then asked the murderer to meet to threaten the other party with news to blackmail something, but the 2 sides eventually fell apart and clashed. The murderer killed Campa and left. Because I am a novice, the body has not been handled properly. I analyzed. Yanni snorted and sat down on the bed and said, if Campa and Kali were drug dealers, where did they get such a large amount of medicine? I don't know this, and it shouldn't. How important is it? I shrugged. What are you going to do next? Report to the chief. In my opinion, this task is best to be delayed until tomorrow or even the day after tomorrow, so that Yanni will not be able to attack and investigate. The Corps grabbed Aaron. Yanni lowered her head and did not answer. I just thought she was thinking and didn't speak again. After the Yanni matter is settled, it is almost time to prepare for a coup d'etat, but the current coup lacks a fuse to break out. It is difficult to win the hearts of the people if you rush it, and you have to face resistance from the gendarmerie and the garrison. They have to find a way to make them disappointed in Wangzhang. It is good to use Reiner and Berthold as the fuse, but the specific operation is a little troublesome. You know that Kaiser's Titan and the super large Titan are not easy to deal with. If they accidentally let them take Aaron, it would be great fun. Yanni. After returning from my thoughts, I suddenly realized that Yanni hadn't spoken for a long time. I quickly turned my head and looked at her, but found that she was still in the same posture as before, and my heart suddenly shook. For a moment, she won't be possessed by some undead soul, right? After all, Kampa's body was at her feet, and Yanni was motionless again, and I couldn't help thinking, Yanni. I called again, but she still didn't respond. I squatted down in front of her and looked at her. His face and eyes were closed, so I fell asleep. I laughed blankly. Is it because I didn't sleep at noon? What am I thinking about? I got up and patted my face and muttered to myself with some amusement, resurrect the dead soul. I burned the most powerful dead soul with a holy flame. It really is. It's not that I haven't dealt with undead things. With the idea of letting the task be completed a little longer, I didn't wake Yanni immediately, but instead chose to sit in a chair and wait quietly. Anyway, mine. Time is very abundant. Yanni slept for a long time this time, and she opened her eyes again just before sunset. You are awake. I said. Why didn't you call me? Yanni looked at me somewhat. I asked dissatisfiedly. I think you are tired, so I didn't call you. I shrugged, and there is plenty of time, isn't it? You didn't stipulate that this task must be completed today. I have something to do tomorrow. I wouldn't take this task if it wasn't for repaying the favor. Yanni paused, then said angrily, got up, and walked out the door. That's really sorry. I don't know this. Ayingdao smiled in his heart, and stepped to keep up with Yanni. After being caught by such an accident, it is unlikely that the task will be completed today. When walking back to the place where the carriage was dropped off, the coachman and the carriage were still waiting there, and there were more people on the side. Didn't I say that I wouldn't wait? I frowned, and I secretly increased my vigilance, and my right hand was already pressed on the shotgun, and the situation seemed a bit wrong. Let you wait a long time. It seemed that because she had just woken up and her consciousness was not fully awake and a little irritable, Yanni didn't notice the abnormality at this time, and she said to the driver politely before getting into the car, "Go to Strapman's house." The coachman hummed with some guilty conscience. When I saw this, I immediately drew my gun and put a gun on his forehead without hesitation. Don't move. Gawain. A look of surprise flashed across Yanni's face. The hand that had stretched out to grab the car door immediately retracted, but at this moment, the car door was suddenly opened with a slam. The man in a grey suit with a dome hat and glasses leaned out half of his body with a knife in his left hand and pointed at Yanni, someone behind. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind me, and my left hand quickly pulled out a shotgun and pointed it behind me. Don't move. Before I could point to the target, a barrel of a gun hit my forehead. At the same time, the barrel of my shotgun was grabbed to the side and we were ambushed. Damn it, it's too careless. I cursed in my heart. If it were normal, I would definitely check the surroundings with the hunter's vision and breath sensor first, and it would definitely not happen in this situation. But in front of Yanni, I didn't dare to use any superpowers. Although these abilities belong to a category that would not be noticed by ordinary people, God knows whether there will be any knowledge on Marae to teach them to perceive them. There is a certain connection between humans and the power of Titan. I don't dare to take risks at will, lest there be extravagance. Don't move. We have no plan to kill you here. Don't force me to resort to dirty tricks. The man sitting in the carriage supported his hat and said, revealing his red eyes. The guy was the one who was also looking for Carly that the strong mentioned at the time. It seems that we are being targeted by them. Hey, put the gun down. The person behind him also started, poking me with the muzzle. I gritted my teeth and put down the gun helplessly. Yanni and I have the means to deal with them, but we don't want to be in front of each other. Revealed, so we can crush them, but it seems to be in a weak position. The man on the carriage motioned with his eyes, and the third person in their team stepped forward and took away my magazine, gas tank, and dagger, and tied me up. Yanni was taken away from the notebook and a ring is also tied with his hands. They took us into the wagon after we were tied up. I sat with the man in a delicate grey suit and red eyes. Yanni and a man with a red shirt and black hair who pointed a gun at me just now. The bully sat on the side, and another person hijacked the coachman to control the carriage. The black-haired has been playing with my holy silver dagger and Yanni's ring lovingly. The grey suit was silent while looking down at Yanni's notebook. You seem to be very enthusiastic about work. After the carriage drove for a while, the grey suit suddenly took the notebook and said to Yanni, where are we going? Yanni looked out the window and said, without any fear, it looks like, in the industrial zone, all kinds of things have been discarded in the large waste tank there a long time ago. The grey suit replied blankly, it's all sunk and slowly dissolved, hee hee. Black Foolish sneered and interjected. Yanni glanced at him disdainfully, and said angrily, your brain seems to have been thrown into it and dissolved. Huh. The black-haired was stunned for a moment, then reached out and grabbed Yanni's back leader and pulled her over, while holding a gun against her face and said grimly, don't let me hear you scold me, Xiao girl. Lu, don't do this kind of dirty thing. The black-haired in the grey suit took off his glasses and shouted. At the same time, he glanced at me vigilantly, as if he was worried that I would be in trouble because of the safety of my companion. But I didn't respond to it, and even my expression didn't change a bit, as if it was not my partner who was threatened. It made him somewhat uncertain about my thoughts. The face of the black-haired known as Lu changed. He turned his head and glanced at the grey suit and then let go of Yanni, that is to say, I will make you angry. Yanni was expressionless. He opened his mouth and said without paying attention to what was just now, "I'm not angry." The grey suit picked up a cigarette and said with a smile, "But you are hindering our work. Just because we are looking for Carly Ratman." Yanni asked, "In other words, do you know where Carly is? It's a little bit related." The grey suit shrugged and set his cigarette on fire. "Even if I don't look for her, other people should also look for her." Yanni started to swindle. "It's not alright to lie." The grey suit took a cigarette and looked into Yanni's eyes and said, her face a look full of mastery, "I heard from Stratman, only you two are acting. That's the time, but now I have reported to the sir. If I go out whatever happens, the gendarmerie will act." Yanni continued to cheat without changing her face, but the grey suit was not that easy to deceive. "You should have found Kampa's body, after all, you have stayed there for so long." The grey suit said calmly, "But you told the groom that the place to go is the Stratman's house, not the gendarmerie. Why? Because you have a reason for not being able to report to your superiors. Is my speculation wrong?" Yanni didn't say a word, she was tacitly acquiescing to his speculation, and at the same time quietly gave me a gesture of preparation. "What about me?" I opened the mouth in a timely manner to divert their attention. "As the central gendarmerie, even if it is a holiday, I have to report my trajectory. As long as I don't return on time, the central gendarmerie will judge me. If you take action when you are attacked, what? Do you think that you have escaped the investigation and pursuit of the central gendarmerie?" As soon as these words came out, the grey suit and Lou changed their faces. "Cut. Boy, don't lie, believe it or not, I can kill you with a single shot now." The black-haired gangster Lou changed his face first, and with a scream, he drew his gun to my forehead. Lou put down the gun. The grey suit hurriedly shouted, looking at me with a little surprise, "Central Gendarmerie." I glanced at him lightly and did not speak. "The opposing suppression force is attached to the Central Gendarmerie Regiment. It's actually not a lie. It doesn't matter what kind of military police, just kill it with one shot." Could this guy still have 3 heads and 6 arms? Liu Gang raised his somewhat drooping muzzle again, gritted his teeth and said, "I did not speak, but looked up at the top. Above." Grey suit and Liu suddenly were shocked, and the muzzle was lifted subconsciously. Hand. After seeing them being deceived by my scam, I immediately yelled and reached out to grab my hand like lightning. Stopped the gun, and then squeezed the gun away. Yanni quickly raised her hand and poked the grey suit in the eye. For a while, they were caught off guard by us, and the identities of the hunter and the prey were suddenly reversed. "Don't move." Before Liu rushed to grab the gun, I turned the muzzle at him first, so that he had to raise his hands and be restrained by me, while Yanni flicked and took the opportunity to get close. The grey suit drew a knife and did not solve her, but cut off the rope in her hand, and Yanni, who was restrained him with only 2 moves. "Ah, I didn't expect it to be your trick. You are not a central military policeman, are you?" The grey suit said in pain. "I didn't lie to you, I cut off the dagger I took back from Liu." After getting on the rope, he shrugged and said, "The team I'm in is nominally part of the Central Gendarmerie Regiment, and I still have a certificate from the Central Gendarmerie. Is that so?" The grey suit sighed, and at this moment, Liu suddenly moved. He quickly bent over and took out another gun from under the seat and pointed it at me. I immediately pulled the trigger. "Hi, insurance is not open? Go to hell." Liu Hao said with a smile. The grey suit also violently entangled Yanni at this time. Boom! A burst of golden light suddenly appeared on Yanni, followed by explosions and shock waves. The carriage was immediately torn apart and all of us were thrown aside. Yanni took the risk of using Titan to save me, although I can avoid it just now. The smoke and dust from the explosion quickly filled the surroundings, making people unable to see the surroundings. I took the risk of using the hunter's vision and found that Yanni only used 1 Titan arm this time. After destroying the carriage, she immediately pulled her hand from the arm of Titan to remove the trace. Really, the method is amazing enough. I patted the dust on my body and stood up. Yanni's action is a good sign, which means that she has a very high chance of being instigated. If it is a Murray warrior, it is absolutely impossible. Won't save me. Even when I was thinking about it, Yanni had once again subdued the grey suit, put the knife on his neck and asked, "Where is Carly Strutman? You are like Titan, same," suddenly appeared and everything was ruined. The grey suit sighed, then turned to look at me who came out of the smoke intact. "Kalishi. Buck?" 1 bullet pierced my heart suddenly, and the other hit Yanni. If the grey suit was interrupted at the same time, that fellow Liu was not dead. Damn it, I was too careless today. After all, the fact of Yanni is taking too much of my energy. Is there a bomb in it? Liu limped and walked over with the gun. He glanced at the corpses of Yanni and me and reloaded the pistol with only 2 rounds. Bullet, "Hey, can you stand up, boss?" Reluctantly. The grey suit leaned against the wall and replied, looking at Yanni's corpse, and at some point he took out a cigarette to his mouth. On the side, "That's not okay," Liu said. The grey suit raised his head in confusion, but saw Liu raise the gun at him with a grinning face. "It's better to let you sleep peacefully." The grey suit looked at Liu in astonishment for several seconds, and finally dropped his head as if resigning his life, sighed and said, "You killed Kampa. Who knows?" Liu smiled, pulled the trigger, and sighed. The body of the grey suit trembled and closed his eyes. Liu lowered his muzzle and turned to leave. He killed the driver who had not had time to escape. After he had gone away, Yanni got up from the ground covered with blood. I curled my lips helplessly, and stopped pretending to stand up. Yanni glanced at me with extremely shocked eyes, and then cast her gaze on the grey suit. Now business matters. You are still alive, right? Yanni said. The grey suit opened his eyes in surprise, and raised his head to see that Yanni and I were standing in front of him. There was nothing except the blood on the clothes to show that we had just been injured. Where is Kali? Yanni asked, looking down at him expressionlessly. The grey suit opened her mouth wide in shock. It took a few seconds before she came back to her senses. She lowered her head and said, Fangel de Block, 197, who are you? Yanni continued to ask, seeing that although the grey suit was not dead, it was dead soon. I have to ask why. We're just running errands. The grey suit replied, covering his wound. Stratman hired us to find his daughter a few days ago. We quickly found Kampa. He said, Carly's, I can tell you the place and the secret, but I need to help with something. What's the matter? Yanni asked. Blackmail. The grey suit sighed. Use his daughter's secret to tell Stratman blackmailing and defrauding the ransom. We accepted, locked up his daughter, and planned to exchange the ransom in 2 days. We originally planned to quit the Golden Basin after that, and we could seize this opportunity by just reaching out for a while. The grey suit's one eye revealed a strong unwilling color. It was the same 5 years ago. If they appear 1 day later, my son and I will be able to reunite in this city. It has always been like this, every time I am about to catch it. When I live, there will always be troubles that make me fall miserably. This is the case for people like me. He tried to raise his hand to put the cigarette to his mouth but was unable to do so, and finally fell weakly. Hand. Yanni's expression moved, and she bent down to fill the cigarette for him and put it into his mouth. Then I turned around and started recovering the gas tank and bullets of my 3-dimensional mobile device. Then I went to Fanger. Daja went to look for Carly, and by the way, he got rid of that Lou. He has completely annoyed me. I was planted in the hands of this guy twice. Of course, I didn't take it seriously and carelessly, but it was really unpleasant. He was defeated twice. He's dead. I asked Yanni, who was walking towards me. She nodded and hummed. The sun had already set at this time, and darkness had begun to envelope the land, turning the deserted industrial area into a deserted area. Even more eerie. Gavin, are you okay? Yanni's lips moved, and then she asked, It's okay. I shook my head, it just hurts. If I didn't save my life, I'm afraid I'm dead. You, what about Yanni? What are you doing? This is my secret, so don't ask more. Yanni said. Okay. I shrugged. It seems that we all have secrets that we don't want to disclose to others, so treat each other as having never happened. Yeah. Yanni nodded blankly. It's just a pity. This kind of life-saving thing is extremely difficult to make. I sighed and used words to confuse the audience to mislead Yanni. Yanni gave me a surprised look, and then the uniform of the military police's shirt dyed red with his blood was thrown aside, and he walked forward wearing only a hoodie and a hat, without asking more. I just lost the long trench coat and followed. Vanguard de Block, number 197. Boom, boom, 2 corpses headed by shotguns fell to the ground. I changed a barrel with no expression on my face and walked upstairs. Unlike Yanni, who always pays attention to keep her hands away from the trouble of killing people, I will not cause trouble when I kill people, as long as I put a hat on them that endangers the stability of the wall afterwards, and they are not good people, but they are just some mice in the gray area. I don't have any psychological burden to kill them. Who told them to mess me up? Hearing the sound of gunshots, 2 people quickly ran down to check the situation. Hey, what happened? Boom. I raised my hand and used shots to solve the 2 people who were next to each other, and continued to walk upstairs. It's nothing, it's just that Lord Death came to you to kill you. Damn it, it's you. Louvignon suddenly stared. With big eyes, I easily avoided even firing 2 shots upstairs. I shot the palm of his right hand with a backhand to pieces, and the pistol was also torn apart. Lou suddenly let out a painful cry, screamed, clutching his hands and kneeling to the ground, crying to the remaining 2 men in tears, What are you doing in a daze? Kill him. This. After hearing Lou's words, the 2 subordinates couldn't help but stunned. Their faces showed a look of fear, and at the same time, when hesitated whether or not they should come forward, I kindly helped them solve this trouble when I saw it boom. There were 2 gunshots, and the 2 bodies fell to the ground. You are the only one left. I put my gun on Lou's forehead and said indifferently, and Yanni began to search the room. Is Miss Carly Stratman there? I'm here. Is it over? A female voice came from the room. Immediately, I said, raising my hand and blasting Lou's head, without giving him any chance to beg for mercy. Okay, it's over, Miss Stratman, you can return home. Really? Carly's voice didn't sound very alarmed. She took a cigarette and walked out of the room. After scanning the hall, she took a breath and said, Before this, accompany her. How about a drink? Yanni and I couldn't help but froze for a while, and after looking at each other, we nodded and followed Carly into the room. Then it was time to confess to each other. We said that we were looking for her. Carly tells her secret. Really? He's dead. Carly said softly after looking out the window and taking a puff of cigarette. Poor Kampa. What's your secret? Yanni asked blankly. Carly. She took her gaze back from the window, smiled at Yanni and replied, The manufacture of codeloin. Is that made by yourself? Yanni couldn't help but asked in surprise. Accidental, it can be done very easily. Carly said with a relaxed expression, with a hint of pride in her tone, As long as you can find the tranquilizer paid by the gendarmerie, Kampa is just a seller, and the leader is my father. After hearing Carly's words, I couldn't help but brighten up. She is an individual talent. She can make codloin on her own and graduated from the chemistry department of the university in the wall. This is a rare chemistry genius. You must know that chemistry is generally related to explosions. If he can join the rehabilitationist's scientific research department, the development process of the rehabilitationist's explosives can be greatly accelerated. Thinking of this, I can't help but look at Carly's eyes a little hot. This talent must not be let go, not to let her fall into Wang Zheng's hands. Mr. Artman, I said immediately, letting her and Yanni focus on me. Let's make a deal. You join us and work for us, and Yanni and I will let you go. How about your father? You? The gendarmerie? Carly asked with a frown. We are not the gendarmerie. Regarding our name is limited to confidentiality regulations. I will not disclose it. You will know after you join. I smiled. Said, please don't worry. We always speak for words, and you can help your father revive his chamber of commerce if you join us. It sounds like I have no other choice. Carly said after taking a breath. Yes. I nodded bluntly. Yanni couldn't help but move her lips when she heard that, but in the end she said nothing. Okay, it's settled. Carly said after a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but always give me one night to clean up things and take care of the funeral. Of course, but don't think about it so badly. I reached out and patted Carly on the shoulder and said, taking advantage of Yanni he didn't pay attention and cast a tracking magic on Carly. You will go to the headquarters to study for a while, and then you can work in the Stoheis area if you want. Why do you want to do something like barbarian? Yanni asked suddenly. Carly was stunned for a moment, and she was a little bit overwhelmed by our sudden change of topic. It took a long time to answer. Daddy is here. I lost everything 5 years ago. I just want to get these back. Is that so? Yanni was a little dazed, not knowing what she thought of. Let's do this. I changed the subject. You need go and say goodbye to your father when I meet you last time. No need. Carly smiled and took another cigarette. I will be back anyway, won't I? The next step is the follow-up. Yanni went to Elliot Stratman to close the matter. Carly went to deal with her own affairs, and I went to the restorative members to clean up the traces of the Van Gerda block and prepare to pick Carly away. The preparations and let the Dark Silver Chamber of Commerce prepare to support Stratman's Chamber of Commerce, and write a letter of explanation to Lance and the others. It was 11 o'clock in the evening after the three of us were all set up, and then a carriage came to pick up Carly. Only me and Yanni were left. I didn't expect things would end in this way, being unscrupulously pulling people in front of my face, and asking me to help you spread the word. Are you too arrogant? Yanni gave me a faint glance and said, haha, just treat me as if I owe you, you're all alone. I smiled and said, I remember your original ambition was to investigate the core, but then you went to some secret department after being forced to recruit. Is there no grievance in your heart? You still help them like this. People. Yanni frowned and asked with some suspicion, another vague temptation. I'm just arranging a back road for myself. I shrugged and said half-truth, the sky is going to change inside the wall, I have to be prepared. The sky is changing. Yanni heard I couldn't help but change my expression. Don't worry, it won't affect you. I patted her on the shoulder. It's a bit late today. I will invite you to dinner tomorrow at noon. Thank you for helping me. Now, I have something to do tomorrow, another day. Yanni shook her head and replied, okay, you set the date. I smiled and said, feeling a little helpless in my heart. Sure enough, she was still going to grab Eren. Some things really cannot be changed. I hope Commander Erwin and the others have arranged countermeasures. In the anime, Yanni summoned Titan to capture Eren and killed nearly 1/3 of the investigative corps. After being discovered his true identity, he and Eren used the power of Titan to fight in the Stoheis district, causing a large number of casualties, turning the Stoheis district into ruins, and chose to escape after Hopeless sealed himself with hardened ice, making it impossible to obtain information inside the wall. No matter which of these four results is unacceptable, the investigative corps is the main force in dealing with Titan, and Luaben is the leader among them. The Battle of the Wall of Maria and the subsequent elimination of the Titan still count on them. The Stohe district is an economically developed area. If it is destroyed, it will have a major blow to the economy inside the wall. After the reinstatementists come to power, they still expect to spend a lot of money on military reforms. It is when the money is needed. Nothing is to be missed in haste. And the last item, not to mention how powerful the female Titan is, but as far as the Mirai intelligence held by Yanni is invaluable to the wall, it can be obtained at any cost. I opened my mouth and tried to persuade Yanni to speak, but I don't know how to speak. The day after tomorrow. I should be free the day after tomorrow. Yanni said. I paused and then nodded in response. Okay, see you the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. Yanni turned and left. I looked at her back and sighed slightly. It seems that I should go to the investigation corps tomorrow. I hope I won't fight alongside her today, but tomorrow. Fight life and death. After returning to the camp of the suppressive forces to sleep for a while, I only informed Sterling the next morning, and then hurried to the station of the investigative corps. They needed some time to prepare for the investigation outside the wall. This time should be enough for me to arrive. In order to hurry up, I did not hesitate to use the wind curse and acceleration magic on my horse. Under the blessing of various buffs, the horse's speed directly doubled and rushed to the target location like lightning. This speed it is much faster than the female Titan, but the magic consumption is not small. Under such a fast rush, the station of the investigation corps soon appeared in front of my eyes. The flag of Wings of Freedom was flying high, the resident figures were shaking, they were still. The investigative corps station is a noble castle in the woods. It is easy to use the three-dimensional mobile device. As soon as I approached the station, a few figure manipulators' three-dimensional mobile device flew towards me. I did not take any action against them. Continue to ride forward. I can enter the investigative corps openly for individual reasons, and there is no need to hide it. Hey, your kid, stop. Oluo's voice came from above, and a super hard blade hit my neck in the next second. This is the station of the investigation corps. What are you doing here? June Da's voice sounded behind him. It was great, and it was still slamming. Senior, it's me. I raised my hands and said, I took the time to meet my friends. Gao Wen. Junda's voice seemed a little surprised, but he didn't leave the blade on my neck. Why did your kid appear here? Oluo also fell to my horse and said, with an unfriendly tone, do you know what's the situation now? He appeared at this time. Isn't today the day when the investigative corps is going to conduct an outside investigation? I plan to meet with my friends before you leave. What's the matter? I asked a little surprised. Oluo was asked by me. I had to suffocate, and after a few seconds, he swiped his blade and said stiffly, the plan has been cancelled, and the date of the out-of-wall investigation has been postponed. I opened my mouth in surprise. Why? Captain Hanji. Titan experiment subjects Sony and Bin were killed last night. We are now investigating. Junda replied. I was a little surprised. In the anime, Sony and Bin were assassinated by Yanni shortly after they were captured, and they used Marco's three-dimensional mobile device for the next inspection. But here I knew something would happen. I naturally informed Irvine in an analytical way. Irvine directly doubled the manpower for this, and arranged for Levi, Su Jinkin, and Phoenix to take turns. Standing on guard, Yanni and the others who tried to assassinate Titan finally reluctantly gave up this plan, and now they have been assassinated? At this point in time, count your kid out of luck. Oluo shrugged and said, let's go with us to see Captain Irwin, and clear your suspicion before you say it. Let's go. Gao Wen, don't worry too much, just do business routine. Junda also put away the blade and said, okay, let's go. I curled my lips, dismounted and walked forward with them, to see the head of Irvine? For me, it's just right. On the way, I was thinking about the real cause of the deaths of Titan test subjects Sony and Bing. It is certainly not possible that Reiner and Berthold did it. They must have already figured out a way to inform Yanni to take action today. Aaron, it is impossible to assassinate Sony and Bin at this critical point, unless their brains are funny. The rest of the investigative corps is even more impossible. Those who have experienced outside investigations naturally know how precious the Titan experimental body is. With more information, their chances of survival will increase. This is impossible. Someone will go to die. Except for those recruits who were in the top 10 of the original training corps, the others did not have the ability to do it. They could bypass the guards and kill Titan silently. I am afraid that only Mikasa has complete assurance. Right. Thinking of this, I actually vaguely guessed the truth. After excluding other possibilities, the remaining impossible is also the truth of the matter. This is the Titan experimental body killing event is a play directed and acted by Irvine. Its purpose must be to implement a certain plan of its own. In the anime, Irvine showed his personality traits of no cost and unscrupulous in order to achieve a certain goal. In order to capture the female Titan, he could pay nearly one-third of the loss of the investigative corps. Eren and Yanni fought in the Stows area. In contrast, the two Titan experimental subjects seem to be nothing. The key is what purpose does Irwin want to achieve? The loss of two Titan experiment subjects can't be just to make Pu Yanni empty. In this case, the pay and the gain are completely disproportionate, and Irwin would not make such a decision. As for what he intends to do, I don't have to guess it by myself. After meeting him, I'll know it. Sharing information with allies is justified. In the silence along the way, Oluo, Junda, and I quickly arrived at Irvine's office. All the members of the investigative corps we saw along the way were busy with their own affairs wearing three-dimensional mobile devices. Few people noticed. For us, the scene seems chaotic, but it is methodical. Junda raised his hand and knocked on the door. There was a call from inside before he pushed the door and walked in. Leader, we found a soldier outside. He said he was visiting a friend. What should I do? Junda opened the mouth, and I took the opportunity to look at Irvine's office. The spacious and bright room was placed with a desk full of documents, with a large bookcase and a few chairs on the side, and the bookcases were full. After reading the book, it seems that these are all solid wood, which is definitely worthwhile in modern times. Really? Irwin raised his head from the copy, and saw me behind Junda at a glance. An imperceptible stunned color flashed across his eyes, but he immediately recovered his calm in the next second. Thanks, Gao Wen, right? You stay here, Junda and Oluo, you can continue the mission. Yes. The two immediately nodded and walked out and closed the door. Now the room only I and Irwin are left. You directed and acted this thing yourself, right? After releasing a shielding magic, I opened my mouth to Irvine. You can see it. Irvine smiled bitterly. Others lacked. I can't guess the truth for the sake of intelligence, but I don't lack intelligence. I just need a little analysis to know who did it. I shrugged and said, but I still haven't figured out the purpose of this. What exactly is it? Can't you figure it out? Irvin asked back, do you plan to take the opportunity to take action against Reiner and Bertold? I frowned. If the investigative corps can deal with them, even if you can win, the loss is not small. There is no victory without sacrifice. Irvine said blankly. In some respects he was completely cold-blooded and ruthless. There are explosives provided by the restoratives plus the restrictions of the basement. Our chances of winning are not small. What if the basement doesn't restrict them and let them escape? I asked. They can't wear a three-dimensional mobile device during the inspection, so they can only escape in the form of Titan. This is Eren can come out and drag them. Irvin replied. Face a weird smile appeared on the top. If Eren is not an opponent, they can only run to the plane to get rid of us. Erwin pulled out a map from the drawer and spread it on the table. Then he pointed to the map and said, they will definitely choose the shortest route when escaping, which is here. From here, they cross the plane and then try to turn over by the colonnade area. The wall of Rosette leaves. Here, the Restoringists have buried mines and wait for them to take the bait. And every time the investigation corps goes out, the garrison will use cannons on the wall to help us clean up Titan, and the gendarmerie we provided for our inner wall itinerary. But unfortunately, after the investigation corps got out of this file, I was busy conducting internal audits and preventing possible Titan spies and forgot to notify them for a while. I couldn't help touching my nose when I heard the words, it's really ruthless, you're really not polite to cheat up your teammates. If this happens, there is nothing we can do, Erwin said. A look of helplessness, who makes the investigative corps too weak. This way you can get more funds and manpower by this, a good strategy. I shrugged and said, not intending to continue. Going deeper on this topic, you plan to take a long way to avoid the minefields, and the garrison corps and the gendarmerie corps will help you fill them during this period. But what do you plan to do with the remaining mines? Demining crematorium, have you heard of this sentence? Don't worry about this, those mines can be manually detonated, and the scene will be spectacular by then. Irvine showed a devilish smile. We have always passively defended against invaders outside the wall. Now it's finally time to take the initiative. And this should also be the fuse that Gao Wen has been waiting for. Regardless of the outcome of the matter, Wang Zhang will make an action against the investigation corps, and it must be done by various means. Then we will have a reason to resist. I was shocked in my heart. I didn't expect that Erwin would have such far-reaching thoughts, and even the reaction of all parties would be predicted. It is probably because of this that the investigative corps led by him could change from merely serving as a negative teaching material for the people inside the wall. A corps that many people are yearning for, and it was regarded as a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh by many parliamentarians and nobles in the wall, and they did everything possible to get rid of him. Moreover, we have the confidence to have a showdown with Yanni after we have settled Reiner and Bertold. Su Jinkin's progress is too slow, let us help him. A trace of Erwin's face flashed. With a smile, I just smiled directly. Haha, this guy is really too bad to ask for help from girls. Then, when are you going to do it? It's 8:11, we're almost 8:30. Do it, someone will control the time. Erwin took out his pocket watch from his arms and took a look, then replied, if you want to join the war, turn left and go to Livier first, and he will take you to the equipment department to pick up the equipment. Yes, but time has to be hurry. Okay. I nodded, but then asked again, do you know who Renner and their identities, Eren, are now? I don't know. Irvine shook his head. I'm worried about knowing the identity of the other person. Later, Eren knows how to get rid of it. That's what I said. Then I will prepare first, and see you later. I turned and left, and started looking for Livier. After all, I and the investigative corps, some people are not familiar with it. Only with Levi's right can I get equipment from the investigation corps. Captain Luel is actually not difficult to find, and he can basically determine his position by scanning with the hunter's vision and breath induction. Luel was a little surprised about my arrival, but he happily agreed when I put forward the equipment to participate in the war. Under his leadership, I easily received a set of equipment, and it also came with the Freedom Wings cloak of the investigation corps. After putting on the equipment, it was time to prepare for battle. Because Captain Luel was walking with me, many investigators were curious about my identity but did not ask much, which saved me a lot of trouble. The elite squad of the investigative corps has been informed of the target's identity by Irvine. They will be an important force against Kaiser's Titan and the super-large Titan. They have been assigned to key positions, and those with combat experience, the veterans, were arranged to encircle the target, but they did not know it. As for those recruits and those with inexperienced combatants, they are all sent to unimportant positions. Once the initial action fails and they come to Reiner to transform, they will immediately want to find attacks from all directions to cooperate with Eren and hold Saints. The Silverblade Levi's men attacked. I have a question. The possibility of subduing them in human form is not more than 10%, which is equivalent to sending them to death. Who will do this task? I suddenly thought of an extremely critical question, and immediately asked Levi. Letting ordinary people perform this task is indeed death, so this task is to Phoenix and Mikasa to perform. If they fail, they can use teleport to leave. Nothing will happen. Levi nodded expressionlessly, said, and glanced at me, don't worry, she will definitely be fine. Mikasa. I couldn't help feeling tense after hearing Luel's words. Although I knew that the explosion in Titan after she awakened could not kill her, and even crippled her, I still bear it. I can't help worrying about her, and at the same time I can't help feeling a little bit complain about this arrangement. The explosion during the transformation of the super large titan is not a joke. Why didn't Su Jinkan and Phoenix take the shot? I asked, in a very dissatisfied tone. This is what she requested. Lowell glanced at me again and replied, otherwise it was originally Su Jinkan and Phoenix. What? I was stunned. I never thought that this task would be requested by Mikasa on the initiative. It was too unexpected for me. Why? It's probably because of you guys. She wants to catch up with you. She doesn't want to be your drag. Lewell said a very long paragraph. Mikasa is very strong, but now her strength is the bottom of ours. Although I didn't say it, but it was very obvious in action. I had to sense the magic fluctuations of her secretly practicing on several night shifts. You guys will talk to her later. Don't let her overwork her. After listening to Lewell's words, I was completely stunned. Don't you want to be a drag on me? I said to myself, and suddenly realized how similar this is to the anime. Keep up with the footsteps of Eren and work extremely hard. I don't want myself to be left behind by Eren, but now it's not to be a drag on me. The only difference is that Eren is to achieve my goal, and I was to protect her, but I didn't seem to be able to achieve the goal I wanted, and instead made her suffer and tired. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt distressed. It is indeed time to talk to her. These 2 days are still a bit busy, and I will start to make up the chapters I owe in 2 days. Although it is said that the start time of the plan is to sit at 8 o'clock, in fact this is only an approximate time. After all, when the action starts depends on when Reiner and the others enter the arena. This is not within our control, and there is an error. It is inevitable. In order to prevent Reiner and the others from noticing it, Mikasa and Phoenix would not wear a messenger card, so we have no way of knowing how the action was going. However, if there is no movement in a while, it will definitely be a success. If it explodes, it will definitely fail, and this kind of action will not last too long. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and soon after 8:30, Lywell and I stood there and waited quietly. During this time, my palms were sweating constantly. I haven't been so nervous for a long time. Sure enough. It's messy if you care. 8 minutes later, nothing happened. Just when I thought the operation was successful, the ground suddenly shook, and the original basement location suddenly protruded upwards, and light was revealed from below. Mikasa and Phoenix. With a flash of white light appearing in front of us, their images were a little embarrassed but not injured, which gave me a lot of peace of mind, but it also meant that the action had failed. Boom! In the next moment, a huge yellow mushroom cloud broke through the ground with unstoppable force and rose from the ground. The intense light even overshadowed the sun's rays for a while, and the shockwave spread in all directions for the first time. After going, all the houses, trees, and rocks on the way will be cut off arbitrarily, unstoppable. The scorching wind blew on our faces, blowing our cloak into hunting noises, and at the same time we had to raise our hands to block our eyes to avoid being burned by the heat wave. The power of the super large Titan transform was really terrifying. The huge body of Titan was created out of thin air in a few seconds. Such a huge momentum made everyone know about the arrival of Titan now, whether they knew it or not, but except for the experienced veterans. After recovering and reacting for the first time, everyone else stared blankly at the super large Titan, which was 50 meters high and enveloped in steam, as if the gods descended from the earth. They didn't know what to do. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the ground in front of the super large Titan suddenly burst open, and the figure of Kaizi's Titan covered with bone Kai also appeared in the sight of everyone, but it was in line with the super large compared with Titan. The image of Kaizi's Titan is much more embarrassing. Not only is the body burnt black, but the full covered armor also has several obvious cracks, as if it will break at any time. White steam is constantly emerging from the wound for self-healing, but it cannot be fully recovered in a short time. Obviously, the huge damage caused by the super large Titan transformation is unbearable at close range. Even the 9th Titan, the strongest armor in Titan, is also very reluctant. Most of these 2 guys have created their wounds before. We have clearly contained them just now, but it didn't work. Just now, if we didn't hide quickly, we would have been hit. Phoenix breathed a breath and said. Lewell nodded. It's fine if it's okay. Originally, this action was only carried out with the idea of giving it a try. Failure is normal. The real killer move is waiting for them. I hugged Mikasa from behind. Thanks. Mikasa's body froze at first, and then said in an incredible tone, Gawain. It's me? I nodded, but Levier interrupted when I was about to say something. My words, let's put aside the reminiscences, the battle has begun. Attention everyone! The super large Titan and Kaizi Titan appeared, immediately carried out a crusade against them, and the target captured them. The voice of Commander Erwin sounded in the field, immediately stunned. Everyone recovered, and the veterans began to organize and urge quickly, and at the same time launched the first wave of attacks on the super large Titan and Titan. More than a dozen figures wearing dark green patterned cloaks with the Wings of Freedom logo of the Investigative Corps controlled a 3-dimensional mobile device to immediately rush towards the super large Titan and Kaizi's Titan. Aang! A roar full of anger sounded in the distance. Eren also became Titan somehow. After the iconic pointed ears shook, Eren Titan immediately rushed towards Kaizi's Titan, and the right fist condensed a thin layer of light blue hardened crystals. This should be the result of his training by Lance in the past month. Up. By the way, where's Lance? I couldn't help but ask. The guy Erwin said that the Ancestor Titan should not be lost and didn't let him participate in this operation. Lowell said with squinting eyes. Be prepared, we're going to go. The super-large titan waved a huge palm and swept towards a crowd of investigators who flew towards it, but the slow motion caused by its huge size caused it to be avoided by the investigators before it hit the target. It flew to the back of its neck in many ways, slapped away. As for Kaizi's titan, his reaction was slow because of the unrecovered injury, and he was hit in the face by the hardened right fist of Eren before his defensive posture. Above, the facial skeleton shattered a lot, and he hurriedly pulled away 2 steps, looking very embarrassed. At first glance, our side seems to have the upper hand from the beginning. The slow movements of the super-large titan are nothing to do with the agile investigators. They will be attacked in the back of the neck in a while, and it has been proved that the hardness is better than the bone armor. The punch of Eren is very embarrassing and Titan seems to be only a matter of time. But in fact, the super-large titan still retains the high-temperature steam, which is useless. It is impossible to let people enter it when used, let alone cut the back of the neck. The situation on Eren the same is not good. His training time is too short, but the degree of hardening is too low. Although the punch just now hits well, it can make the flesh and blood after hardening the punch to crack. It takes time to recover and cannot be pursued. Laugh. At this moment, the super-large titan finally couldn't help launching high-temperature steam after the investigators were constantly approaching the back of their necks. The sudden hot wind made the investigators caught off guard and lost control of their flight. The person was blown away on the spot, and the remaining people only persisted for a few seconds to follow in the footsteps of the former. The billowing hot wind also prevented the reinforcements of other investigators. The hook anchor was blown back as soon as it was launched, and it was impossible to get close. The investigators who were blown into the air barely relied on their superb technical air force back to the ground. No one was killed. The only thing that is not affected by the strong hot wind is Kaizi's Titan and Attack on Titan, which are too heavy and will not be blown away and immune to high-temperature steam, and this hot wind also gave Kaizi, Titan took the time to relax, and immediately hit the front door of Eren and Titan. Eren also responded quickly and immediately raised his left arm to block it in a similar manner, but without hardening for blessing, the flesh and blood body could not block the fist covering the bone armor. Titan punched through the arm of Eren and Titan and hit him in the face. Eren did not anticipate this situation. After being hit by the arm and hitting the face by Titan, he immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground. Half of the body of Titan turned into a face. Muddy Meat began to brave the steam to recover from the wound, and the injury on his left arm was also serious. I am afraid it will be difficult to recover in a short time. Boom! After defeating Eren, Titan did not give up the chance to win and pursue, and immediately stepped forward to the helpless Eren, preparing to take the opportunity to bite him from the back of the neck and take him away. Commander, Gawain, what shall we do? Mikasa was anxious when she saw this, and asked after a quick look at us. I smiled gently at her and said, you take a closer look and pay attention to Eren, the right hand of Titan. That kid is sometimes fine. Mikasa Yian looked at it, and saw that the damaged right hand of Eren and Titan had recovered from the beginning, hanging on the ground. The posture of making a fist, the light blue cold light reflected by the hardened parts, and due to the high temperature steam incident and angle factors, Kaizi's Titan failed to find this important detail. Roar. Kaizi's Titan roared, and reached out to grab the head of Eren and Titan. At this moment, Eren and Titan suddenly moved. Changing the half-dead look just now, the left hand stretched out by pulling the armor of Titan stood up, and the right hand raised his fist and hit the temple of Titan hard. Bang! The sudden heavy blow caused Kaizi's Titan to stumble, and hurriedly fisted to fight back. Eren and Titan slammed their heads and avoided its fist, ignoring the backlash of the right fist. Another punch hit the original position, and the bone armor that had been obviously cracked suddenly shattered and scattered to the ground, and some blood flowed out. Being hit in the same position on the head twice caused Kaizi's Titan to almost fall, and he barely stabilized his figure after supporting the ground with his hands, but Eren did not take advantage of the victory to chase it. When he fell down, he took advantage of the distance to take advantage of the distance and regained a fighting posture. Without fighting skills such as twisting skills and insufficient hardening ability, Attack on Titan can't help Titan at all, and there is also a super large Titan on the sidelines. Let Eren dare not use twisting skills at all, so his initial action position was to consume them. Whether it is recovery ability or energy and physical strength, there are limits. Once the limit is reached, no matter how strong it is, it will collapse. The high-temperature steam of the super-large Titan is now spraying very coolly, making all members of the investigation team helpless, but it does so at the cost of consuming their own muscles. As long as the muscles are exhausted, we don't need to take it. Not working. The battle of Kaizi's Titan requires physical strength. If the physical strength is exhausted, it will not be able to continue fighting, and can only be slaughtered. So in the plan, we didn't plan to quickly get them done quickly, but plan to consume them slowly like a blunt knife. Eren and Kaizi's Titan are 10 meters apart, their eyes fixed on their own goal motionless, just like I may not be able to help you, but if you have me, don't think about it. Run. Reiner obviously also knows the fact that the longer the time delay, the more disadvantaged they are. The purpose of Eren can be described as clear, and he raised his neck and yelled at Bertold. His voice it was so big that many investigators couldn't help covering their ears. The super-large Titan suddenly broke out as if receiving a notification, and the hot wind suddenly became several times stronger. Laugh. The sudden increase in hot wind turned the original safe area into a dangerous zone. Everyone in the investigating corps had to retreat again with a scream, and the strong high-temperature steam blocked everyone's sight. Things like Titan are really weird to the extreme. Their bodies are completely composed of magical materialization, so I can't use teleportation to teleport into them. Otherwise, the super-large Titan and Titan of Kaizi are not withstandable at all, and the steam they emit is actually magical gas, which has the effect of blocking the hunter's spiritual vision, making people helpless. Since it has been determined that our side cannot escape without solving Eren, Kaizi's Titan, and the super-large Titan immediately launched an attack, and released a hot wind to cover the super-large Titan. After seeing the line of sight, Kaizi's Titan immediately rushed towards Eren. Ong. After discovering that Kaizi's Titan was approaching, Eren and Titan suddenly roared and slammed their hardened iron fist towards its front door. Roar. Kaizi Titan didn't want to have to take a hard punch, and then violently hugged Eren with a grappling. Suddenly, Eren couldn't help being a little flustered, and quickly began to struggle violently. Struggling with Eren and Titan took a lot of effort to suppress him. At the same time, he also understood that it is difficult to bite him out of the back of the neck by himself. He couldn't be solved in time, so he had to abolish his ability to move first. Lena flashed a sharp look on his face and kicked the left knee of Eren and Titan. Laugh. Under such a heavy blow, the knee of the left leg of Eren and Titan immediately burst into several pieces. The whole part was deformed, and blood was splashed on the ground, looking very miserable. Eren suddenly understood the other party's intentions, violently broke away Kaizi's Titan grapple, and then slammed his right fist to Kaizi's Titan, and at the same time ready to stretch the distance again. This kind of injury is basically a waste to ordinary people, but for Titan it takes only 10 seconds to recover. Reiner is also very clear about this, and the price of fighting again is the price of a punch. He kicked his feet. Laugh. This time, the knees of Eren and Titan were no longer supported and were kicked off by Kaizi's Titan. The calf and the body were helplessly separated, and warm blood gushed out from the wound. Eren and Titan shook for a while, lost their balance and fell to the ground. It took at least a minute to recover. Although he won, the situation in Kaizi's Titan was not much better. The visor was mostly broken, and his left eye was beaten blind by the counterattack of Eren. Looks hideous. The wound of flesh and blood is well recovered, but the bone armor does not grow out so easily. Roar. Kaizi's Titan roared angrily, raised his foot fiercely on the right leg of Eren and Titan, stomping his calf into sludge completely. After going to the action, he took a few steps back, and raised his head again to shout at the super-large Titan. At this moment, the hot wind cast by the super-large Titan suddenly doubled, forcing everyone in the investigation corps to retreat again. Damn, they want to escape. Phoenix said with a change of face. That isn't Eren. Mikasa quickly asked worriedly after hearing the words. That kid is still moving, and it's mostly just abandoned mobility. Levier said blankly, pulling out the Saint Silver Blade. You will be responsible for controlling Bertold for a while, and Phoenix and I will be responsible for dealing with Kaizi's Titan. Understand? Mikasa and I nodded together. The next second, the super-large Titan, the hot wind released suddenly stopped. After the hot wind stopped, the situation on the court was also revealed before our eyes. Eren and Titan had already been lying on the ground with broken legs, while Kaizi's Titan was still in a state of embarrassment. The overall combat power is overwhelming. The battle has just begun, and their enemy is more than Eren. Whoosh! Somehow Bertold, wearing a three-dimensional mobile device, flew out from the back of the super-large Titan and flew quickly to Kaizi's Titan, and basically only the skeleton remained. The super-large Titan body fell weakly to the side. Go! Luel yelled coldly, rushing to Kaizi's Titan first. Phoenix followed closely, and Mikasa and I were intercepting Bertold. Boom! The body of the super-large Titan hit the ground heavily, causing a lot of dust to obscure the view, making the investigative corps helpless. But now the smoke and dust does not contain the effect of magical shielding. Mikasa and I turned on the hunter's vision at the same time and locked Bertold's position, and flew towards him at the fastest speed. Now let me see the human form. How strong is the Malay warrior? Whoosh! Nail the two hook anchors to the two trees. I sprayed myself up in the air with a slingshot and flew straight to Bertold, who was descending rapidly. Mikasa did the same. Behind me, as soon as I was approaching the target, I immediately swung the double knives towards his neck and arms. Bertold also reacted extremely quickly, and quickly blocked my attack with the double knives. Gavin. After seeing my face clearly, Bertold could not help but let out an exclamation. His movements couldn't help but stagnated, and Mikasa took the opportunity to cut at him with a close knife. At this time, Bertold was not so lucky. He was slashed by Mikasa, and his internal organs could be vaguely seen. Such a heavy injury made Bertold scream, and it seems that he is fierce. With a wave of both hands and throwing the blade at me and Mikasa, Bertold immediately continued to rush forward regardless of his injury. I slashed the flying blade with another backhand and pierced his heart from his back. Without letting him slow down by half a minute, an acceleration pulled away from me. Stop! Mikasa yelled and slashed at Bertold's head with a knife. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the blade and kicked the 3 hats at the cost of 4 fingers. As the saying goes, 10 fingers connected to the heart, so severe pain caused Bertold couldn't help letting out an inhuman scream, but he couldn't slow him down. Chasing! I yelled, and rushed to him with Mikasa. There was nowhere to take advantage of fighting in the air. Even if I had 1,000 fighting skills, I couldn't use it, otherwise I wouldn't let him make a breakthrough at a price. Mikasa and I were blocked, and what was even more disgusting was that those injuries would not take long to recover. It was really a difficult opponent. I turned my head and looked at Captain Luel, and they found that they are also not making much progress. Under the protection of the bone armor, even the first sword of the holy silver blade that can break the defense can only cut the titan of the armor. Its armor hurts some of its fur. To really hurt it, it can only be slashed in the same position with a second knife before its bone armor recovers, and this is not easy. Not to mention that Kaiser's titan also has the ability to harden. Once the armor is broken, it will harden the wound to gain time to recover. It is difficult to, Lena. Bertold yelled, and flew towards Kaiser's titan. Levi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately turned and flew towards Bertold, while Kaiser's titan also moved abruptly at this time, changing the previous defensive strategy of the tortoise with its head shrunk, reaching out to Bertold, and smashing a fist with the other hand to the commander. Luel made a disdainful cut, and then a teleportation came to Bertold, slashing towards his head. Bertold's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly waved his knife to block, but the super hard blade being cut off easily, the captain's blade continued to cut towards the target. At a critical moment, Bertold deflected his head to avoid the fatal blow, but was cut off with an ear, blood was flowing, and the next moment Rainer grabbed him and protected him. On his chest, with the other hand covering the back of his neck, he ran away. I quickly caught up with the two swords and slashed on the bone armor of Kaiser's titan, but it was useless. On the contrary, my blade broke in two. Damn it! I yelled as I was about to continue. Luel suddenly stopped me. Gawain, come back. I sighed helplessly, and turned around and flew to Luel with Mikasa. Soldier, what should I do next? I asked. Luel curled his lips and did not answer. He turned to look to the side. I followed his gaze and just saw Captain Erwin approaching us. Thank you, Erwin nodded to us, then picked up a messenger card. Hanji, the guests are here, remember to treat them well. Don't worry, Irvine, I will treat them well. Hanji's cheerful voice came from the spell card, which made us shiver and study. The hospitality of a madman makes people shudder when you think about it. Captain Erwin, the horse is ready. At this moment, Captain Mick called out from a distance, very well, gather the soldiers, we go around to the front of the minefield. Erwin immediately replied, also, send 2 people to the colonnade area to inform the garrison regiment and the gendarmerie regiment, so that they can prepare for Kaiser's titan and the super large titan. Understand, I'll make arrangements. Mick nodded with a smirk. Besides, Lena and Berthold, after paying a heavy price to get rid of the encirclement, both of them could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and hurriedly took this opportunity to rush to the nearest position to the wall. In any case, it is always right to play escape from the wall when the identity is exposed, so that you don't have to face the chase of the forces inside the wall. Leaner, they don't seem to catch up. Bertold first stopped the bleeding from his wound and said while recovering, with a frightened expression, why are we exposed? Rainer didn't answer, but continued to run forward. Of course, he couldn't speak in the Titan form. Suddenly, Rainer felt as if he had stepped on something, and his body became stagnant. Hands. Hanji shouted immediately, and the steel wire rope that had been lying on the ground disguised as vines immediately shrank and tied the legs of Kaiser's titan with a sigh. The sudden attack caused Lena to lose his balance and fell to the ground. Dozens of devices that had been used to capture the female titan in the anime burst into flames. The overwhelming attack engulfed Kaiser's titan. It trapped him in the blink of an eye. The thing launched this time is not a hook, but a grappling hook that is more suitable for grabbing. Taking into account the factor of bone armor, the first time you use it, you can make a contribution with one blow. Haha, let's see how you escape. Hanji was proud of it. Laughed, Lena. Bertold yelled in horror, hiding under the palm of Kaiser's titan. Lena replied with an unyielding roar, struggling to free himself from the restraints. But to no avail, this chain of traps were carefully planned and tailored for them. Maybe Lance had to test it. How could it be easily broken away? Roar. An angry roar from Eren and Titan came from behind. It was obvious that his injury had almost recovered, and this situation made Reiner determined and he roared again. A small amount of steam started to come out of his body. Click. With a loud noise, the bone armor on Kaiser's titan suddenly fell off, and also the grappling hook that was fixed on it just now. After getting rid of the shackles, Reiner immediately climbed up and speeded up and fled forward. There was no time to care about Hanji and others, and he obviously knew that time was pressing. Reiner, do you think this is over? Hanji said with a weird flush and excitement on his face, raising his hand to cover his ears and launching a red letter smoke bomb into the sky. It's the beginning, wow haha. Prepare, Marbright. Han Heben member, raised his hand while watching Kaiser's titan approaching their trap, then waved it down strongly, let it go. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 half-human stones were immediately thrown out by the trees that were bent to straight, and slammed into Kaiser's titan. At the same time, there was a large net of several feet above it, restraining it. The sudden attack caused Kaiser's titan to be knocked to the ground by a stone before it had time to defend, and it had just taken off its armor before it could be reborn, and the damage caused by the stone exceeded the maximum expected. One shoulder was smashed, and his face was half smashed, looking like he was severely injured. Kaiser's titan roared and broke away from the king. The purpose of this trap is to consume rather than capture. Naturally, it can't be trapped, but the purpose of consumption has been achieved. Titan's recovery ability is strong but not unlimited. Every time it recovers, it consumes its physical strength and energy. Next, there is a large-scale minefield specially prepared for Kaizi's Titan. The scene after a while must be very exciting. After venting 2 punches in the tree, Kaizi's Titan continued to flee with Bertold, but their current appearance and state did not look like they had escaped the possibility of birth. At the same time, a group of investigators are constantly harassing Kaizi's Titan. After confirming that the super hard blade has no effect on the bone armor of Kaizi's Titan, Head Elvin ordered preparations. A large number of smoke bombs obscuring the line of sight to delay the speed of Kaizi's Titan. After all, maintaining the Titan form also consumes energy. And just now in Kaizi's Titan, he took off his bone armor in order to break free. This is simply a surprise, and now the super hard blade can also hurt it. The investigators immediately swarmed like a pack of wolves that smelled meat. They first interfered with its sight with smoke bombs, and then attacked its legs to abolish its mobility. Except Levi, everyone in Urban joined hands to abolish its limbs, and almost eliminated its back neck in one shot. Kaizi's Titan naturally fought back against this. 2 investigators died tragically in its hands because one of them was careless, but this was of no avail to the situation. They seemed to be unable to escape. Just when everyone thought they were holding the winning ticket and preparing to tackle the opponent, Kaizi's Titan suddenly lowered his head and his body began to evaporate. What? Everyone was shocked. To be on the safe side, the commander immediately waved his hand and ordered, "Disperse first." All the investigators immediately backed away. The next moment, a yellow lightning appeared out of thin air, and a new armored armor titan appeared in front of everyone. The original scarred body was already destroyed. Giving up, Kaizi's Titan stretched out his hand and took Bertold, violently rushed through the line of defense and fled. Most of the investigators were shocked and their eyes widened. Many people immediately wanted to catch up, but they were stopped by the people of Luaben who knew the inside story. "Don't chase. Get on your horse and follow us to the next location. This is the order of the head of Irvine." Yes. Although they were filled with confusion and dissatisfaction, the person who stopped them was the elite team of the investigation corps, Luaben, and they also moved out of Elvin. Commander Wen, because of his obedience to the order and his admiration for Luilben, the investigators chose to obey the order. After the investigative corps did not pursue and fight fiercely, Kaizi's Titan soon led Bertold out of the woods and came to a wide plain, but the plain looked messy, as if it looked like it was turned over by the excavation team. However, under the condition of chasing soldiers, Reiner and Bertold were no longer suspicious. Kaizi's Titan immediately rushed forward, and the 3-dimensional mobile device in the plains was useless. In any case, it is important to get rid of the chasing soldiers behind you first. The investigative corps is too difficult? Soon Reiner and Bertold paid the price for their actions. Boom, boom. Just as Kaizi's Titan stepped forward with its left foot again, 2 explosions suddenly occurred under its left foot. The shockwave made its body shake and almost fell, and the bone armor on its legs a crack was shaken out. The sudden attack made Kaizi's Titan stunned for a moment, and immediately turned to look for the enemy, but found nothing. Kaizi's Titan tentatively took a small step forward. Boom. Another explosion appeared on the solace of its feet, causing it to take a step back quickly. "Leaner, it's a minefield," Bertold hurriedly called. "Roar." Kaizi's Titan roared in response to Bertold's words, turned and rushed to the side. "Since the front can't get through, try the side." Boom, boom. 2 explosions ruthlessly broke the fantasy dream of Kaizi's Titan, and at the same time blasted the bone armor of its left leg. "Leaner, try the right side," Bertold called. Kaizi Titan tried, but was also embarrassed and blown up. "It seems that I can only retreat and make a detour." Reiner just thought about it, and a roar from behind made him dismiss the idea. "Ong." Eren and Titan roared in excitement, and looked at Kaizi's Titan with harmonious eyes in front of them, with the people of Sue Jenkins' class standing on its shoulders. "As long as you dare to retreat, we will definitely be able to entertain you. If you can't retreat, you can only break through the minefield." Reiner's eyes were sharp, and he immediately controlled Kaizi's Titan to rush forward, and immediately he paid a heavy price for his recklessness. Boom, 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 boom. The almost continuous explosion shattered the legs of Kaizi's Titan, causing it to lose its balance and fall forward, and at the same time sparked a series of explosions. "Tisk, the power of this explosive is still too small." Sue Jenkins sighed quietly as he looked at the broken armor of Titan on the ground. "If it can be replaced with TNT or C4, it would be great. I promise to blow him up. I don't even know my mother." "You're saying something weird again." Isabel glanced at Sue Jenkins and said, "If Gao Wen is there, I must understand what I'm talking about." Sue Jenkins shrugged and smiled. "Okay, let's prepare for the capture operation. It seems that the next step of Commander Irwin's plan is not useful, huh?" At this moment, Bertold flew up from Kaizi's Titan under the control of the 3-dimensional mobile device, and rushed into the air. His injury had recovered, but he still looked very embarrassed. Behind Eren, Sue Jenkins hurriedly shouted, while Bertold raised his right hand and bit it down. Boom. A huge lightning appeared out of thin air, and a mushroom cloud rose into the air. Under such an explosion, many landmines were detonated by the impact, and the roaring sound was endless, but this time the power was only half or less of the last time. The smoke cleared, and the super-large titan also appeared in the eyes of Su Jinkin's class and Eren. However, it is not as high as 60 meters as the last time. Instead, it looks like Titan which was created to withstand shelling before Eren. The lower body did not appear, and the ribs pierced into the ground to stabilize. In his body shape, there is almost no flesh and blood on his body, and many bones are directly exposed to the air. It can be seen that Bertold's transformation into Titan this time is probably very reluctant, and I can only make a semi-finished product less than 40 meters with all his best efforts. After all, the huge consumption is comparable to other Titan. It's a lot more expensive, and the complete state is almost to the limit once, and if you force it again, you can only make such a semi-finished product. Go! Su Jinkin shouted. Eren and Titan immediately roared and led everyone to Kaizi's Titan and the super-large Titan. At this time, Kaizi's Titan's feet haven't recovered, they just want to run but can't run. However, to the surprise of the people of Eren, the super-large Titan did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he stretched out his hands to grab the Titan and lifted it up in the air. Kaizi's Titan roared loudly at the super-large Titan, while the super-large Titan did not respond, and still slowly lifted Kaizi's Titan overhead. What is it going to do? Fran asked with squinting eyes in confusion. Does it kill each other? It doesn't look like it. Phoenix shook his head, and Su Jinkin's expression suddenly changed. It is about to give up. Let Reiner run away. It wants to throw Kaizi's Titan out. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and stop them. Isabel hurriedly shouted. It's too late. Su Jinkin shook. Shaking his head, waved his blade. The three of you will leave with Eren. I am worried that it might fight back desperately and want to pull back, and leave the rest to me. But... Fran wanted to say something, but Su Jinkin interrupted him. Obey the order. This is what we said at the beginning. Go to the head of Erwin, and let them prepare for Kaiji, Titan. Understood. Fran reluctantly gritted his teeth and nodded, and at this moment, the super-large Titan also suddenly threw Kaizi's Titan out, flying with a strong wind, out of the minefield. At the same time, the super-large Titan had little flesh and blood arms and broke from the elbow due to excessive force. The arm fell in the minefield and caused a series of explosions. The super-large Titan simultaneously moved backwards. With a leaning back, the huge body slammed straight down on the and others who had just turned and left. Speed up, I'll fix it. Su Jinkin shouted immediately, raising his hand to cast an accelerator card on Eren and Titan, and then controlled the three-dimensional mobile device to the super-large Titan. The back of the neck flew away, and without the hindrance of the hot wind, he easily came to the back of the Titan with a knife and severely cut it off. Bertold, get out of me. Shit. The Saint Silver blade cut away the flesh and blood of Titan, and at the same time cut off Bertold's limbs. The severe pain caused him to fall into a coma. Su Jinkin grabbed his back leader. It was pulled out of the body of Titan, and the body of Titan that lost its core immediately began to evaporate and disintegrate. Eren and others successfully avoided. The super-large Titan has been captured. Kaizi's Titan is left. After the minefield traps, it's time for head-to-head. There are no tricks. It's like this all the way to the wall, and it's not effective against Kaizi's Titan group fights. After all, holy silver products are very expensive. And the lightning spear, the armor-breaking weapon, can't be shown for the time being, and it's useless if there are more people who can't break the armor. For this reason, Irvine managed to pull the garrison and gendarmerie down into the water, so that we can at least get the support of the artillery near the wall, but I don't know if the artillery, which has been improved a lot compared to 5 years ago, is capable of breaking the armor. The bone armor of Titan reported that the super-large Titan Bertold has been successfully captured, but Kaizi's Titan Reiner escaped under the cover of the opponent. Pay attention to caution. Su Jinkin's voice sounded in the Dharma transmission. However, the high-level officers of the investigative corps, who have been nervous, can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The super-large Titan has been fixed, and the remaining Kaizi Titan will definitely not escape. The investigative corps has dispersed its troops and placed a cordon. Whenever the armored Titan moves, it will launch green smoke bullets to warn, and then the investigative corps will swarm in. Kaizi Titan is not good at speed. The chance of escape is 0. Bang! The next moment, a green letter smoke bomb suddenly soared into the sky, pointing diagonally in one direction, and Kaizi's Titan appeared. Prepare for battle. Other people pay attention to cover Luel's attack. Go! Irvine immediately shouted when he saw this, and rushed forward on horseback. Heart for mankind. Heart for mankind. The investigators have one after another. Going along, following the head of Erwin, rushed forward, with an aura like a rainbow. I have to say that his ability to inspire aura is definitely one of the best in the wall. After riding forward for a while, another letter was sent to the sky, reminding us that Kaizi's Titan had changed direction. After receiving the signal, we quickly changed direction and chased Kaizi's Titan. The distance keeps getting closer, and the enemy will be picked up in a few minutes. Huh? This guy is probably panicking. Mick looked in the direction pointed by the smoke and laughed. The two directions are slightly different, but it's roughly running towards the colonia's area. Does it want to be besieged to death? What? The speaker had no intention of the listener, and the head of Erwin, and I couldn't help being surprised. No, this guy is not panicking anymore. He is going there consciously. I quickly said, he wants to break the door. Once it successfully breaks the door, we can only do it again like the Troost district. After the battle, I was dragged by the brainless Titan constantly pouring in from the gap, allowing Kaiser's Titan to successfully escape. Erwin said. His eyes flashed. After the escape, it can also rescue the super large Titan while we are being dragged by Titan. By then, our guards will inevitably be empty and will be rescued by him in all likelihood. Damn it. The crowd on the side changed their expressions when they heard the words, and Lul yelled, immediately speeding up the horse belly. Gawain, Mikasa, cooperate with me. Use the bursting spell card. Bang! Raised with a letter smoke bomb, Kaiser's Titan changed its direction slightly again. This time it rushed straight to the colonnade area, no longer concealing its intentions, and the grandeur was 50 meters high. The wall has appeared in front of our eyes, the distance from the wall is not far, and the wall can be reached in a few minutes. The figure of Kaiser's Titan has also appeared in our sight. Unlike the bright armor of the previous one, the current Titan of Kaiser is like a defeated general, and his armor is cracked. It looks scarred. Like the situation in the Higginshina district, the walls of Ross and the Kalins district are full of residents, so if Kaiser's Titan is to break through the residential area with a large number of people, there will be deaths and injuries. There will be countless people, and you must try to stop it before it approaches. At least buy time for the residents to retreat. In the case of the same driving force, the thicker the armor, the slower it will run. This must not only apply to tanks and armored vehicles, but also to the Wisdom Titan. Compare the female Titan and attack on Titan, and Kaiser's Titan will understand. While riding a horse, we quickly caught up to the target. The defense of Kaiser's Titan is strong, but the speed is flawed. I pulled out a burst spell card from my belt, raised my hand and flicked it to accurately fly to the knee bend of Kaiser's Titan, and then detonated. Accompanied by a loud noise, Kaiser's Titan immediately lost his balance and fell forward, sliding for several meters before stopping his body. It's a pity that the burst spell card is good, but it is different from other spell cards that can be used by mortals. It can be detonated by inputting magic power. If you bombard it with heavy bombardment without magic power input, it will not burst. This is destined to be difficult. Popularize, otherwise, one member of the investigative corps will be given a sheet of Rainer. Mikasa also yelled softly, raised his hand and threw out 3 bursting spell cards, and directly exploded the left arm of Kaiser's Titan in half. Leviar immediately seized the opportunity, and one accelerated towards Kaiser's Titan on the back of the neck. Yan. Kaiser's Titan reacted very quickly. Before Leviar approached, he suddenly turned over and waved his right hand to block. Leviar only left 2 deep knife marks on the bone armor of its arm, but failed to threaten the back of his neck, and the scene fell into a stalemate. Take off its limbs first, and wait until Eren comes to get the rest. Lul cried, raising his hand is 2 bursting spell cards and taking the eyes of Titan of armor. Boom, boom. Titan, caught off guard, was immediately deprived of his eyesight. He said that he first scrapped his limbs to divert its attention, and then mentioned that Eren disturbed the opponent's mood, and then suddenly broke out and succeeded. A good strategy. Now Kaiser's Titan really can only be slaughtered by us, but in order to prevent the opponent from breaking the door, he used the secret weapon of explosive spell card, which is good or bad. The next step is simple. Using the bursting spell card, we easily blasted Kaiser's Titan into a stick, without giving it any chance to escape, and waiting for Eren to arrive after the turtle. As soon as the shell reveals the back of the neck, Lul swung the knife to cut it out again, and the battle was over. Only after learning the true identities of Kaiser's Titan and the super large Titan, Eren suddenly became very bad. It seems hard to believe this fact, and is leaving Titan after the transformation. Eren hugged his head and squatted aside in depression, and he was as shocked and unbelievable of this fact as Marco and others who had been in the same class as Reiner and Bertold in the training corps. I'm in trouble next. How can I do psychological work with them? I said to myself with a headache.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.